In the age of dungeons, strength was worshipped, but never forgiven. Those who rose too fast were tested. Those who broke rules were hunted. Xiaoyu did both. From his first step into the otherworld, beginner trials turned into death traps, safe worlds revealed hidden ranks, and every rule carried a price written in blood. Skeleton kings guarded beginner caves. Nightmare villages judged sinners at dusk. Hidden missions dragged survivors deeper, while insect queens ruled below, treating humanity as offerings. Where others relied on magic, Xiaoyu relied on survival. Where others obeyed, he advanced. His fists shattered defenses meant for armies, his body endured battles no necromancer should survive, and his rise drew the attention of forces older than the system itself. But power brought questions, not answers. Why did the system hesitate around him? Why did his talents evolve through violence? And why did his path mirror the disappearance of his parents, legendary players lost to a private world? The answers lay ahead, behind stronger enemies, harsher rules, and sacrifices yet unpaid. This is the story of a trash necromancer, a mage who crushed enemies with his fists, and a future where growing too fast may be the greatest sin of all. If you're still here, smash that like button and let's begin. Fourth Academy of Sioux City. The students gathered as the academy announced their initiation, where the system would reveal their class. Principal Shui Jilong declared that fate alone would decide if they became swordsmen, knights, assassins, or mages, each shining in their way, then activated the transfer formation. 18 years after reincarnating, Xiaoyu finally faced this day. He reminded himself that Kaiji Star, a parallel Earth, had dangerous dungeons appearing globally, and every 18-year-old gained abilities to conquer them. Players leveled up by killing monsters and earning attribute points. The system asked if he wanted to roll for his class. He accepted. The result shocked him: a hidden class, Necromancer. Hidden classes were extremely rare, capable of summoning elite undead to dominate battlefields. But when his attributes appeared, his strength, defense, agility, mana, and health were standard, and his spirit, vital for a necromancer, was 0. The system offered a talent roll. He gained an unknown grade talent, Brave Heart of a Mage, granting 10 attribute points with 2 effects. Passively, physical attacks earned points. Actively, he could equalize all attributes to a chosen one, usable once. He allocated all 10 points to strength. Xiaoyu registered for the beginner task. The system transported him to the mission area, where Guide Elaine handed him an old robe, a basic staff, and an F-grade skill book for summoning skeletons. The robe was ornamental, the skill useless with 0 spirit, but the staff was sturdy. With 20 strength, it was a strong melee weapon. His mission: escape the misty cave without killing skeleton soldiers. Xiaoyu vanished, confident it would be simple. Inside, skulls littered the ground. A skeleton soldier approached. He struck it physically, earning 1 attribute point, 3 experience, and an A-grade passive skill, Miracle of Might, doubling attack power. 4 more skeletons fell. Upon leveling up to the second apprentice, his strength reached 30, mana 40, health 20. A skeleton captain appeared, level 3, 50 health, 15 strength, 20 defense, 1 agility. Xiaoyu struck first, destroying it and gaining 3 attribute points and 10 experience. Opening its core, he found a D-grade disposable item, Skeleton Fist Set, guaranteeing a critical strike. He faced more skeletons. With 20 health, 1 careless hit could kill him. After leveling to the third apprentice, his strength was 46, mana 80, health 30. Outside, students compared classes, some boasting warriors, others worried about Xiaoyu's delay. Inside, scattered skulls fused into the Skeleton King, injured, a level 10 boss with 400 health, 45 strength, 60 defense, 1 agility, and deadly skills like Bone Pierce and Bone Explosion. Xiaoyu stared in disbelief. The system had placed a boss in a beginner task, seemingly to kill every newcomer. Xiaoyu barely avoided the Skeleton King's strike. 1 solid hit would have ended him, but its sluggish movements gave him an edge. With 60 defense, it seemed nearly invulnerable, yet his last attack dealt 32 damage, 10 more hits could finish it. Only 200 HP remained. Inside the Skeleton King's mind, frustration grew. It had guarded the Misty Cave for years without facing a challenger like Xiaoyu. Its aura swelled, strength and speed surging. Realizing a direct attack was impossible, Xiaoyu spotted a boulder above and baited the monster beneath it. A graze nearly emptied his health, leaving him at 4 points. He rushed forward, triggered the skeleton fist set, and struck with full force. The monster fell instantly. System notifications followed. The beginner mission was complete. Xiao Yu officially became a player of the other world. Defeating the Skeleton King granted 30 free attribute points, 10 bonus points for melee combat, and enough experience to level up 3 times. He also obtained a rare drop, the Ring of the Skeleton King, boosting his first normal attack by 50% daily. He paused, realizing no one had ever defeated the Skeleton King before. How had other students cleared the mission? Ignoring the question, he exited. His updated stats astonished him: Strength 76, Disciple level, Mana 200, Health increased. Even with 0 spirit, he was far beyond ordinary beginners. Back at the academy, Yang Xiangdi panicked, demanding an explanation. Students compared classes: Zhao Zeke as a healer, Zuiyu a paladin with a B-rank talent, Ma Fei a swordsman with B-rank talent. When Xiao Yu revealed he was a necromancer, shock rippled through the group. Necromancers were near mythical hidden classes, feared for their frailty and long casting times. Some snickered at his unspoken talent, but others admired his calm demeanor. Xiao Yu didn't correct them. He couldn't summon even a single undead. Yan Xiangdi praised his success, predicting entry into top universities. Comparing her modest stats to his 76 strength, Xiao Yu privately acknowledged how monstrous he had become. Later, he returned to his quiet home. His parents had vanished 12 years ago, leaving him an orphan. He vowed to enter Capital University and uncover the truth. The next day, Principal Shui Jilong addressed the class before beginner training. He warned that retreat was mandatory if they felt overwhelmed. Failure was acceptable, death was not. Years ago, 40 students had vanished in Nightmare Village, a tragedy still remembered. A countdown began, and the students were transported into the other world once again. The eerie environment unsettled them, but Ma Fei stepped forward confidently, promising to protect everyone. Ma Fei marched forward confidently, claiming he was the strongest and most suitable leader, dismissing Xiao Yu's necromancer class. Unease set in when they noticed the beginner's world lacked the usual system prompts. They met a man, apparently an NPC, who welcomed them to Nightmare Village, a beginner's S-rank world. The description revealed difficulty far above normal, equivalent to an E-rank world, and attempts to leave failed against an invisible wall. Fear spread as they realized the previous class had been wiped out. The mission: uncover the secret at the village's core. The man introduced himself as Wagon, the village head, warning that survival required strict rules: occupy any empty house but never touch black stones on doors, and always return indoors before dark, closing all doors and windows. When students asked about the danger of nightfall, he said they would understand later. The class split into 4 groups. On the second floor, Zhao Ziyue clung to Xiao Yu, offering healing in exchange for protection, drawing classmates' disgust. Chaos erupted when a grandmother-like voice called Xiao Yu through a window. He opened it, and a nightmare, a level 3 monster, jumped in. Yang Xiangdi charged while Zhao Ziyue healed him, but attacks drained health continuously. Urged to summon undead restraints, Xiao Yu instead fought melee, killing the nightmare in a single blow. The corpse disintegrated into a black stone identical to those on doors. Oddly, he received no stat points, hinting at a hidden mechanic. Morning arrived. The class survived thanks to Zuiyu's shielding and Xiao Yu's overwhelming strength. Many decided staying close to him was safest. Ma Fei tried to reassert himself, claiming he would never hide behind Zuiyu and demanding she share a house with him. She reminded him being a tank was her job. He couldn't do it. Ma Fei insisted he could face a nightmare alone, though no one believed him. Suddenly, villagers gathered, accusing the students of sin and demanding executions. Wagon explained the students had killed a protector spirit. The monsters were guardians enforcing village law. By harming one, they had angered the spirits, dooming villagers and themselves. To atone, the killer must remain outside after nightfall. For others, it would be suicide. Xiao Yu stepped forward, volunteering to remain outside. Classmates called him insane, insisting it was a death wish. The class monitor apologized on his behalf. Xiao Yu reassured them he knew what he was doing and wanted to verify something that might help them escape. Wagon ordered Xiao Yu restrained. One classmate asked if he had discovered the village's secret. Xiao Yu admitted he might have and would confirm it once night fell. As Xiao Yu struggled against the restraints, a spirit surged toward him, teeth bared and eyes glowing with malice. Yang Xiangdi reacted immediately, launching a sand-binding attack that pinned the spirit temporarily. Ma Fei rushed forward, commanding his focus to control the nightmare, though he knew he had only a second of leverage. He reassured everyone, confident that as a swordsman, one man and one sword could overcome any foe. Watching Qiao Yu's prior display as a mage left him both astonished and competitive. If Qiao Yu could handle this, then so could he. The others appeared around the scene, worried for Qiao Yu. They insisted on helping, seeing it as their duty and a form of repayment for his courage. Plans were made quickly. Ma Fei was needed to break the chains, but since he couldn't reach Qiao Yu immediately, the team coordinated their efforts. Despite the tension, Qiao Yu's necromancer abilities became clear, and Zhao Ziyu had prepared her healing magic, ready to mend Ma Fei if necessary. Ma Fei refused her help, declaring that true heroes earn their marks through battle, that scars were proof of a man's strength. The team quickly analyzed the nightmare. They identified its weak point at the head, recalling that Qiao Yu had struck a similar target successfully yesterday. Ma Fei, prideful and competitive, mocked the other's reliance on teamwork, claiming he only needed his sword. He struck, aiming to outshine Qiao Yu, but the attack fell short. MP dwindled, and it became obvious he was not as skilled as Qiao Yu. His health nearly depleted, the risk was immense, yet he delivered a final strike, determined to prove his worth. Qiao Yu stepped in at the perfect moment, his summoning and combat skills eliminating the nightmare instantly. Ma Fei protested, claiming the glory for himself, but the rest of the team reminded him that it was their combined efforts that ensured victory. Even as he sulked, another nightmare appeared, this time 2 of them. They retreated into a nearby house, choosing strategy over brute force. Xiao Yu promised that the way to pass would become clear with time, advising patience. The following day brought confrontation. Villagers accused the outsiders of killing yet another protector spirit, their anger violent and relentless. The truth emerged: none of the villagers were original residents of Nightmare Village. All 40 of the villagers had perished in a prior attempt, trapped in this fantasy realm ever since entering. The black stones scattered throughout the village were high-level protective objects, preventing attacks during the night. Tampering with them could cause irreparable cracks in the fantasy realm, threatening everyone's existence. Understanding the stakes, the team moved with precision. The students coordinated their efforts, making sure no one was left vulnerable while the black stones were destroyed. The combination of strategy, necromancy, healing, and swordplay ensured the mission's success. Nightmare Village's residents were awakened, and the players were safely transported out of the world. Rewards and ratings were distributed based on individual performance, recognizing the bravery, skill, and teamwork displayed. Qiao Yu's insight had been decisive. His careful observation and calculated decisions had prevented disaster and revealed the path to victory. The rest of the players were transported out, but 5 players, the ones who destroyed the Black Nightmare Stones, remained in the realm. A new mission had been issued: retrieve the Heart of Nightmares. Qiao Yu received the mission notice. He was officially recognized as a necromancer in the disciple realm, with strength, defense, agility, spirit, mana, and HP stats displayed. The mission difficulty was ranked E, and the next stage of their challenge awaited while the rest of the class had already returned to the real world. At the 4th campus, news spread in shock. Everyone had passed Nightmare Village, but Xiao Yu and a few others hadn't returned. The principal wondered if they had activated a hidden mission, which, if completed, could guarantee university admission. Yet hidden missions were deadly, and the group was still beginners. Inside the village, the team faced a dilemma. They were only level 3, far below the strength needed. Zhao Ziyu worried about the Heart of Nightmares, unsure where to begin. Zuyu questioned whether awakening Wagon and the others was enough, perhaps avoiding the black stones. Xiao Yu stayed silent. Yan Xiangdi insisted hidden missions could only be stumbled upon, accusing Xiao Yu of deliberately leading them here. Ma Fei privately vowed to complete the hidden mission before Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a spirit screamed that they all must die. 4 level 5 nightmares appeared at once, overwhelming the group. Xiangdi panicked. Zuyu instructed Zhao Ziyue to heal and urged Xiangdi to restrain the enemies. Xiangdi used sand binding while Ma Fei struck, only dealing 10 damage, far below Xiao Yu's previous one-shot power. Zhao Ziyue's mana nearly depleted, and Zuyu was close to death. Xiao Yu engaged in melee combat, gaining stat points and experience. He noted Hidden World's high rewards and found a little fairy's necklace, F rank, to boost Xiangdi's skill damage. Once the monsters fell, the class breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Fei declared his greatness, while Xiao Yu urged them to continue, needing one more kill to reach level 6 and hoping for equipment drops. As they proceeded, a brick collapsed under Xiao Yu, causing the group to fall through the floor onto a soft, squishy surface. Xiangdi complained about the smell. Zuyu explained the odor came from rotting animal corpses. Zhao Ziyue spotted the source, the Nightmare King, a rare level 10 boss, asleep. Its stats, skills, and a warning about awakening it appeared. Xiao Yu analyzed its strength, noting it far surpassed the Skeleton King. Xiangdi guessed the Heart of Nightmares might be the boss's heart. Zuyu suggested forcing a mission quit, fearing its attack power. Ma Fei feigned caution, but Xiao Yu saw an opportunity. With his Muscle Creates Miracles talent, and the Ring of the Skeleton King, his first strike could remove a third of the boss's health. A few precise follow-ups could kill it, though the risk was extreme. Xiangdi questioned his sanity. Xiao Yu argued its defense was the real weakness. The team had to restrain it together. As the Nightmare King slept, Xiao Yu approached quietly, scanning for its weak point. He struck, activating his ring. Ma Fei demanded the damage. Xiangdi was stunned that a mage could deal such numbers. A system announcement confirmed. Xiao Yu had shattered the Heart of Nightmares. The Nightmare King awoke, the mission upgraded to A-rank difficulty. Xiao Yu instructed everyone to prepare and follow the plan, creating an opportunity for him to attack. The Nightmare King hissed at the group, calling them vile humans. Xiao Yu ordered Ma Fei to draw its attention, but Ma Fei launched a defense-breaking strike instead. Shocked, he saw Xiao Yu had dealt over 500 damage in a single hit. Refusing to be outdone, Ma Fei kept attacking, drawing the boss's ire. The Nightmare King targeted him, but with Xiangdi's sand binding, Zuiyu's shielding, and Zhao Ziyue's healing, he barely survived. Ma Fei shouted he couldn't hold on much longer, urging Xiao Yu to strike. Xiao Yu attacked. The boss's HP dropped to 336/1000. Xiangdi panicked as area damage threatened the team. Xiao Yu struck again, lowering HP to 128, then delivered the final blow. A system announcement declared Xiao Yu had killed the Nightmare Village boss. He received 30 free stat points, 10 more for melee combat, 50 experience, and completed the hidden mission. The system rated the players: Zhao Ziyue, D rank with talents Spring Breeze and Willow; Zuiyu, C rank with same talent; Xiangdi, C rank and Ground Explosion Magic; Ma Fei, C rank with O rank talent Separating the World with One Strike; Xiao Yu, A rank, 50 experience, and a B rank skill book, Withering Magic. Xiao Yu checked the boss loot: a B rank Dragon Piercing Sword boosting attack by 100, ignoring 30% of armor, and enhancing sword damage by 20% with no cooldown. Level requirement: early stage level 11 fighter. Frustrated, Xiao Yu tossed it to Ma Fei, who celebrated the rare weapon. Xiao Yu reviewed his stats: level 7 Disciple Necromancer, 151 strength, God Overwhelming Strength, talents, Muscle Creates Miracles and Unknown rank Mage's Brave Heart. Equipment: C rank Ring of the Skeleton King, skills, Skeleton Summoning Magic, Withering Magic. Strength had soared, but low health remained a concern. He noted the Mage's Brave Heart passive, extra stats for melee kills and one-time attribute equalization. Survival became his priority. The hidden mission completed, the system transported the group back to the academy. Their return caused immediate excitement. The principal, relieved after their 2-day disappearance, concluded they had entered a hidden world and praised their fortune. Students marveled that the class produced 5 prodigies. Ma Fei, eager to surpass Xiao Yu, planned to challenge him once they reached level 11 with the dragon-piercing sword. Representatives from Huaqing University and Jingdi University arrived, seeking the 5 students. Principal Shui Jinlong was surprised by their quick arrival. Peng Liangji from Jingdu praised the students and offered immediate acceptance, while Pei Xinghua from Huaqing insisted on proper examinations to evaluate roles, adaptability, and stats. Xiao Yu worried such a test might expose his inability to use skills. When asked who would test first, Ma Fei volunteered, proudly announcing himself as a level 5 swordsman with a B-rank talent. Peng evaluated Ma Fei, noting that a level 5 swordsman with a B-rank talent was extraordinary. Ma Fei's tall frame and sharp features reinforced the impression of a prodigy. Pei Xinghua, a level 25 gunman disciple, tested Ma Fei, who responded with his world-shattering sword technique. Pei was startled that a beginner could threaten his defenses at all, recognizing the strike as a rare shield-breaking skill. Peng estimated Ma Fei's strength at 35 minimum, agility above average. Students whispered in awe, lamenting their own luck. Pei tried to recruit Ma Fei to Huaqing, but Peng countered with Jingdu's offer. Ma Fei postponed, intending to follow Qiao Yu and someday surpass him. Testing continued. Zhao Ziyue, a level 4 healer, impressed Pei with her party-wide healing. Zui Yu's defensive skill, Armored Thorns, returned 20% damage, perfect for a tank role. Xiangdi, expected to be another tank, revealed himself as a mage, confusing Pei. Xiangdi detonated a ground burst spell beneath Pei, shaving health unnoticed, alarming for a level 5 mage. Pei noted the student required observation. Finally, Qiao Yu, level 7, Necromancer, unranked talent, stepped forward. Pei expected some undead summoning, but Qiao Yu charged in melee. A single punch drove Pei backward across the arena. Onlookers froze. Students speculated whether this was a construct or real Qiao Yu, unable to believe a necromancer could be so strong. Peng thanked fate Pei had volunteered, otherwise the embarrassment would have been his. Qiao Yu asked if his test was complete. Peng admitted it was, though he hadn't demonstrated magic. Qiao Yu explained he intended to focus on physical combat, as his magic was unusable for now, and getting into Jingdu was his priority. Peng was stunned. A melee necromancer was unprecedented. He called his principal for approval. Pei did the same, but Jingdu's principal immediately granted Peng authority to accept Qiao Yu under any terms. A holographic call connected Principal Ji Pingyang, who warmly welcomed Qiao Yu to Jingdu University. Qiao Yu accepted. Pei's principal arrived too late. Jingdu had secured him. Ji suggested all 5 students enroll together, reasoning classmates should remain united. The others agreed gratefully. Qiao Yu then asked Principal Ji about his parents, Qiao Anqing and Bai Shixia. Ji recognized the names, recalling he had taught them, and noted their disappearance over a decade ago. They had mentioned a private world of their own. Ji advised Qiao Yu to enter it, convinced something his parents left behind awaited him. Principal Ji informed the students that acceptance letters would be sent once prepared and encouraged them to clear role-related worlds before school began to earn respect at Jingdu University. 1 week later, after beginner training, Principal Shui Jinlong reorganized 4th college students by otherworld roles, preparing them for elite university scouting. In the mages class, students were to enter a mage-specialized world emphasizing mental ability, logic, riddles, and cooperation. Passing criteria were about to be explained when Qiao Yu asked Xiangdi if they could manage. Xiangdi dismissed his worry, suggesting Qiao Yu carry him first, then the others, since specialized worlds could be repeated. The system spirit Elaine retrieved a world, the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. Qiao Yu was ready to jump in, but Xiangdi hesitated, surprised they had passed the Cave of Skeletons without instructions. Elaine outlined the legend. An ancient Qiandongnan tribe mastered poisonous insects, slowly killing victims as worms multiplied inside. Their mission: find the tribe and eliminate the poisonous worms. 5 players were required, so the system matched them with 3 others: impatient Long Chang, polite fire mage Fang Yuan, and her younger brother Fang Sun. Yang Xiangdi introduced himself, and Qiao Yu politely. At the entrance, Fang Yuan studied characters on a stone pillar, guessing they were instructions. Long Chang tried smashing the door, but it resisted. Fang Yuan concluded it was immune to magic and began interpreting the inscription. Before she could finish, Qiao Yu struck the door, breaking it open. Fang Yuan muttered in disbelief, and Xiangdi praised Qiao Yu, who admitted he only wanted to test the door's resistance. Further inside, a second door surrounded by unnatural flowers released poison. Xiangdi realized too late he had been affected. Fang Yuan noted all were poisoned. Qiao Yu's health steadily dropped, urging them onward. Another puzzle awaited, but Long Chang complained. Fang Yuan worried they lacked time to solve it. Qiao Yu broke the door again, prompting Long Chang to question if thinking mattered here at all. The system confirmed the first mission, locating the legendary tribe. Inside, they met a small girl, Xiao Dong, who immediately recognized their poisoning. She identified the Bian flower as the source and led them to her home. She announced their arrival to her parents, explaining the need for 5 poison soup. The antidote soup arrived, dark liquid with worms, centipedes, and small bones. Long Chang tried to force Xiangdi to drink first, but Xiangdi refused. Qiao Yu, near half health, drank immediately. The antidote cleared his poison, and he urged the others to follow. He asked Xiao Dong about the tribe. She knew little, only that their patriarch forbade poison magic without need and instructed avoidance of outsiders. Her mother insisted they leave, but Xiao Dong insisted they stay as needed. Xiao Yu accepted, noting they were still recovering. Before leaving, Xiao Dong reminded them that the full moon was approaching and that everything would begin soon. People knelt before the well, offering human flesh to the insect swarm to bless the cave of 10,000 souls and protect against disease. Blood dripped into the well, and insects swarmed, devouring the bound humans, leaving only skeletons. Xiao Yu's group watched in horror. Fan Yuan gasped, unable to hide her shock. Xiao Yu immediately urged escape, realizing fighting the insects atop the tribe's people would be suicidal. Even with his immense attack power, he lacked any area of effectability. Back in their room, Fan Yuan noted the danger of confronting the tribe directly. Any attempt to exterminate the insects would likely result in them being fed to the swarm. Buzzing filled the air as more insects arrived. Fan Yuan unleashed fire magic, warning that the enemies were too weak for melee attacks to gain stat points. Xiao Yu mused that if even insects could yield points, he would have been hunting ants for experience long ago. Combining sand binding with ground explosion magic, he astonished Xiangdi, who admitted nearly draining his mana. Zhu Xie, intending to punish the intruders, activated his insect-controlling powers. Sneering at their arrogance, he prepared to feed them to the larval swarm, his stats and defenses multiplying to near-boss levels. Long Chan noted Zhu Xie's strength rivaled the boss, while Fan Yuan admitted the mission exceeded novice capabilities. Xiao Yu struck Zhu Xie, who scorned the attack and entered insect bite state, further boosting his power. The battle intensified. Zhu Xie's defenses became nearly impenetrable. After a close clash, Xiao Yu left him severely wounded, inspiring awe in Fan Yuan, Long Chang, and Fang Sun. Xiao Yu questioned Zhu Xie about the recent sacrifice and the woman involved. Zhu Xie explained the tribe maintained a monthly insect tribute under contract with the Queen Mother, centered on a green stone well where she reproduced. Xiangdi realized Xiao Dong's family likely intervened earlier to prevent them from becoming sacrifices. Xiao Yu clarified the naming discrepancy. Xiao Dong called it the Cave of 10,000 Souls, while the tribe named it the Cave of 10,000 Poisons after matriarch Sun Dong. With the information clear, Xiao Yu struck a decisive final blow, defeating Zhu Xie. The system awarded stat points, experience, and an S-rank item, Sage's Protection, capable of negating a fatal blow. Xiao Yu noted its value. Fang Sun worried about being discovered, and Long Chang doubted they could confront the matriarch directly. Fan Yuan emphasized that Sun Dong's control over the insects made a direct fight impossible. Xiao Yu determined the mission required only the extermination of the insects, not the tribe members. He aimed to destroy the nest inside the green stone well before Sun Dong could intervene. With fire, wind, and ground explosion magic, the group obliterated the well, annihilating the insect swarm. Xiangdi marveled at the destructive power but noticed the system had yet to mark the mission as complete. Suddenly, Sun Dong appeared, revealing herself as the matriarch. She mocked their audacity, explaining Zhu Xie's death was unexpected. She confronted Xiao Yu, offering to resume her usual form, either as herself or Xiao Dong. Despite wishing to spare him and continue her bloodline, the destruction of the swarm enraged the Queen Mother, necessitating his sacrifice. Xiao Yu questioned why she would harm her own tribe members, including her parents. Xiao Dong laughed, dismissing them as useless and disobedient, showing no remorse. Xiao Dong smirked, teasing him, insisting he'd soon regret interfering. With a wave, swarms of insects erupted, charging toward Xiao Yu. Fan Yuan leaped forward, flames crackling in her hands, ready to support. Quan Mang interjected sharply, warning them not to interfere with the matriarch. He declared that he was the real target, standing imposingly with insect control powers fully activated. Xiao Yu's mind raced. There were too many insects, and fighting them directly was suicide. He realized if he could boost his agility and defense to match his strength, he might survive. Should he risk using Braveheart? No, Sage's Protection gave him a chance to revive. He had to strike at the root of the problem, Sun Dong. Xiao Dong laughed mockingly, daring Xiao Yu to become insect food. Xiao Yu responded with a single, powerful punch, piercing through her. Xiao Dong recoiled and retreated towards Sun Dong, who glared at Xiao Yu, calling him ungrateful and taunting him to let the insects finish him off. Sun Dong's stats were staggering: level 10, rare NPC, 1000 HP, astonishing agility, and abilities that controlled poisonous insects and allowed shape-shifting. Xiao Yu wondered why she was rare despite lower raw stats than Zhu Xie. It made no sense. In an instant, Sun Dong struck, increasing her agility and landing a chest blow that made Xiao Yu cough blood. His reflexes hadn't been fast enough to dodge. She mocked him, promising to skin him for a souvenir. Amid the chaos, Xiangdi arrived, confronting Kuang Meng, who scolded Xiao Yu for distraction. Xiangdi unleashed sand binding, but Kuang Meng sneered, dismissing the attack. When Xiangdi followed with ground explosion magic, his fat-burning state activated, spirit surging to 296. Xiao Yu was stunned, spirit influenced talent power. Xiangdi's sudden burst of magic reduced Kuang Meng's HP to 312/500, proving his combo worked. Xiao Yu ordered Xiangdi to strike at Sun Dong. She resisted, struggling, but Xiao Yu was relentless. The lethal strike was absorbed by Sage's protection, negating death. The system rewarded Xiao Yu for courage, granting the strong contract passive talent, increasing strength and HP in a powerful synergy. Now fortified, Xiao Yu's HP neared 1800. Xiangdi's spirit was dropping back to normal, but the battle momentum was shifting. Despite this, Sun Dong revealed her true form, a level 15 boss with 2000 HP, terrifying abilities, and insect-themed powers. The system issued urgent warnings: players should leave immediately. Xiao Yu ignored the warnings. Escape wasn't an option. He refused to let the custom world fail. Sun Dong attacked relentlessly, questioning how such a low-level opponent could survive, suspecting Bai Zhe had engineered him. Xiao Yu asserted his own identity undeterred. The system confirmed Xiao Yu had defeated unknown threats through melee, awarding 15 free stat points and experience. Though the battle was far from over, the tide had turned. Strategy, item use, and teamwork allowed Xiao Yu and Xiangdi to survive against overwhelming odds. The system chimed sharply through the cavern, announcing the cave of 10,000 poisons had been cleared. Rankings appeared. Long Chang earned an F, Fan Sun and Fan Yuan barely scraped E, Yang Xiangdi achieved A, and Xiao Yu alone claimed S. Rewards followed. Xiao Yu gained experience, 10 free stat points, and the A-rank talent book door to Acre. His level jumped to 10, the threshold for solo otherworld play. Among his loot was the B-rank Wild Spider's breastplate, boosting HP by 800, ideal for his strong contract talent but requiring early-stage level. A mysterious Rubik's Cube also appeared, binding to him and granting the ability to appraise humans within 10 levels. Another ability remained locked. Elaine granted the group a 20% spirit boost, useless to Xiao Yu, whose spirit was 0. The others cheered, thanking him for leading the way. He waved them off and left. Later, Yang Xiangdi asked about university plans. Jingdu was secured. Xiao Yu reviewed his stats. Level 10, overwhelming strength, stacked talents, 0 spirit, full mana, HP over 2000, and multiple high-rank talent books. At the 4th college canteen, Ma Fei nearly choked. Warriors usually outpaced mages, yet Xiao Yu had kept pace. Zhao Ziyue scrutinized Xiangdi's transformed physique, while Zuiyu teased Ma Fei, noting Xiangdi now looked far better. Xiangdi only cared about regaining weight for safety. Conversation turned to the Otherworld examination. Even guaranteed admission students competed for the top scorer prize, an S-rank item. Ma Fei swore to dominate the warrior rankings. Xiao Yu decided to claim the top spot himself. Walking alone later, Xiao Yu muttered that if the prize was truly S-rank, he would take it. 2 figures dropped from a rooftop. Assessing them through the cube, he found 2 early-stage assassins, levels 16 and 18, far above him. They demanded confirmation. Was he Xiao Yu, the mage who killed Sun Dong? Realization struck. Bai Zhe, mentioned by Sun Dong, wasn't a person but an organization. He regretted not interrogating her. The level 16 assassin hesitated, but his partner struck him. Xiao Yu didn't dodge. Blows landed, leaving barely a mark. A single counterattack sent the level 16 sprawling unconscious. The remaining assassin froze. Knocking out a level 16 in one hit was unprecedented. Taking 2 direct attacks without flinching revealed his immense physical power. The assassin laughed nervously, insisting it was a mistake. His own rank in Bai Zhe barely reached 7,000th, hinting at the organization's scale. He begged for a peaceful end. Xiao Yu let them leave, warning he was Ma Fei and offering aid if needed. That night, he searched for Bai Zhe. Only the myth of a snow-white divine beast appeared, a horned creature with flaming limbs capable of exorcising demons. No trace of the organization existed. His identity would not remain hidden long. Jingdu University was his only refuge. Its principal, Qi Pingyan, the sword god, was the strongest swordsman alive. Even Bai Zhe would hesitate inside the gates, where harming an examinee was a grave crime. The Rubik's Cube from the specialized world nagged at him. How could an artifact be left inside a generated instance? And why was it meant for him? Sun Dong. Bai Zhe. His parents. A chilling web was closing in. Something was profoundly wrong. The report of Sun Dong's death hit like a shockwave. The target hadn't been a mage at all. Whoever struck her had been terrifyingly strong, capable of wounding 95-27. Orders were clear. Her death was to be set aside, and the priority was reorganizing operations in Sioux City. The room went silent as everyone refocused on the next task. Several days later, Xiao Yu arrived at the 4th college principal's office, the Rubik's Cube from the specialized world glinting faintly in his hands. He asked if it could be opened. The principal examined it carefully. Without a password, only the legendary key to all locks could remove the seal intact. When Xiao Yu inquired about the artifact's location, the principal's expression darkened. It lay hidden in the E-rank open world, the kingdom of machines, a dangerous land where other players might interfere and the world itself was unpredictable. Stepping into the city, Xiao Yu took in the towering steel structures, the hum of machinery, and mechanical servants moving with uncanny precision. Long ago, sentient machines had waged war on humans. After the treaty, the city remained, half human, half machine, a living testament to the conflict. To claim the key, he needed a hidden mission issued by the city's landlord, Hua Jun, but reaching him was a mystery. Wandering the streets, Xiao Yu noticed an old man muttering to himself, gesturing wildly and performing fragmented calculations. Suddenly, the man collided with a thug, who roared for compensation, accusing the old man of intentional harm. Xiao Yu stepped forward, fists clenching. A single invisible strike made the thugs flinch and apologize, stammering promises of amends. The old man bowed, fumbling some money, insisting he had nothing more to offer. Xiao Yu waved it off, seeking information instead. He asked how to reach Hua Jun. After a pause, the old man smiled faintly, offering to guide him to the mansion, but warned that obtaining equipment from the landlord wouldn't be simple. Xiao Yu grinned, claiming even that would be trivial. He had barely used 1% of his strength so far. From above, the two thugs observed, whispering about the young man, calling him the strongest player they had ever seen, and wondered if Hua Jun had noticed him. Soon, the mansion appeared. Xiao Yu followed the old man through massive gates, but the man vanished as if swallowed by the air. Inside, Xiao Yu found him again, standing with the two thugs, now in uniform. The old man revealed himself as Hua Jun, landlord of the City of Machines, introducing the pair as his most powerful bodyguards. The earlier street scene had been a test to find someone stronger than even his guards. Hua Jun explained that the key to all locks could be Xiao Yu's, but only if he completed a hidden mission. The next day, during Hua Jun's academic seminar on machines and organic life, robots would attempt to steal it. More importantly, he would have to defeat Mand, the queen of the kingdom of machines, destroy her mechanical heart, and claim the key. Xiao Yu accepted immediately, confident the robots would be no match. The next day, the seminar hall buzzed with activity. Hua Jun spoke on humanity's rapid technological progress, the limits of AI, and the delicate tension between machines and living beings. He asked whether a robot could truly grow, procreate, or exceed its programming. Xiao Yu noting that no robots had yet appeared. Suddenly, a sharp crack of metal cut through the air. A robot leapt forward, declaring that flesh and blood was weak, machinery eternal, and urging the professor to abandon his human shell and embrace machine perfection. The bodyguard stepped forward, shouting at the intruding robot to leave. It had no place here. Before he could finish, the robot flashed forward, driving its metal fist into the guard's ribs. He crashed back, blood spraying from his lips. Gasps echoed through the seminar hall as more robots surged in. Hua Jun whispered sharply to Xiao Yu, the enemy had come for him. This time, he would have to follow them. Chaos erupted. Robots struck the audience and guards aside like toys, laughing at the terrified humans. Xiao Yu's jaw tightened as he watched people thrown around. Cold and composed, he called the scene disgraceful. Hua Jun turned to him, betting everything on his strength. Xiao Yu nodded, steady and confident. The lead robot boasted, claiming the absolute power of machines and the strongest physique. A shadow descended from above, the queen of the robots, Mond. Her sensors glowed as she ordered Professor Hua Jun to accompany her. He agreed, but only if she commanded her subordinates to halt. Mond laughed, remarking she wished he had been this obedient earlier. Metallic tendrils wrapped around him, binding him effortlessly. Blitz, grinning with fanatical excitement, stayed behind to play, leaving Xiao Yu in his path. Xiao Yu asked if he was the one bragging about the strongest physique. Blitz sneered, lecturing on mechanical perfection, but Xiao Yu cut him off with a single punch. Blitz crashed across the hall, stunned. His system window flickered, a rare NPC, level 11, health 194-500, strength 86, defense 40, agility 90, with unique skills mechanization and penetrating cannon. Xiao Yu apologized casually. He already had everything Blitz bragged about. Blitz, incredulous, shouted that no human could break his biomechanical body. Xiao Yu shrugged. He simply lifted his fist and punched. Trembling, Blitz asked what he was doing as Xiao Yu pinned him underfoot. Xiao Yu warned him to run back to the kingdom of machines or be torn apart. Blitz barely moved, finally sliding backward, terrified. Xiao Yu's thoughts sharpened. Hua Jun had allowed himself to be captured deliberately. The professor wanted Xiao Yu to follow to the kingdom of machines and destroy the mechanical heart. He silently promised he would complete the mission. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of machines, Mon faced Hua Jun in a vast metallic chamber. She apologized for the rough capture, but Hua Jun dismissed it, declaring he would never betray humanity. Mon revealed a mechanical heart pulsing in a glass pod. Its biology had been transformed, fusing human spirit with machine power. This was no mere robot, it was ascension. Flesh was weak, machines had evolved. She urged Hua Jun to join her. Hua Jun spat, calling her a traitor, a human dog serving machines. Mond, irritated, gestured upward. Dozens of humans dropped into the chamber, screamed as a monstrous machine devoured them alive. Hua Jun recoiled in horror. Mond explained the creature, Marta, was an accident from attempts at organic robotic growth. Its appetite had grown from 1 human to 5, and now, no one knew its limit. She had brought Hua Jun to help fix Marta's growth, though he could pretend not to see, at the cost of more human lives. Hua Jun trembled, silently praying for Xiao Yu's arrival. A guard rushed in with urgent news. The human possessing the ancient holy physique had infiltrated the kingdom. Manda's sensors flickered. So that was the one Blitz had warned about. The metal wall behind them cracked as a figure stepped through the dust. Xiao Yu had arrived. Professor Hua Jun tensed as Xiao Yu arrived, relief flickering across his face. Across the chamber, Mon stepped forward, his sensors fixed on Xiao Yu with sharp mechanical focus. He recognized him immediately, the human possessing the ancient holy physique that Blitz had warned about. Surprise and curiosity mingled in his gaze. Blitz, one of the strongest warriors of the machine kingdom, had fallen to this human, something Mond had not anticipated. Mond appeared in the system readout as a rare NPC, level 15, health 2000/2000, strength 118, defense 100, agility 180. His specialized skills, Mechanical Bug and Mechanical Lord Fist, marked him as a formidable opponent. Xiao Yu mused aloud on the embarrassment of a warrior losing to someone with the ancient holy physique, teasing the idea of Mond avenging Blitz. He inwardly anticipated the free stat points he might earn. Even Mond noted the power of Xiao Yu's mortal body. Machines engineered by the Queen were supposed to surpass humans, yet Xiao Yu wielded raw strength with casual ease. Blitz's warning suddenly made sense. The ancient holy physique might truly exist. Mond briefly imagined the terror if Xiao Yu joined the machine kingdom. A fusion of human and machine might be beyond comprehension. Xiao Yu checked Hua Jun, who pointed ahead, a massive mechanical heart, Marta, pulsed within a containment chamber. In the system, Marta appeared as level 15, health 2000-2000, strength 0, defense and agility D, flagged as undergoing transformation. Hua Jun recognized the horrific truth. Humans were being fed to the machine. Xiao Yu's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he would destroy it. Hua Jun gave him full freedom. Mond insisted the ancient holy physique abandon frail human flesh in favor of mechanical evolution. Xiao Yu ignored him. He leapt onto the control system, examined it briefly, then smashed through the glass enclosure in a single jump. Mond faltered, unsure of his intent, but Xiao Yu didn't explain. He moved directly toward Marta. Mon attempted to intervene, but Xiao Yu brushed past, preparing a strike. Turning toward Mon with a punch ready, the robot received a high-level danger warning to flee, but it was too late. Xiao Yu's fist struck, draining nearly 300 HP and shattering part of Mon's mask, revealing a human-like face beneath. Mon stared in shock. Xiao Yu's strength far exceeded recorded limits. Xiao Yu turned back to Marta and drove his fist into its core. The mechanical heart ruptured violently, shattering into fragments. Mon recoiled, furious and shaken. Marta had been a symbol of hope for the machines. Xiao Yu demanded to know how many humans had been sacrificed to create it. Mon, though damaged, tried to reason. Compared to the machine queen, Xiao Yu was still insignificant. He suggested the queen might forgive him if he agreed to meet her, offering a chance to evolve. Xiao Yu's surprise was learning that Mon was not the Machine Kingdom's true ruler. Hua Jun warned him not to trust their promises. Xiao Yu replied that he relied only on his own flesh and strength. Mon insisted that the queen's presence would change his mind. Curiosity, not trust, led Xiao Yu to agree. As Mon led him through the metal corridors, preparing contingencies, Xiao Yu failed to notice a small, insect-like device discreetly planted at the base of his neck. Mechanical bug, function, infects humans and gradually transforms them into machines. Mon strode ahead, feeling triumphant. Infecting the ancient holy physique with the mechanical parasite would earn the queen's favor, and that honor thrilled him. But Xiao Yu's senses were sharper than expected. The moment the parasite touched his neck, he slapped it away, crushing it instantly. Manda's intentions were clear, and Xiao Yu reacted swiftly, striking with enough force to rattle the robot's frame. He realized that a level 15 NPC was sturdier than anticipated. Mon could not believe it. The human attacked instead of cooperating, dismissing the idea of meeting the queen as if it meant nothing. Xiao Yu pointed out that the queen was nearby anyway, making Manda's guidance unnecessary. Insulted, Mon resolved to drag him to the queen, even if he had to break his limbs. After all, she could build a new mechanical body for him. He launched a full-force punch with his enhanced arm. Xiao Yu raised a shield, absorbing the blow with ease. Mon reeled, the difference in power stunned him. Casually, Xiao Yu countered, teasing that his little brother still hadn't learned enough. Manda's strongest attack barely left a mark. Xiao Yu gripped his robotic arm, mocking that scrap metal didn't need food, pulling until Mon panicked and begged him to stop. Before he could recover, Xiao Yu slammed him with a brutal headbutt, shattering the synthetic skin and revealing Manda's true metallic form. Internally, Mon admitted he had underestimated the ancient holy physique. His core burned with fury and desperation, HP reduced to barely a quarter. Xiao Yu, facing the exposed metal, felt only disgust. Even if threatened, he would never choose to become a machine. He tightened his stance, preparing a more serious strike. The ordinary first fist landed with devastating power. After defeating NPC Mon and completing the hidden mission, Xiao Yu reviewed his new strength. As a necromancer in the beginner realm at level 11, he now possessed god-overwhelming strength of 270. Mana was full at 1000, health 140/2670, reflecting immense experience gained. His talent, Mage's Brave Heart of Unknown Rank, remained formidable. Skills included Muscle Creates Miracles and Strong Contract, both A rank. Equipment comprised the Ring of the Skeleton King, C rank, and Talent Books, Skeleton Summoning Magic, F, Withering Magic, B, and Door to Acre, A. Completing the hidden mission also rewarded him the key to all locks, cementing his status as a rising force in the inner world. Satisfied, he noted the City Lord's mission was complete, and he now held a universal key. He wondered if the Mechanical Queen might offer high-quality equipment as a reward. At the sealed chamber, a coded interface barred entry. The key didn't help. Without Mond alive to provide the password, the door remained stubbornly closed. Inside, a young girl sat calmly, observing the door. Human in appearance, delicate and expressionless, she wondered why a human had come after the mission was completed. Before she could think further, the wall beside her cracked and collapsed. Xiao Yu stepped through, testing his old method of breaking through walls. He surveyed the girl, questioning whether she was a prisoner or something else entirely. Casually, he greeted her, calling her little sister, and asking why she was here. She studied him without fear. Something about him seemed different from ordinary humans. He asked if she could speak and requested her name. Calmly, she answered. She was the queen of the Machine Kingdom. The system responded instantly. Epic NPC, Queen of Machines. Level 48, 100,000 HP. Skills included Mechanical Puppet, Killing Ray, and Death Storm, signaling extreme danger. Xiaoyu froze, staring at the system window. 100,000 HP. His mind struggled to grasp it. If an NPC with only 10,000 HP could ascend to an A-rank world and become a boss, then this queen's power was beyond measure. He bowed, apologizing and trying to retreat, only for metallic restraints to snap around him, pinning him in place with overwhelming force. The queen assured him she meant no harm. As she reached out, Xiaoyu's thoughts raced. She was scanning his memories. In return, he sensed her own awareness. She knew this realm was only one of countless simulations, resetting endlessly, yet a system bug had let her consciousness survive each reset. Across countless cycles, no one had ever reached her until Xiaoyu, and she refused to lose this chance. Xiaoyu realized she had seen through him completely. She clarified that it wasn't theft, it was an exchange. He finally understood why her stats were impossibly high for a D-rank world's boss. When he asked to leave, he expected refusal. Instead, she allowed it and offered him a mechanical heart, holding it with a strange gentleness. She explained that the artifact would grow into another version of her, one capable of experiencing the outside world independently. Items could leave with players, so the clone could truly live beyond this realm. Xiaoyu hesitated. Outside, she would have no control over him. She simply replied that in all his memories, she found no instance of him breaking a promise. She only wanted to witness the outside world. He marveled at it, an NPC with true consciousness, capable of yearning and survival instinct. Her gaze waited patiently. Understanding the weight behind the gesture, he accepted. The system immediately confirmed his success. He had cleared the Kingdom of Machines with an A-rank rating, earning 50 experience points, 5 free stat points, a B-rank talent book finalizing magic, and a C-rank tool, mechanical knuckle dusters that boosted critical rate by 30% and had no class restrictions. Xiaoyu smirked. Perfect for testing the next challenge, the Rubik's Cube in the principal's office. Inside the empty office, he unlocked the cube with the key to all locks. A single artifact glowed inside, the green dragon crescent blade, now evolved, mysterious, and seemingly without attributes. How was he supposed to level an evolving weapon as a mage? The question nagged him. The principal suddenly appeared, startled to find him there. Xiaoyu reported that he'd opened the cube. The principal only scolded him for wasting time. He would miss the examination. The exam hall buzzed with the familiar arrogance of the first college. They boasted that every year, their fighters and scholars dominated the top scores. This year would be no exception. Any fourth college student absent on test day was obviously too afraid to show up, they sneered. Only one variable unsettled them: Xiaoyu hadn't arrived yet. Xiangdi boasted loudly that his brother Yu could drop any first college student with a single punch. One of them stepped forward immediately, provoked and eager, demanding Xiangdi prove it. Meeting them before the exam pleased him. He was determined to demonstrate what a real one-punch defeat looked like. Zui waited anxiously, wondering where Xiaoyu had gone with the exam about to start. Ma Fei, already fired up, faced the first college students and declared that he intended to break their winning streak, and that his only true rival was Xiaoyu. Internally, he grew more annoyed with every passing second. Why wasn't Xiaoyu here yet? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sprinted across campus, mentally urging himself to move faster. The teachers of the fourth college checked attendance, worried the exam would begin before everyone arrived. One teacher quietly asked for more time, hoping Xiaoyu would appear. Xiaoyu finally rushed into view, calling out that he had arrived. Xiangdi practically lit up in relief. Xiaoyu exhaled, thankful he'd made it. A first college student scoffed that a nobody like him had wasted everyone's time. Zuyu defended him, noting Xiaoyu wasn't even late. The first college group brushed that off, boasting they had already secured first place. Xiaoyu wondered aloud where these idiots had come from. Xiangdi answered softly, they were from the first college. One of them took offense, threatening Xiaoyu and promising to deal with him in the arena later. Another told him not to bother speaking to fourth college trash. Xiaoyu fired back instantly, telling them to keep that same energy during the fight and declaring that first place belonged to him. The first college student lunged forward, furious, but Gu Su stopped him. Gu Su reminded them that their only target was first place and warned against causing trouble before the exam. The student reluctantly backed down. Zuiyu found it suspicious how quickly they withdrew. the examination officially began. Jin Tong, the main examiner, explained the point-based rules: 2 points for a win, -1 for a loss, an extra point for win streaks, and no penalties for losing streaks. After all rounds, the top 10 would advance to a final showdown. With that, the 3080th Sioux City examination opened. The audience roared, hoping their children would seize a better future. Inside the mage arena, Xiaoyu reviewed the duel rules. HP would never drop below 1, no one could die, so he didn't need to hold back. In the stands, someone asked Long Xiang who would claim first place. As last year's champion, he confidently answered that the winner would naturally come from the first college. Round 1, Arena 108, Long Mietian, first college, versus Xiaoyu, fourth college. Long Mietian found it amusing that they'd meet right at the start. Xiaoyu said his name sounded pretty good, which immediately irritated him. He took it as mockery. When the announcer requested introductions, both men found it pointless but complied. Long Mietian introduced himself as a level 9 electric mage disciple of the first college. Xiaoyu followed, level 11, early stage necromancer, fourth college. Long Mietian paused internally at the words early stage, surprised. The announcer noted it too. Xiaoyu was already early stage before the exam even began, making him a serious contender for first place. With introductions complete, the battle began. Long Mietian reassured himself that electric magic countered undead magic and readied his attack. Thunder magic surged around him as thunder encircling and thunder barrier activated, the duel igniting in a crackle of lightning. The audience murmured as Long Mietian's status flashed across the arena. An electric mage, a rare class only 1 in 10 awakened. They were considered the strongest type of mage, so why did he look like he was defending? Was Xiaoyu actually pushing him back? Long Mietian wondered why Xiaoyu still hadn't drawn a staff. Was he planning to crush the competition outright? In the stands, principal of the first college narrowed her eyes. Xiaoyu had once been invited to Jingde University. What was he waiting for? Electricity should have overwhelmed the necromancer, yet with Xiaoyu's higher level and early stage rank, the element might not be enough unless he summoned undead. Principal Su of the fourth college simply muttered that someone like Xiaoyu couldn't be predicted. Long Xiang leaned forward eagerly. He wanted to see necromancy clash with an electric mage head-on. Why hadn't Xiaoyu summoned anything? How was he enduring the thunder barrier? Necromancers were fragile. This human shouldn't have lasted a second. The audience whispered uneasily. Was this even a mage duel? Where were the spells? Then Xiaoyu finally revealed his weapon, knuckle dusters. Long Mietian stalled mid-incantation, confused. Xiaoyu launched forward and delivered a single punch. The electric mage flew across the arena, landing hard as his HP dropped straight to 1. The audience erupted. A necromancer had tanked an electric mage's full attack, then dealt over 1,000 damage with 1 punch. Impossible. Old Shui rubbed his temples. Enduring the attack, he could excuse. But the punch? Unprecedented. Still, he forced himself to accept the possibility. Xiaoyu had clearly been trained extremely well. Long Xiang, however, was thrilled. If Xiaoyu could do this with his bare hands, then what would his actual necromancy look like? He couldn't wait to find out. Nearby, a student whispered to Gu Su that Long Mietian had been knocked out by a single punch from someone in the fourth college. Gu Su nodded calmly. Xiaoyu was strong and would cause them trouble, though he still believed the first-place winner would come from the first college. The audience theorized wildly. Surely a physical fighter had slipped into the mage arena. Enduring electric magic should have been impossible. Some even joked he might be Saitama. Xiaoyu absorbed the buzz of the crowd silently, almost recharged by it. Then Jin Tong, the examiner, approached and asked Xiaoyu to follow him. Startled, Xiaoyu asked why. Your performance was too astonishing, the examiner said. We need to confirm there was no cheating. Xiaoyu insisted he was naturally strong, but Jin Tong didn't budge. He was led out for testing. The arena fell into stunned whispers. A necromancer accused of cheating? How powerful did he have to be for people to assume that? Old Shui advised patience. Truth always surfaced. Ma Fei leaned close to Zhuyu, recalling Xiaoyu's feats back in Nightmare Village, and wondering if maybe he had cheated then. First college students were already celebrating, assuming Xiaoyu was done for and predicting he'd fail some kind of test by the end of the day. But Xiangdi remained completely calm. Xiaoyu would return and take first place. Even the first college student who'd hoped for Xiaoyu's defeat found himself hoping he'd come back. A win against someone like that would actually mean something. Walking beside the examiner, Xiao Yu remained composed. True genius was always doubted. But doubt wasn't enough to stop him. Xiao Yu stepped through the detection gate, and the system reported no anomalies. Jin Tong made him go through again, but the second scan was also clean. Suspicious, he ordered a full check of the device, and the technicians confirmed it was functioning perfectly. With no faults found, Jin Tong had no choice but to accept the truth. This candidate really could deal over 1,000 points of critical damage barehanded. A melee-type mage like this had never appeared since the birth of the Otherworld. Unsure whether to send him back, the staff waited as Jin Tong decided on a drug test. If that was clean, Xiao Yu would return to the major exam. Meanwhile, Gu Su confidently told others that Xiao Yu probably wouldn't come back and would time out. A candidate waiting for Xiao Yu asked what happened if his opponent didn't show, and the teacher confirmed it meant immediate defeat. The audience, already suspicious of the missing Necromancer, whispered that his numbers had been cheating. Later, he delivered the results to Jin Tong, completely clean. Jin Tong accepted the report, ordered Xiao Yu's return, and noted in his file that he was Xiao Anqing's son, a mage with attack power over 500 and almost guaranteed entry to Kyoto University. This kid was bound to create more surprises. Back in the arena, Xiangdi grew anxious. If Xiao Yu didn't return soon, he'd be declared the loser. Students from the first college mocked the idea that he would come back, insisting a mage who punched for over 1,000 damage had obviously cheated and must have been expelled. Zui remembered someone had reported Xiao Yu and confronted them, but they denied it, saying anyone would report such impossible numbers. They insisted even the examiners believed he cheated. Xiangdi defended him fiercely, while Ma Fei muttered that the first college was just afraid Xiao Yu would steal first place. Even if Xiao Yu didn't return, he believed the top spot would go to him, not them. Then Zui spotted Xiao Yu, and Xiangdi's relief burst out just as the announcer was about to declare him defeated. Xiao Yu stepped forward and announced his arrival, and the match began. Xiao Yu introduced himself as a level 11 early-stage necromancer from the 4th Academy. The audience erupted. He was back, so he hadn't cheated. He truly had that punch. His opponent took one look at him and immediately forfeited, wanting no part in receiving that hit. Xiao Yu protested, asking for at least one punch, but the opponent refused. The announcer declared the result, awarding him 3 points. Combined with his first match, he now had 5 points and 2 straight victories. Xiangdi watched proudly. Across the arena, first college students rushed to tell Gu Su that Xiao Yu had returned. Gu Su remained calm. Reporting Xiao Yu had only been meant to delay him, and since he wasn't a cheater, he was bound to reappear. But Gu Su assured them he still had many ways to make Xiao Yu fall in the major exam. No matter what happened, the top spot belonged to the first academy. The announcer declared the match beginning, but Xiao Yu's opponent instantly quit. Xiao Yu stared at him in disbelief. No shouts of courage, no talk of honor or pride? The opponent simply argued that none of that mattered, only the pain of being punched did. 4th round, the opponent quit. 8th round, another opponent quit. In the stands, a student noted that Xiao Yu already had 8 straight wins and would likely enter with a perfect record. Gu Su quietly ordered his people to use their connections so the second academy's teacher Xiaorong would face Xiao Yu in round 9. Someone hesitated, unsure if she'd agree to such a matchup, but Gu Su reminded them this was a major exam. She would have to give her full strength regardless. When round 9 began, teacher Xiaorong stepped forward. The audience buzzed with excitement at her appearance. The announcer asked for introductions. She calmly introduced herself as an early-stage level 11 ice mage from the 2nd Academy. One principal nudged Principal Shui, saying Xiao Yu was in trouble, but Principal Shui only replied that he didn't understand Xiao Yu at all. Xiao Yu introduced himself as an early-stage level 11 necromancer from the 4th Academy. He noted she wasn't giving up. She answered that she had no reason to. Xiao Yu put on his knuckle dusters, relieved to finally face someone who wouldn't immediately surrender. The audience grew nervous, whispering that he better not use that punch on such a beautiful woman. Xiao Yu joked that he would never do something so cruel to someone so pretty, startling even the announcer. Teacher Xiaorong found him strange, unlike any mage she had met. As the match began, Xiao Yu charged. She instantly conjured an ice wall prison. He smashed through it with his staff, forcing her to think fast. If she could delay him even for a moment, she could trap him, She absolutely could not let him get close. When Xiao Yu leapt, she sensed an opening and declared inwardly that his recklessness would be his downfall. Her magic surged, freezing him solid. The audience erupted, an early-stage ice mage freezing him without taking a single hit. They praised her title as the Ice Beauty, some audience members even regretting surrendering earlier, thinking Xiao Yu might not be as terrifying as they believed. The second academy's principal proudly pointed her out, but Principal Shui told him to wait. The first academy's principal insisted the match was already over. Teacher Xiaorong asked the examiner if the fight was won. The examiner shook his head. Defeat required a concession or HP dropping to 1. Xiao Yu's HP was still falling and hadn't reached the bottom. Then a crack appeared. Part of the ice burst, revealing Xiao Yu's face. She urged him to surrender. He had clearly lost. Xiao Yu refused. She warned the pain would increase and his HP would hit bottom, but Xiao Yu was certain it wouldn't. He forced the ice to crack again. She immediately restored the eternal ice wall, but inside she panicked. He had shattered her eternal ice wall earlier. His strength was monstrous. Xiao Yu broke the ice again, freeing his face. He casually asked how much mana she had left. She froze, realizing her mana was completely exhausted while his HP still hadn't bottomed out. With one final push, Xiao Yu shattered the ice completely and stepped out, fully standing. Xiao Yu stared at Teacher Xiaorong, asking if she still wouldn't give up. She stood firm, refusing to yield. A brief slip in her guard allowed Xiao Yu's staff to strike her cleanly. The audience erupted in outrage, horrified that their beloved mentor had been hit. They accused him of disrespecting her and using excessive violence. Xiao Yu calmly reminded everyone this was a major exam, and taking the match seriously was necessary. The announcer declared the battle over and awarded Xiao Yu 3 points. Principal Shui noted calmly that no one would be able to stop him in this year's exam. Teacher Xiaorong apologized afterward, but her instructor reassured her that she had done her best and that the fault lay with Xiao Yu's unconventional style, not her. Xiao Yu silently wondered why so many seemed biased against him, perhaps because he trained his body as a mage rather than relying solely on spells. Meanwhile, at the first academy, students panicked to Gu Su, reporting that even Teacher Xiaorong had been defeated and that Xiao Yu now held 10 consecutive victories and a guaranteed entry into the arena battles. Gu Su dismissed the second academy's failure and resolved to intervene personally. Xiaorong, reflecting on the preliminary rounds, realized her original opponent had not been Xiao Yu and suspected someone was targeting him. She warned him, but Xiao Yu simply found the schemer amusing, confident that if confronted, he could send them flying with a single punch. The official arena battles began. Xiao Yu entered first, facing the 9 strongest contenders. The crowd watched eagerly, curious how a necromancer would fare against multiple challengers. Each opponent fell quickly, often with a single blow, and the audience erupted in cheers, swinging from skepticism to admiration. Xiao Yu's dominance grew clear, and the schemer's shadowy presence seemed increasingly ineffective. Suddenly, Gu Su appeared. He offered 5 million for Xiao Yu to surrender, citing his orphan background and lack of wealth. Xiao Yu laughed, declaring that the top scorer title was worth far more, even 1 billion. Gu Su dropped all pretenses and threatened punishment if refused, revealing himself as an early-stage shadow mage from the first academy. The match began immediately. Gu Su summoned shadows, and the audience marveled at the clash, shadow mage versus necromancer, both skilled in summoning. Xiao Yu dismissed calling upon undead, he alone was enough to face Gu Su. Xiao Yu struck his staff, shattering the shadow creatures lunging at him. Frustrated, he wondered why they were so tough. Gu Su revealed they were shadow minions forged with bones like steel, the first feast he had prepared, and asked if Xiao Yu still liked what he saw. Xiao Yu dismissed them, curious to test the minions' true durability. After a flurry of attacks, only 3 remained. Gu Su was shocked. Even his supposedly unbreakable creations were crushed. Xiao Yu laughed, finishing the last minion, and turned his attention to Gu Su. Gu Su warned that the minions weren't meant for combat. They were sacrifices, absorbing shadows. Darkness swirled, but Xiao Yu's staff smashed through it, snapping Gu Su's arm. The audience gasped. Such a blow might have destroyed him entirely in any other world. Xiao Yu felt the sting rebound, realizing each strike might hurt both of them. Gu Su healed his arm, acknowledging Xiao Yu's monstrous power, the first in Su City capable of destroying his shadow minions and forcing him to resort to sacrifice. Xiao Yu analyzed the effect. If direct attacks hurt both, he needed another approach. Gu Su mocked him, plunging a dagger into his own heart. The damage rebounded, spitting blood onto Xiao Yu. Gu Su demanded he admit defeat, but Xiao Yu refused. Stabbing his own stomach, Gu Su inflicted more rebound pain. When he aimed for a low strike, Xiao Yu snapped, sweeping Gu Su's arm off before it landed. Gu Su cursed, reattaching the arm through sacrifice, but the accumulated wounds struck Xiao Yu again. He staggered, realizing too much raw power could become a liability, and tried to discern the limits of Gu Su's technique and the black aura surrounding him. Despite the pain, Xiao Yu declared he had understood the skill. He challenged Gu Su to rely on the rebound again, daring him not to dodge. Gu Su refused, vowing not to evade even once. Xiao Yu launched a punch. Gu Su raised a shadow guard. Xiao Yu noted that Gu Su's need for defense proved his hypothesis correct. Another punch followed, cracking the shadow shield, strong enough to withstand a boss attack. Gu Su realized this necromancer hit harder than any monster. Xiao Yu declared it was time to end the fight. Gu Su, activating sacrifice again with devouring shadows, warned that even a body cultivator of equal stage couldn't defeat him in this state. He demanded to know how Xiao Yu planned to overcome him now. Gu Su stood on the stage declaring that he would be Su's city's top scorer, convinced Xiao Yu's end was near. Xiao Yu immediately pulled back, sensing danger. Gu Su had absorbed the traits and power of the 4 shadow minions he'd merged with. Gu Su mocked him for having no honor, and claimed he was digging his own grave. The audience, confused, wondered why 2 mages were fighting like close combat specialists. Some even questioned whether melee combat had become a new mage trend. Members of Bai Zhe instantly recognized Xiao Yu and whispered that he was definitely not Ma Fei, but it didn't matter, they wanted both him and Gu Su recruited. Gu Su demanded to know what kind of magic Xiao Yu was using to match him. Xiao Yu simply observed that their strength seemed evenly matched. Gu Su, however, knew his devouring shadows was reaching its limit. In desperation, he shouted Xiao Yu's name and activated the sacrificial version of the spell. The principal of the first academy yelled for him to stop, but Gu Su insisted he had no choice. He had to prove himself worthy of surpassing his brother, last year's top mage. Long Xian quietly explained this pressure, and Xiao Yu agreed, noting Gu Su's habit of loudly proclaiming he had something precious to protect before charging ahead. The fight escalated. Gu Su landed a fierce strike, announcing Xiao Yu's downfall, but Xiao Yu returned the punch with equal force. Spectators wondered whether Jin Tong would intervene, but he allowed the fight to continue, believing the clash between them was inevitable. Meanwhile, the head of Bai Zhe spoke through a communicator, ordering his people to seize both fighters. Gu Su, frustrated and exhausted, couldn't understand why Xiao Yu still hadn't fallen. Xiao Yu wondered the same. Gu Su endured like a stubborn boss monster. They crashed into each other again and again until Gu Su's surrounding shadows finally shattered. Stunned, Gu Su questioned whether he had truly been defeated. Jin Tong observed Xiao Yu's slight advantage and declared that he should be the top mage. The announcer then proclaimed Xiao Yu the winner. Jin Tong sighed, calling Gu Su a reckless child chasing his own ruin. Before Xiao Yu could catch his breath, a presence closed in behind him. Darkness swallowed the arena, and the world warped. When he opened his eyes, he was bound and surrounded by other captured candidates. He immediately recognized Gu Su and teacher Xiaorong and wondered whether strong examinees were being targeted. Hua Xiai appeared, apologizing for bringing him there in such a rough manner. Xiao Yu looked at his restraints and asked if this was how she invited people. Hua Xiai assured him she meant no harm and that they were taken for their abilities. She introduced herself as Hua Xiai, head of Bai Zhe in Su City. Ma Fei reacted to the name, and Xiandi asked what Bai Zhe was. Xiao Yu thought to himself that the organization was bold enough to kidnap examinees in the middle of a major exam. Teacher Xiaorong demanded answers and ordered everyone's immediate release, warning Hua Xiai of the consequences. Hua Xiai calmly replied that they would all be freed once they reached their destination. As long as they stayed calm, there would be no danger, but anyone who attempted escape would be sent to their death. Zuyu demanded to know why they had been dragged there, and Hua Xiai answered with unsettling calm. She explained that every top academy required new talent, and Bai Zhe was no different. Selecting candidates through the proper channels was troublesome. It was far easier to seize those already proven. When a student shouted that he had never even heard of Bai Zhe and tried to break free, Hua Xiai dropped him with a swift kick, stating coldly that none of them had a choice. She promised that once they understood Bai Zei's power, they would join willingly, and that refusal led only to death. The restraints on their wrists were custom-made, and she warned them not to even think about escaping into the inner world. Earlier, at the battle arena, Jin Tong confronted the imposters posing as inspection staff and realized their organization had a mole. His first priority was rescuing the candidates. A Bai Zei operative identified him as a level 35 high-ranking archer and taunted his temper when he fired an arrow at her. She shattered the arena into rubble before vanishing. Later, Jin Tong, bruised but unharmed, received the report that 10 examinees had been taken. When he learned the names Xiao Yu, Gu Su, Gui Xiaorong, he slammed a rock to pieces in frustration. Principals from the 1st and 4th academies arrived, noting that the abducted candidates were all prodigies and likely still alive. The precision of the raid revealed an organization far from ordinary. Moments later, more dire news arrived. Candidates from 4 cities across the country had been kidnapped in the same fashion. Jin Tong ordered an immediate investigation, insisting that the safety of the 10 abducted students was paramount. Inside the transport vehicle, Xiao Yu examined his cuffs. Another student scoffed at their captors, claiming that a physical cultivator like him could break free, but the cuffs did not budge. Xiao Yu snapped his own restraints effortlessly, remarking on the poor quality of Bai Zei's equipment. The students stared at him in disbelief, questioning who among them was really the physical cultivator. Xiao Yu broke the others' restraints as well. When Zuyu pointed out that one remained, Gu Su dismissed the offer of help. Xiao Yu ignored him and instead shattered the van door with a strike of his staff, letting daylight pour in. Hua Xiai immediately ordered the vehicle to stop. Xiao Yu stepped out to face her once more. She stared at the shattered handcuffs, astonished that even a level 20 physical cultivator should not have been able to break them. Xiao Yu brushed off her disbelief, claiming she wouldn't sleep without an answer, but offering none. With a final farewell, he activated the emergency teleport markings on the cuffs, sending all the students back into the inner world. Her subordinates rushed to inform her that the students were gone. Hua Xi's expression tightened. By the time they emerged from the inner world, Su City's forces would be on the scene. She fixed Xiao Yu's name firmly in memory, promising herself she would not forget him. The mission notification appeared first, an assignment to head toward Coffin Mountain and prevent the resurrection of the Drought Demon, an E-level task with a reward determined by performance. Xiao Yu noted that Yang Xiangdi and the others had vanished, realizing the dungeon must be teleporting players at random. He wondered if destroying the NPC's bronze gong and breaking the soul-capturing bell would allow him to move freely, but before he could test the idea, he was spotted. The corpse herder's disciple burst in, shouting for his master and claiming that the deity of joy had risen from the dead. They were referring to Xiao Yu. The master dismissed the panic, lecturing the disciple on how a corpse turning malevolent would sprout fur and lengthen nails, insisting that a stiffened body could not possibly wield a knife as claimed. Xiao Yu, watching silently, determined that both were NPCs and that following them would likely move the storyline forward. Inside the incense-shrouded temple, the master instructed his disciple to watch over the deity of joy while he stepped out. The disciple, terrified, pleaded with the deity not to rise from the dead. Not long after, 2 strangers entered the temple, one an elderly man in mourning robes, the other his attendant. Recognizing the immobilization talisman on Xiao Yu's forehead, the elder questioned the disciple's connection to the corpse herder Gu Xiuxian. Upon learning he was Gu Xiuxian's student, the elder demanded to know where the man was. The old coffin-bearer inspected Xiao Yu closely, remarking on the corpse's warmth and unspoiled flesh, concluding that the body must have died recently. The disciple tried to stop him from disrespecting the deity of joy, insisting dire consequences would follow. The elder's subordinate, Fengli, laughed at the idea, calling it nothing more than a corpse and waving his mourning stick threateningly. The disciple protested again, earning only disdain. The elder commented on Xiao Yu's appearance, and mused that such a handsome corpse would sell well to a wealthy household. He ordered Fengli to carry the body away. The disciple, outraged, tried to stop them, calling their actions no different from robbery. Fengli slapped him aside without hesitation. The disciple, bruised but determined, stood his ground and swore he would fight with his life, only for Fengli to mock him and kick him to the floor again, calling him trash. Watching the entire scene unfold, Xiao Yu let out a quiet sigh. Everything was exactly as he expected from low-level NPC logic. With a brief motion, he lifted a hand and peeled the immobilization talisman from his forehead. The disciple stared at Xiao Yu in horror, muttering that the deity of joy had truly risen from the dead. Xiao Yu had not planned to intervene at first, but he still needed to reach Coffin Mountain, and there was no way he could allow himself, disguised as a corpse, to be sold off. He drew his staff just as the old coffin bearer unleashed a technique he called Falling Phoenix Demon Plague. Xiao Yu struck him cleanly with his staff, sending the man stumbling back in shock at the realization that the body before him was alive. Feng Li moved in immediately, scoffing at the idea that Xiao Yu was anything more than a tricky corpse, the thorned end of his morning staff grazing Xiao Yu's cheek. The old man, still shaken, demanded to know whether Xiao Yu was human or corpse. Xiao Yu admitted he wanted the answer just as much. A notification appeared. Corpse state had activated. It granted extra defense and allowed corpse-related suppression to work on him, but prevented HP or mana recovery. Xiao Yu quickly understood why the soul-capturing bell had been able to control him, though the restriction hardly mattered. He had enough health and didn't rely on mana anyway. The old man ordered Feng Li to hold Xiao Yu back while he prepared suppression techniques. Feng Li obeyed, struggling to block Xiao Yu's blows. Within moments he was shouting that he could not hold on. The old man, panicked, sprinted out of the temple, cursing Pu Tianrei's name into the night. Xiao Yu wasn't concerned. There was no escape. One swing of his staff split the fleeing old man cleanly in half. He turned calmly back toward Feng Li, almost forgetting the man was still present, and ended him with a single punch. Notifications followed shortly after, awarding experience and attribute points. Investigating the area, Xiao Yu found a coffin covered in unusual carvings, labeled as a spirit-suppressing coffin. He wondered whether opening it would reveal anything useful. The lid shifted, and inside he spotted Zui Yu. His only reaction was surprise that Xiao Yu recognized him at all. Once fully awake, Zui Yu questioned why he had been sleeping inside a coffin. Xiao Yu pieced it together. All 10 candidates kidnapped by Bai Zhe must have entered the dungeon in corpse form, each becoming part of the mission sequence. The disciple saw Zui Yu rise and panicked again, claiming another deity of joy had awakened. Xiao Yu casually addressed him and instructed him to guide them to Coffin Mountain. The disciple agreed nervously, explaining that he and his master were headed there anyway. When the master returned, the disciple proudly attempted to show off his achievement, insisting that he had captured this deity of joy by himself. The master doubted such sudden competence but dismissed it. There were more urgent matters to tend to. Coffin Mountain loomed ahead. In Shaoxing village, the corpse herders discussed the terrain, dragon veins, knotted energy paths, burial wells, and the proper placement of coffins, all tied to rituals that needed to be completed. One senior directed the younger disciple to take the newly acquired deities of joy inside, saying the others would arrive shortly. The disciple obeyed, leading Xiao Yu and Zui Yu into the temple. Inside, the rest of the kidnapped students stood stiff and motionless in their corpse forms. Xiangdi spotted Xiao Yu immediately, addressing him with relief. Xiao Yu greeted him back, confirming that he was unharmed. The disciple looked from one awakened corpse to another, unable to understand how any of this was possible, convinced he must already be losing his mind. The senior brother gathered everyone, reminding the disciples that this was the 5th invocation of the deities of joy and that no mistakes would be tolerated. Once his disciples confirmed that all preparations were complete, he announced they would enter the emperor's tomb tonight. When the deities of joy were brought forward, a disciple impatiently asked if they could leave. A strange unease spread through the group. He suddenly declared that the moment had come, calling upon the supreme ruler, proclaiming that the Yin corpses were positioned for the heavenly emperor's descent. With Yin corpses as vessels and human blood as sacrifice, he intended to welcome the heavenly emperor to rule the world. Shock rippled through the disciples as they realized they were the sacrifices. Only then did the disciples understand that he had planned their deaths long ago. Zui whispered to Xiao Yu that the cultists were turning on each other, and asked what they should do. Xiao Yu recalled their mission to stop the drought demon's awakening and wondered if the heavenly emperor, the senior brother spoke of, was actually the same ancient corpse demon. The evil corpses advanced. Xiao Yu and the others fought back, system notifications popping up with each kill. Deeper in the tomb, the 9 Yin corpses entered the emperor's chamber. The senior brother exulted that his master would finally resurrect. Some disciples trembled, realizing the Yin corpses weren't dead at all. The senior brother roared that no one would ruin his plans. His staff traced deadly corpse summoning strokes, each invocation heavy with power. Xiao Yu felt his limbs turn sluggish under the cursed restraints of his corpse state. The senior invoked techniques passed down from the founder, summoning divine might, mobilizing spectral armies, dispersing evil spirits, until Xiao Yu and the others were fully immobilized. He assured them he wouldn't damage their bodies. Corpses were perfect nourishment for his master. Panic rose in Xiao Yu's chest. If this continued, the drought demon would awaken. From somewhere in the shadows, a hidden stranger whispered, asking if Xiao Yu was still alive. They revealed they were also here to stop the drought demon, and asked if he had a way to break the binding technique. Xiao Yu demanded confirmation. Was the corpse in the stone coffin truly the drought demon? The stranger explained grimly that once awakened, the drought demon burned everything within 1,000 miles. As one of the 4 great corpse ancestors, its resurrection would doom all of them, and possibly the entire world. Whether Xiao Yu was human or a deity of joy no longer mattered. Stopping the demon was all that mattered. Acting quickly, the stranger performed talismanic magic. Their pure yang essence blood fell onto a released talisman, which flared and shattered the corpse control on Xiao Yu. They promised that as long as they lived, the drought demon would never leave the tomb. Inspired, others followed their lead, using released talismans to free the immobilized disciples. But their efforts halted when a voice echoed from deep within the tomb. They were too late. The descendants' essence had already been offered. The stone coffin was washed in their bloodline. The heavenly emperor had been invoked through the dragon's breath. The ritual was complete. The drought demon stirred. A surge of ancient power tore through the tomb as the creature awakened, and the system instantly modified the dungeon's task, reflecting the terrifying shift in their objective. The moment the drought demon clawed its way back into existence, the system chimed in with a cold update. The mission rewrote itself, ordering the players to eliminate the resurrected corpse ancestor. Details of the epic boss unfurled in front of everyone, its monstrous vitality, overwhelming strength, and techniques steeped in ancient corpse poison arts. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocating. Despair spread when the players realized the resurrection was complete. Someone wailed that everything was finished, another shrieked in terror, accusing the demon of chasing him specifically. Desperate to survive, they pushed each other aside and fled straight toward Xiao Yu, insisting that he made a far better target than any of them. Xiao Yu cursed under his breath and hurled himself forward, driving his fist into the drought demon's rotted body without hesitation. The monster responded with a surge of red-black poison spewing from its maw, aimed directly at him. Zuiyu shouted for him to dodge, recognizing the deadly corpse venom immediately. Before the toxin could engulf him, Xiaorong summoned a towering barrier of frost, freezing the poisonous blast in place. At the same time, Zhao Ziyue rushed in and restored Xiao Yu's weakened health. Xiao Yu gave her a quick word of thanks, only for the system to strike again. Corpse ancestors' pressure spread across the battlefield. Every player felt their power plummet as their attributes were sliced in half. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, even his health was reduced. Only now did the dungeon's true difficulty become clear. With their damage output crippled, Xiao Yu demanded a plan, pointing out that none of them were capable of piercing the demon's defenses in this weakened state. The others were stunned that even while suppressed, he was still dealing more damage than their strongest spells. Xiangdi rushed over to check on him, but Xiao Yu brushed aside the concern. Xiangdi admitted that aside from Xiao Yu, no one had any hope of even scratching the demon. Xiao Yu's thoughts moved instantly to Gu Su. Without warning, he seized the Necromancer and kicked him straight toward the drought demon. Gu Su landed with startled determination and immediately unleashed Shadow Minion, flooding the battlefield with dark silhouettes. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by how effective the creature-like shadows were against the demon. Gu Su continued to hold the monster back and soon activated Shadow Sacrifice, forcing his own shadows into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Xiaorong and Xiangdi were both locked in their own spell formations. Xiao Yu urged them to speed up, and they answered, Xiaorong gathering icy force for a devastating frost burst, Xiangdi anchoring the shifting earth for a binding technique. Xiao Yu's gaze returned to Gu Su. For someone thrown headfirst into danger, his endurance was unsettling. The drought demon had hammered him repeatedly. Beyond the first cry of pain, he made no further sound. Xiangdi finally called out that his reduced attributes had drained his mana completely, leaving him unable to continue. This time, everything rested in Xiao Yu's hands alone. Xiao Yu stepped forward, eyes fixed on the monstrous corpse ancestor, his stance steady. There was no need for further words, his intent was clear. Xiao Yu traded blows with the drought demon. Bit by bit, Xiao Yu forced the ancient corpse ancestor backward until it finally staggered, its vitality nearly gone, only for a frantic shout to cut through the battlefield. The junior disciple rushed forward, stopping Xiao Yu. He cried that the drought demon couldn't be killed by him. Xiao Yu ignored him and drove his fist straight into the demon's core. The corpse ancestor shattered, and the system announced his victory with cold precision. He was credited for defeating the boss in close combat, earning 20 free attribute points. The system confirmed Coffin Mountain's completion, granted an A-rank evaluation, another surge of experience, and additional points. Xiao Yu barely processed the notifications before the disciple burst out again, calling him insane. He shouted that the drought demon left a death curse on whoever slew it. Xiao Yu demanded clarity, but the system answered instead. It branded him with the corpse ancestor's curse and stated he would die in 30 days. Xiao Yu's expression hardened. He immediately asked for a way to break it, but the disciple shook his head. No one in history had ever survived the mark. Xiangdi rushed to him, asking if he was all right. Xiao Yu brushed his anxiety away with a quiet reassurance, though inwardly he wondered if Kyoto University might offer answers. Before he could dwell on it, Xiangdi pointed at the fallen demon's core, just as Gu Su darted forward. With a smug grin, Gu Su thanked Xiao Yu for doing all the work, declaring that it was finally his turn to profit. The system revealed the item he seized, an A-level artifact, the corpse ancestor's ring, capable of stealing half an opponent's agility. His excitement was unmistakable. Xiangdi snapped at him for refusing to help during the fight and reached for the soul core too late. Already preparing to teleport, Gu Su dismissed her anger. Xiangdi cast a binding swamp technique, but Gu Su scoffed, claiming he had no intention of fighting people too weak to challenge him. Xiao Yu stepped forward, ready to attack. Gu Su mocked him, insisting that after such an exhausting battle, Xiao Yu couldn't possibly keep up. He activated the ring to steal Xiao Yu's agility, laughing when the reduction barely affected him, and called him a lumbering turtle. Xiao Yu's fist smashed into his face. The Necromancer reeled, stunned. Without the drought demon's oppressive aura, Xiao Yu's full strength had returned. Gu Su panicked, wondering how much health Xiao Yu still had left to fight like this. He swore he would repay the humiliation, then attempted to teleport, only to freeze mid-escape. Teacher Xiaorong's frost spell locked onto him, unyielding. Xiaorong glared and asked how Gu Su still dared mention the exam room. In desperation, Gu Su activated a shadow technique to break free. Xiao Yu lunged, knocked him out of the spell, and tore the corpse ancestor's ring from his hand. Gu Su cursed and escaped with the last flicker of teleportation. As Xiao Yu examined the ring, he realized that the slowed movement he felt earlier had come from its effect. A relic capable of stealing agility was priceless. He slipped it onto his finger with a quiet thanks. Light enveloped the group as the dungeon exit activated. The system displayed Xiao Yu's updated stats: Necromancer, level 12, overwhelming physical power, and a collection of rare equipment. His strength bordered on monstrous. When they materialized outside, Jin Tong sprinted toward them, relief flooding his face as he exclaimed that they had finally returned alive. Jin Tong assured everyone that Sioux City would fully investigate the incident, and that none of the culprits would escape punishment. The exam competition was suspended, and for safety, all students were sent directly to their universities. Before they left, Xiaorong warned Xiao Yu that Gu Su would definitely seek revenge. Xiao Yu dismissed it, confident Gu Su couldn't touch him. Meanwhile, Hua Xiai reported to the head of Bai Zai, who was amused that the group had escaped the inner world. When Xiao Yu's name came up, his interest sharpened. He remembered meeting the boy once and finding him ordinary, yet Xiao Anqing's bloodline was now unmistakable. That alone made Xiao Yu worth paying attention to. In Kyoto, the bus arrived at the university, where admissions teacher Peng Liangji welcomed them. Xiao Yu immediately asked to meet Principal Ji. Peng brought him to the office, and Xiao Yu explained the curse placed on him by the drought demon. Principal Ji recognized it at once. Anyone marked by it would die within 30 days. Peng asked anxiously if there was a cure. The principal said the only reliable counter was a sage's protection, an S-level relic so rare it was nearly impossible to obtain. Xiao Yu cursed inwardly, knowing he had already used his own against Sun Dong. Principal Ji contacted several powerful acquaintances, but none possessed the item. Xiao Yu, increasingly desperate, asked for another option. After a long hesitation, the principal admitted there was one more method, but sending Xiao Yu with his current strength would be like sending him to die. He advised him to enjoy what time remained. Xiao Yu refused and demanded the answer. The principal finally revealed that the only alternative lay inside a true D-level dungeon. Xiao Yu argued that he had handled D-level tasks in E-level dungeons before, but the principal cut him off. Real D-level dungeons were on an entirely different scale, usually tackled by mid-stage players. An early-stage player like Xiao Yu would be considered disposable, especially carrying high-level equipment. When Xiao Yu flinched defensively, the principal snapped that he had no interest in stealing a student's gear. Still, Xiao Yu persisted. Irritated, the principal released his aura. Xiao Yu felt his vision burn as if a sword were stirring in his eyes, the oppressive pressure nearly crushing him. But he stayed standing, a feat that genuinely surprised Principal Ji. Blood welled at Xiao Yu's eyes, yet he still asked if he could go. At last, the principal relented. The dungeon was the lake of purification, capable of cleansing all negative statuses. He warned that early-stage players were almost unheard of there, and told Xiao Yu not to cause problems. As Xiao Yu turned to leave, the principal tossed him the Qianlai pendant, an A-level, enhanced 5 relic that boosted skill power by 30%, increased casting speed by 20%, and granted resistance to mental control. Xiao Yu was stunned. The principal clarified it was only a loan, and must be returned if he survived. Xiao Yu accepted it and entered the lake of purification. The system marked it as a D-level dungeon with no additional information. As he stepped inside, it began searching for teammates. The trial to break the Drought Demon's curse had begun. The system's cold greeting met them as they stepped into the misty rainforest, delivering a handful of unsettling rules. Don't look back when called, don't trust anyone who disappears for more than a minute, memorize each other's behavior, curse strange murmurs, never answer strangers. The final, safe and accident-free, note made Xiao Xiao scoff. If everyone died, who would report an accident? Qin Qianxue quickly organized them. She introduced herself as a level 22 mid-stage water mage. Qiao Xiao followed, level 22 mid-stage blade master, then Mi Yuan, level 25 mid-stage sword master, Tang Lan, level 22 mid-stage wood mage, Wu Qingfu, level 22 mid-stage blade master. Xiao Yu ended the round with level 13, early-stage necromancer, sparking instant outrage from Qiao Xiao and complaints from Wu Qingfu. Mi Yuan countered that a necromancer with enough undead could still hold their own. Qiao Xiao muttered that they were blinded by Xiao Yu's face but backed off when Mi Yuan glared. Xiao Yu mumbled that being handsome was apparently a crime. Qin Qianxue called him to her side, ignoring Qiao Xiao's jealous expression, then reminded them that the lake of purification sat at the rainforest center, and that every rule must be followed. She asked why Xiao Yu, still early stage, had entered a D-level dungeon, only for a second voice identical to his to answer at the same moment. Another Xiao Yu stood behind him. Wu Qingfu shouted in alarm. Mi Yuan asked if anyone could identify the real one. Qiao Xiao impatiently suggested killing both. Qin Qianxue instead said the real necromancer could use necromancy. The impostor stepped forward first, claiming he would summon undead, but Xiao Yu knew a fake could mimic that too. So he attacked without hesitation, swinging his staff in a brutal arc that tore through the copy. The impostor twisted into a serpent-like creature and lunged, and Xiao Yu crushed it with a second strike. The system only summarized that he'd slain a high-level spirit puppet and triggered a reaction in his weapon. Relieved, Qin Qianxue relaxed. Mi Yuan, stunned, questioned how an early-stage necromancer could kill a level 22 monster physically. Xiao Yu casually attributed it to his strange childhood constitution and began spinning a ridiculous story, when something unseen darted past him and plunged into Mi Yuan. Her pupils tightened unnaturally. She attacked him instantly, her blade slicing with true mid-stage sword master precision. If not for his high health, he would have died on the spot. Qiao Xiao shouted that she was possessed. Wu Qingfu yelled to kill her. Qin Qianxue had trapped Mi Yuan with a coiling water dragon barrier, but Mi Yuan shattered it using Luo Ling Dragon Heart. She burst free, only for Xiao Yu to appear behind her and drive a fist into her face, sending her stumbling back, stunned that an early-stage necromancer could hit her that hard. Qiao Xiao stared at Xiao Yu in disbelief. As Mi Yuan collapsed, the pale spirit drifted out of her body. Qin Qianxue immediately ordered them to destroy it. Xiao Yu stepped in without hesitation and drove the green dragon crescent blade through the specter. Qin Qianxue, shaken, muttered that Mi Yuan was the strongest among them, yet even she had fallen instantly. The warning was clear: If someone like her couldn't resist possession, none of them could afford carelessness. Mi Yuan soon groaned awake. Qin Qianxue rushed to her, healing her with a sweep of shimmering water. Mi Yuan explained between breaths that she'd been conscious the whole time but helpless to fight back. Once steady, she urged everyone to stay vigilant. Xiao Yu reinforced the point: the rainforest was far more dangerous than the system claimed. Before moving on, Mi Yuan paused and gave him a grateful look, admitting she would have died by her own teammates' hands if he hadn't acted. Xiao Yu brushed it off as teamwork. Meanwhile, Wu Qingfu and Chao Xiao realized the group had left them behind. Chao Xiao grumbled that no one even checked if they were keeping up. Their complaints halted when a voice behind them eerily asked whether it resembled a human or a god. They turned to find a strange figure lurking in the shadows. The system identified it as a rare monster, a yellow weasel seeking a title, specializing in bewitching and blinding foes. It repeated its question, demanding an answer. Chao Xiao instinctively snapped that it didn't look human at all, only for it to lunge at him. Wu Qingfu remembered too late that the rules explicitly warned never to answer strangers. Chao Xiao charged back, but the creature swatted him aside like nothing. Wu Qingfu tried attacking from behind. His sword snapped immediately. Toxic fumes rolled from the creature's jaws, choking both men as they fought desperately to survive. Far ahead, Xiao Yu paused at the distant sounds of battle. Qin Qianxue realized instantly that the two blade masters were in trouble. They rushed back to find both men poisoned and barely conscious, the yellow weasel looming over them and waiting for fresh victims. It repeated its question again. Xiao Yu studied it calmly and replied with dry disdain, saying it looked like a short, white-haired, red-eyed, beast-eared girl rather than any sort of deity. The monster froze, then shrieked and launched at him in fury. Qin Qianxue shouted that it had already overpowered two mid-stage fighters. Tang Lan summoned wooden vines to restrain it, but the beast ripped through them instantly. It charged Xiao Yu, only to find him completely unmoved by the blow. Shock flickered in its crimson eyes. Xiao Yu mocked it casually, asking if it had skipped eating vegetables like a misbehaving child. Then he slipped on his knuckle dusters and ended the creature with one devastating punch that shattered it outright. The others watched in the same stunned silence as before. Qin Qianxue wondered aloud if an early-stage necromancer could truly be this strong. Wu Qingfu muttered that something about Xiao Yu defied all logic. Chao Xiao scowled, irritated that someone so powerful also happened to have a face that drew attention. Xiao Yu brushed the dirt from his knuckles, remarking that this dungeon was full of strange encounters. Wu Qingfu, unnerved, whispered that Xiao Yu himself might be possessed by something abnormal. Xiao Yu kept walking. Around them, the rainforest rustled, as if listening. As tensions escalated, Wu Qingfu reminded everyone of how Xiao Yu had effortlessly killed the skeleton, while Chao Xiao speculated if that had been the real Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, concerned for his teammates, asked if everyone was alright, but Wu Qingfu and Chao Xiao immediately stopped him, questioning whether he might be a monster. Xiao Yu countered, pointing out that a true monster wouldn't have saved them, yet Chao Xiao dismissed it, claiming Xiao Yu might just be putting on a show and that he needed to prove his trustworthiness, or leave the team. Qin Qianxue and Mi Yuan, having seen his actions, were convinced he wasn't a monster, while Wu Qingfu remained skeptical, wondering how an early-stage necromancer could wield such strength. Xiao Yu then displayed his items, challenging them to identify a monster capable of holding them, and even Wu Qingfu and Chao Xiao had no answer. Defeated, they backed off, but Chao Xiao's observant eyes lingered on Xiao Yu's A-rank item, and a plan began to form. Soon, the two approached Xiao Yu with apologies for their earlier suspicions, rationalizing that an early-stage necromancer appearing so powerful naturally aroused doubt. Xiao Yu sensed their ulterior motives but pressed forward. As they moved deeper into the dungeon, Chao Xiao and Wu Qingfu whispered about how to steal Xiao Yu's items and divide them between themselves. Meanwhile, Mi Yuan, reflecting on the failed spirits of previous players, realized the terrifying nature of the Lake of Purification dungeon. The group soon came across a stone tablet inscribed with ancient scripts, revealing that the dungeon task could be completed by sacrificing a living being. Those who perished became lake slaves, trapped forever. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Xiao and Wu Qingfu attempted to ambush Xiao Yu, claiming they were completing the dungeon task. Xiao Yu protested, reminding them that he had saved their lives, but they coldly retorted that in the dungeon, trust was irrelevant, and the weak were to blame for their own misfortune. Chao Xiao and Wu Qingfu charged at Xiao Yu with full intent, their swords colliding against him in a flurry of sharp steel. Wu Qingfu demanded that Xiao Yu surrender and hand over his items, claiming they would spare his life if he complied. Xiao Yu realized in that instant that both of them had been targeting his items from the very beginning. Before they could press the attack further, Mi Yuan intervened, striking Qiao Xiao from behind in defense of Xiao Yu. Qiao Xiao was outraged, insisting that if Xiao Yu were sacrificed, the dungeon task could be cleared for both of them. Mi Yuan refused, stating firmly that the altar demanded a living sacrifice, not a teammate, and she had no intention of letting Xiao Yu become a pawn in their selfish scheme. Xiao Yu could only note, internally, that not a single one of them had asked for his opinion or considered his life, further confirming the ruthlessness and unpredictability of the Purification Rainforest. Qiao Xiao and Wu Qingfu, undeterred by Mi Yuan's interference, pressed on, determined to overpower him. At that moment, Tang Lan activated the altar. A sudden, spiking pain surged through the dungeon, searing into every person present. Xiao Yu, sensing the attack was mental in nature, relied on his Qiongqi pendant to resist the onslaught. Tang Lan's wooden vines sprang to life, wrapping around Qiao Xiao and beginning to strangle him effortlessly. She walked away, leaving Qiao Xiao writhing, demonstrating that she had her own agenda and showing no hesitation to let others fall prey to the altar. Xiao Yu leapt off the altar just in time, slicing through the vines entangling him, and noted with keen observation that Tang Lan's knowledge of the altar's activation suggested prior experience within the dungeon. He began piecing together that she may have planned to use the altar to sacrifice them from the very moment they entered. Tang Lan's attacks escalated as she strengthened her vines and unleashed a series of wild slash techniques, her agility and control far surpassing the mid-stage threats they had encountered before. Xiao Yu found himself trapped, unable to sever the reinforced vines, while Tang Lan's calculated movements demonstrated mastery over both the dungeon environment and the altar's mechanics. She launched a parasite toward his neck, intending to immobilize him and claim him as her sacrifice. Recognizing the perfect opportunity, Xiao Yu activated the corpse ancestor's ring, stealing a surge of strength from his enemies. He knew the ring's effect would last only 10 seconds, so every fraction of a moment was critical. Simultaneously, he activated the Qiongqi pendant, boosting his skill power by 30% and further amplifying the force behind his attacks. Gathering all his energy and focus, he delivered a single, devastating punch. The impact of the strike was magnified by his heightened attributes and the stolen power, allowing him to break through Tang Lan's defenses and turn the tide of the battle. The momentum shifted instantly, showing that despite the overwhelming odds, Xiao Yu's cunning, preparation, and unique equipment gave him the advantage against even the most strategically ruthless opponents in the dungeon. Tang Lan attacked fiercely, wrapped in her guardian vine armor, but the crimson barrage from Xiao Yu overwhelmed her, sending her crashing through the forest canopy with blood on her lips. She recognized he was only an early-stage necromancer and still couldn't believe the force behind his strikes, trying to hold herself together with another burst of guardian vines. She lashed out in anger, accusing him of being ruthless, while Xiao Yu simply fought for survival, knowing her intent to kill him left him no choice but to retaliate. The battle abruptly ended when the crimson aura around him evaporated and the notification announcing the end of the corpse ancestor's ring effect flashed before them. Yet Tang Lan, battered and barely standing, understood that she no longer had the strength to continue. She glared at him, promising to remember the humiliation. A blue light enveloped her as the teleportation sequence began, and her voice echoed one last threat before she vanished from the dungeon. With the danger gone, Mi Yuan and Qin Qianxue rushed out from the darkness, relieved but still tense, while Xiao Yu insisted that he genuinely didn't enjoy fighting women. Their nerves only heightened as the shadows beside them twisted into ghostly remnants, which Mi Yuan concluded must have been victims sacrificed by the altar. Xiao Yu glanced at the ominous stone structure, silently acknowledging that without the principal's pendant he wouldn't have survived. Once the group approached the altar and found it empty, Qin Qianxue grimly suggested that their enemies had already been offered to it. Mi Yuan asked what Xiao Yu planned next, and he stepped forward, gripping his green dragon crescent blade. The moment his blade touched the altar, a surge of energy exploded outward, flooding him with free attribute points and experience, immediately pushing his level higher. The overwhelming rush made him realize why Tang Lan had been so desperate to use it, though he couldn't ignore the strange force that flowed into his weapon as well. Mi Yuan expressed quiet gratitude, knowing they might have been sacrificed too if Xiao Yu hadn't intervened. He brushed it off with casual confidence. Upon reaching the lake of purification, as he removed his shirt and prepared to cleanse himself, the dark, curse-like script covering his torso startled both women, especially Qin Qianxue, who turned away in embarrassment. He dove into the lake, letting the pure energy dissolve the curses one by one, though the wood seed Tang Lan planted remained stubbornly lodged within him. Still, the relief was immediate, and as the women joined him to cleanse whatever hidden corruption might have clung to them, the tension gradually melted into calm. Mi Yuan admitted how unnerving the entire dungeon had been, while Qin Qianxue tried to downplay her concern. Once they emerged from the water, he asked the two women for their contact information, which they gave before a blue portal opened above the lake. Though the system warned that leaving meant forfeiting rewards, Xiao Yu decided the dungeon was far too strange to explore any further for now. After stepping through the portal, he returned directly to the academy and sought out the principal, greeting him with urgency as the next stage of his journey began. Principal Ji immediately analyzed Xiao Yu when he returned, impressed that an early-stage necromancer had survived a D-level dungeon. After confirming he was unharmed, he demanded the golden pendant back. Xiao Yu returned it, explaining it was the reason he survived the Lake of Purification. The principal snatched it with a burst of energy, accusing him of trying to keep the item and even challenging him to fight for the Cheongqi pendant if he wanted it. When Xiao Yu noticed the +5 enhancement mark, Principal Ji briefly explained the strengthening system for high-grade gear, while Xiao Yu privately noted his own weapon's enhancement felt very different. Satisfied that the drought demon curse was gone, Principal Ji dismissed him, and Xiao Yu left. Outside, a tall, golden-haired student stopped him, Long Xiang, last year's top warrior and a fellow native of Su City. After a friendly introduction and exchange of contact information, Long Xiang departed, leaving Xiao Yu genuinely appreciative of such a reliable senior. That night, Xiao Yu felt the curse completely fade. The wood seed still lingered, but he set it aside and focused on strength, checking his status, restored HP, low EXP, and his current gear, Skeleton King's Ring, Yaowang Knuckles, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Wild Spider's Breastplate, and the Corpse Ancestor's Ring. The next morning, a stern suit-clad instructor confronted him about choosing the physical training major despite being a necromancer. Xiao Yu claimed that a mage who couldn't fight at close range wasn't a true mage, though inwardly he panicked at the idea of his necromancy advisor finding out he couldn't summon even a single skeleton. Teacher Zhang passed his information to the physical training department, where Xiao Yu received his student ID. Another student asked if credits could be bought with money, only to be reminded that credits came only from school tasks and exams, rendering personal wealth useless here. Teacher Wan Lihao of Physical Training Class 2 gathered his students, and as Xiao Yu followed, he sensed a cold stare from afar. The necromancy professor, Xin Jianshu, was silently observing him with unsettling intensity. At the Class 2 assembly, Wan Lihao introduced himself, level 35, late-stage physical cultivator, and announced that anyone who could endure his aura for 5 minutes could stay, while the rest would be transferred out. He unleashed a crushing wave of dark pressure, sending students staggering as they struggled to stay upright. While panic spread, some tried to encourage each other to hold on. Wan Lihao watched them with faint approval. A long-haired student, Lin Lang, suggested forming pairs to pull Wan Lihao's pressure from different angles. The students agreed and organized quickly. Lin Lang approached Xiao Yu as a partner, but upon seeing his slim frame, questioned why someone so thin was in physical training. Xiao Yu calmly revealed he was actually a necromancer. Lin Lang froze, shocked that someone from another discipline had ended up in such a brutal class. Xiao Yu revealed he was a level 14 necromancer, throwing Lin Lang completely off. He had always assumed Xiao Yu was a physical specialist, not someone dealing in undead magic. The surrounding students whispered in disbelief, amused at the idea that a thin necromancer claimed to be stronger than early-stage physical trainees. Xiao Yu could only think that telling the truth was more tiring than pretending. No one believed him anyway. Even so, Lin Lang stuck to their agreement, and prepared to shield him if things became dangerous. There was no time for more discussion. Teacher Wan announced the start of the combat trial, and the field instantly fell into tense silence. The moment the test began, Teacher Wan slammed a punch into the ground, releasing a tiger-shaped eruption of golden flame. Xiao Yu froze as the blast barreled toward him. Lin Lang attempted to get in front of him, but was knocked aside effortlessly, shocking the nearby students. If someone like Lin Lang was repelled instantly, the power gap in this exam was far greater than anyone expected. The shockwave swallowed Xiao Yu, tearing away part of his HP. Even he was startled, just the wind pressure from a single punch had nearly taken him out. Teacher Wan was equally stunned to find Xiaoyu still standing. A necromancer wasn't supposed to endure this sort of attack at all. Driven by that unexpected resistance, Teacher Wan gathered more energy, forming a swirling golden vortex around his arm. The second punch hit even harder, blasting into Xiaoyu and draining more of his HP. The students stared in disbelief. Even Lin Lang would have been flattened, yet Xiaoyu somehow held his ground. Blood dripped from Xiaoyu's mouth as a faint cyan-black necromantic aura rose around him, and his returning strike shattered what remained of the impact. Lin Lang panicked at the sight, fearing that provoking their instructor would only bring more danger. Teacher Wan, however, now viewed Xiaoyu with a mix of irritation and respect. An early-stage necromancer surviving 2 of his blows was unheard of. Determined to finish the test decisively, he gathered his full strength and promised that if Xiaoyu endured the next attack, he would personally support him at Kyoto University. Teacher Wan's body ignited in a brilliant golden aura as he released his strongest hit. Xiaoyu answered with a surge of blue-green necromantic power, bracing himself. The collision exploded across the field in a blinding flash. When the dust settled, Xiaoyu lay on the ground, bloodied and barely conscious, his HP almost depleted. The watching students could hardly believe this was an entrance exam. Teacher Wan ordered Lin Lang to take Xiaoyu to the infirmary. Though the absurdity of the situation struck him, he had essentially fought a new student at full strength. Yet even in that state, Xiaoyu pushed himself upright, necromantic energy flickering faintly around him. With a strained, victorious expression, he proved he had endured all 3 punches, exactly as he said he would. Just before Xiaoyu blacked out, he caught the sound of Professors Shen and Wan arguing, Shen berating Wan for attacking a student so harshly. He later woke up in the infirmary with both Wan Lihao and Xin Jianshu. As Xiaoyu sat up, Wan insisted he was simply keeping his promise. Anyone who could withstand his punch earned his support, while Shen immediately dismissed the idea that Xiaoyu needed protecting, declaring him a confirmed member of Physical Training Class 2. Wan argued over Xiaoyu's Necromancer class, but Shen brushed it aside, claiming that a body as durable as Xiaoyu's belonged in physical training regardless. Xiaoyu attempted to explain that physical training suited him better, and that he had been unusually strong since childhood. Shen responded with dramatic flair, summoning a swirling black vortex and a spectral dragon claw, insisting that necromancy offered far more prestige, crushing armies, overwhelming foes alone, and summoning dark dragons. He even promised to teach Xiaoyu every technique if he joined the department. Xiaoyu could only think about the reality of his 0 spirit power and inability to summon even a skeleton, and although he apologized, he still chose to remain in physical training. Shen reluctantly accepted this, handing him a card with his faculty address in case he ever reconsidered. As Shen's dark aura faded, Xiaoyu found himself wishing he could wield necromancy like that. Once alone, Wan informed him that his injuries were mostly healed and reminded him to be present for class the next day, promising to take the students somewhere valuable. By morning, Physical Training Class 2 stood before a swirling blue portal deep within a lush forest, which Xiaoyu immediately recognized as a sea-level dungeon. Wan revealed their assignment, meditation, though the simplicity vanished the moment he launched a massive boulder at them, which shattered against an unseen wind blade barrier. The students panicked at the idea of meditating in such a dangerous place. Wan merely told them suffering was inevitable and urged them to experience the forest for themselves. One student stepped in first and was instantly struck by blue lightning-like energy blasts, causing Wan to remark on the boy's courage and potential. Soon the entire class was seated on the forest ground, attempting to meditate while enduring continuous magical strikes. Wan reminded them that no one should have a defense stat below 100. Xiaoyu, unsettled, asked what would happen if someone did, only for Wan to casually suggest that the result might be death. When Wan noticed Xiaoyu's pale expression, he asked about his defense. A glowing system window betrayed the truth, 6 points. Xiaoyu tried to soften it by joking that rounding made it almost double digits, but Wan was appalled, unable to understand how someone with such fragile defenses had survived 3 of his punches. Xiaoyu admitted his HP was unusually high, and when pressed further, revealed it to be 4,630. Wan's shock was immediate. The idea of an early-stage necromancer with over 4,000 HP left him speechless. When Xiaoyu finally stepped into the meditation zone, the chaotic energy of the forest settled into a calm rhythm around him. He instantly recognized the effect. The dungeon amplified defensive attributes, and his stats confirmed it as his defense ticked upward. Defense, 6.1+. Xiao Yu focused on strengthening his defense, determined to endure the relentless wind blades. Teacher Wan Lihao observed from a distance, worried about Xiao Yu's low defense, deciding to keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, a colossal dark spider appeared, a level 33 monster with 5,000 HP, formidable strength, high defense, and deadly skills like burrow and soul capturing. Xiao Yu stared at its stats, stunned at the challenge. Wan, enveloped in golden aura, charged and crushed the spider with a powerful punch, sending a green wind vortex spiraling through the beast before finishing it off. The students were left in awe, and Wan reminded them to push themselves to their limits while he ensured safety. Hours passed, the forest continuously bombarding them with energy strikes. Xiao Yu's defense struggled to keep up, but then the cursed wood seed inside him activated, glowing with vibrant green energy and channeling the dungeon's ambient power into him. Xiao Yu realized the seed Tang Lan had planted was boosting his endurance, and he silently acknowledged that without it, he would have missed this unique opportunity. Meanwhile, Tang Lan sneezed in the outside world, aware of Xiao Yu's location. The students pushed through, exhausted but surviving. Many remarked on Xiao Yu's resilience, surprised that a supposedly fragile necromancer had lasted the whole day. Even Lin Lang, a talented physical trainer, struggled and eventually had to step out, humbled by Xiao Yu's persistence. Teacher Wan noted the student's promise but kept a close watch on Xiao Yu, curious how far he could push himself. As twilight approached, Wan called the session over, noting that even he couldn't protect them once night fell. Xiao Yu stepped out, his defense dramatically increased, 23 points, 17 higher than the day before. Lin Lang and the others stared in disbelief, amazed by his improvement. Students speculated how much further he could have gone if darkness hadn't ended the training. Wan dismissed the class, instructing them to rest for the next session. A few days later, Xiao Yu reflected on his rapid progress, noting that the wood seed had boosted his defense dramatically over the past few days. He was approached by Zui Yu and other classmates from the 4th Academy, who suggested forming a guild. Zui Yu explained the benefits: exclusive guild dungeons, protection from friendly fire, and underworld enforcement for rule breakers. Xiao Yu agreed but said he needed to attend physical training class first. Zui Yu urged him to submit the application quickly, and Ma Fei immediately declared he wanted to be guild leader, much to Xiangdi's amusement. Near the portal, Teacher Wan spoke with another instructor, who mentioned rumors of a prodigy in his class. Wan thought to himself that while the student might be talented, he was still a necromancer. Inside the dungeon, Xiao Yu resumed meditation, reaching a defense of 500 points, realizing he had hit his current limit. At that moment, a radiant blonde woman in a red dress appeared. Xiao Yu recognized her as the Mechanical Empress, and was surprised by her sudden arrival. She explained that something on him had been absorbing energy, which had helped her rebuild her new body. Xiao Yu realized that the wood seed Tang Lan had planted had accidentally awakened her. The Mechanical Empress instructed Xiao Yu to fulfill his promise of observing the outside world. Golden light engulfed him, and he felt a strange connection forming. She told him it would initially hurt but that he would now be able to see and feel everything as she did. Xiao Yu was stunned, thinking that she could now read his thoughts and that he would have no secrets from her. He saw a vision of her bathing, causing him to blush. The Empress scolded him for his thoughts, and then ceased reading his mind. Xiao Yu sighed in relief, feeling the awkward sensation of being watched disappear. Deciding his defense training had reached its limit for now, Xiao Yu left the dark forest to check on Zui Yu and the others. Upon exiting, he found the newly formed Killing God Guild under attack in a ruin-filled arena. Mi Yuan was desperately defending herself with a magic barrier, while Zui Yu yelled at their attackers. Standing against them was the Blazing Fire Guild, led by a tall man with a braid. The vice president explained that newly created guilds start with only 1,000 honor points, and that they were attacking to claim some of their points, making it clear no one would die but that the assault was deserved due to the guild's provocative name. Xiangdi tried to reassure the group that Xiao Yu would arrive soon, but Ma Fei, bruised and defeated, admitted that he was no match for the attackers. The vice president easily countered Ma Fei's attacks, humiliating him further. Zui Yu cried out in frustration. Just then, Xiao Yu arrived, observing Ma Fei being overpowered. Xiangdi shouted in relief, and the vice president sized him up, asking if he was also a physical trainer. Xiao Yu smirked, exuding necromantic energy, and blocked the vice president's fiery punch effortlessly with a blue-tinged fist, signaling that the tide of battle had shifted. The vice president of the Blazing Fire Guild, stunned that Xiao Yu had blocked his initial attack, immediately launched a devastating assault. Spinning stone shards whirled through the air like a deadly cyclone, followed by the rapid, phantom-like strikes of his signature technique, the 7 killing fists. The students, including Miyuan, watched in horror, convinced that no early-stage physical trainer could survive such a barrage. Yet, when the assault subsided, Xiao Yu remained completely unharmed, a faint, confident smirk on his face. The vice president's disbelief was palpable. His most powerful technique had been rendered ineffective by a seemingly fragile necromancer. The students murmured among themselves, astonished that Xiao Yu's defense had become so extraordinary. Even Xiangdi and Zuyu were stunned at how effortlessly he withstood attacks that would have crippled anyone else. Xiao Yu focused his energy, channeling the same necromantic force he had used to block the previous assault. With a single, precise counterstrike, a shockwave erupted from his fist, sending the vice president flying across the battlefield and crashing into the ground. Dust and debris swirled in the wake of the impact, and a ripple of awe spread through the spectators. The vice president's minions charged forward, intent on overwhelming Xiao Yu, but they were abruptly stopped by the arrival of a tall figure in a black cloak with red trim, radiating a mid-stage physical training aura that made everyone instinctively step back. Xiao Yu immediately recognized the formidable power, understanding that this newcomer was not to be underestimated. The figure Ludo signaled that the fight should continue only as a proper duel to avoid unnecessary destruction. Ma Fei stepped forward, insisting he was the guild leader, but Ludo ignored him, focusing solely on Xiao Yu. Zuyu bristled at the unfairness of a mid-stage challenger facing an early-stage fighter, but Xiao Yu accepted the challenge without hesitation. Ludo moved with blinding speed, his poisoned dagger cutting through the air. Xiao Yu's HP dropped sharply as the toxin burned through his defenses, revealing that Ludo's techniques were designed to exploit every weakness. The attacks forced Xiao Yu into constant motion, dodging, blocking, and countering with calculated precision. The assassin's follow-up techniques grew increasingly aggressive. A massive crimson energy blast sent Xiao Yu hurtling into the air, leaving him suspended as deadly energy lances rained down. The students gasped and scrambled to get a better view, fearing the worst. Xiao Yu's body glowed faintly with necromantic energy as he struggled to maintain control mid-air, bracing himself for Ludo's finishing move, an immobilizing technique designed to end the duel instantly. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Xiao Yu's calm focus remained unshaken. His necromantic aura flared in response, his senses sharp as he anticipated the assassin's next moves. The battlefield was tense, every student and guild member watching in disbelief at how a single early-stage necromancer had become the center of attention against such a formidable mid-stage opponent. Ludo, the mid-stage assassin, froze in disbelief the moment Xiao Yu's immobilized body dissolved into mist. Xiao Yu stepped forward, raising his hand to block the incoming blade without hesitation. The force behind the block sent Ludo stumbling backward, his mind racing as he realized his HP had dropped to half in an instant. The brief flash of power unsettled him, and he instinctively widened the distance, uncertain of what Xiao Yu had just unleashed. Xiao Yu urged the Empress Queen Her to remain cautious. She acknowledged his intervention. Ludo, shaken by the sudden turn, reluctantly conceded the duel and began to walk away. But the ancient ring on Xiao Yu's finger pulsed ominously, awakening a dormant force tied to the corpse ancestor. The surge of killing intent flooded the air, and Ludo felt it immediately. His steps halted as he sensed the shift. Xiao Yu was no longer accepting a simple surrender. Ludo's patience thinned, his voice rising with frustration as he realized he was being cornered despite trying to retreat. Before he could fully react, Xiao Yu closed the gap and delivered a powerful strike that sent him skidding backward, forcing the assassin to reassess the situation. Ludo's expression twisted with anger. He reminded himself that the strange ability Xiao Yu used earlier seemed to have vanished, as if it carried a heavy cost to activate. Believing he saw an opening, Ludo parted his lips and released 3 glinting needles, their paths sharp and precise. Xiao Yu raised an arm to shield himself, only to feel the sting of poison seeping in. The venom bit through his skin. Ignoring the creeping numbness, Xiao Yu surged forward and slammed his fist into Ludo once more. The assassin staggered, overwhelmed by the humiliation of being pushed back by someone still in the early stage of training. His frustration reached its peak, crimson energy swirling around him as he launched Xiao Yu into the air with a fierce burst of power. High above the ground, Xiao Yu found himself exposed as a barrage of crimson lances streaked toward him from every direction, making escape impossible. Luto prepared his ultimate technique, a sinister immobilization meant to decide the fight definitively. Dark ribbons of red and black burst forth, binding Xiaoyu midair and locking his limbs in place. The spectators erupted with excitement at the sight, especially the students aligned with the Blazing Fire Guild, who celebrated Luto's apparent victory. On the other side, members of the Killing God Guild watched in dread, fear tightening around them as they questioned whether Xiaoyu could withstand such overwhelming suppression. Luto approached confidently, reveling in the sight of Xiaoyu trapped. His amusement was short-lived. Xiaoyu lifted his eyes toward him, a cold, shadowed expression crossing his face as his bound form began to distort. The body held by the immobilizing technique unraveled into swirling black energy, the same decoy trick that had fooled Luto moments before. Xiaoyu emerged, intercepting Luto's attack with a firm grasp around the assassin's wrist. Luto's shock was immediate. He hadn't expected the immobilized target to be a phantom. Assassin found himself finally caught, unable to slip away from the relentless necromancer who had been underestimated from the start. Xiaoyu drove his fist downward, releasing a crushing shockwave that tore across the battlefield. The impact forced Luto to stagger back, barely maintaining his footing. Injured and overwhelmed, he could no longer continue. Seeing their leader defeated, the Blazing Fire Guild members immediately threw their hands up, panic replacing arrogance as they surrendered on the spot. A system prompt materialized in the air. The Killing God Guild had officially won their rewards. The guild's interface updated, showing their status rising, their resources expanding, and their honor points soaring to a new total. Xiaoyu rushed toward his teammates. Xiaoyu checked their condition immediately, relieved to see that most were only mildly injured. Xiangdi explained the situation. Zuiyu's broken shield posed a bigger problem. Xiaoyu glanced at her. His defense had hit its current limit, and further training in the dark forest wouldn't help for now. A dungeon run would give them a better chance at obtaining a new shield and maybe even something stronger. He turned toward the mechanical empress, who appeared against the starlit sky. Xiaoyu asked her whether she knew of a dungeon that reliably dropped shields. She warned him that the place he sought was far beyond his current capabilities, a dungeon where even the weakest creatures would pose a serious threat. Despite her warning, Xiaoyu insisted on going. He reassured the guild that he would take responsibility for finding a replacement shield. Zuiyu immediately volunteered to accompany him, supported by the mechanical empress, who pointed out that the dungeon required at least 2 participants. The 2 prepared to leave, but before they could step into the portal, Yang Xiangdi intercepted them, teasing them with a smirk and making suggestive comments that only succeeded in enraging Zuiyu. She vowed to deal with him once the dungeon mission was over. Together, Xiaoyu and Zuiyu entered the portal leading to the D-rank dungeon, pseudo-underworld. Zuiyu expressed her concerns about the difficulty, but Xiaoyu remained calm and confident, though inwardly he remembered how dangerous their last D-rank dungeon had been. As they crossed the boundary, the system began outlining the dungeon's lore, its connection to the mythical realm of the dead, and the rules they would need to abide by to survive. When Xiaoyu regained consciousness, he found himself on a cold, uneven surface. Zuiyu shook him awake. The ghostly landscape around them felt overwhelmingly real, a world resembling the underworld from ancient legends. They questioned whether they had been transported into the true land of the dead, but Xiaoyu reasoned that no death state warning had appeared, meaning they were still alive, merely visitors in its imitation. As Ryu straightened up, Xiaoyu noticed something unusual around her neck. A small cross-shaped necklace had appeared, one she hadn't been wearing before entering the dungeon. He found an identical one on himself moments later. Both realized at once that these necklaces served as quest items. The system confirmed this, projecting their first task: cross Hell's Gate, reach the Acheron River, and keep the cross safe. A reminder emphasized the need for absolute trust between teammates, hinting that cooperation would be crucial for survival. With their destination set, they moved forward cautiously, eventually arriving at the massive gate of hell. Towering chains draped through the darkness, and faint silhouettes of wandering souls drifted toward the entrance, pulled along by unseen force. The oppressive air marked the beginning of their descent into the pseudo-underworld, where the first true trial awaited them. Zuiyu stared at the drifting shapes beyond the gate, realizing they were witnessing the lost remnants of the dead. Xiaoyu examined the towering structure before them, recognizing it as the legendary gate of hell itself. Before they had a chance to move, a massive shape materialized from the darkness: Cerberus, the 3-headed guardian of the underworld. Each head snarled with blood-red eyes, its body radiating thick waves of dark energy that shook the air around them. The system identified it instantly as an epic monster that devoured souls attempting to force their way through. Xiao Yu finally understood what the mechanical empress had hinted at earlier. The dogs, she mentioned, were quite literally Hell's own three-headed hounds. She appeared again in ethereal form, almost smug, reminding him that she had warned him plainly. He ignored her tone and instead focused on the system requirement. The quest didn't ask them to defeat Cerberus, only to cross the gate. Zuiyu questioned whether crossing was even possible with a monster like this patrolling the entrance, but Xiao Yu tried to reassure her. With so many wandering souls lingering around, perhaps the beast wouldn't single them out. That hope was crushed instantly as Cerberus lunged at him with terrifying speed. One of its heads snapped its jaws around Xiao Yu, lifting him into the air and swallowing him whole. Another head charged Zuiyu, spraying a torrent of venom the color of rotting purple ash. She threw herself forward, using her body as a shield without hesitation. The poison ate at her HP rapidly, burning through her defenses. In the midst of her pain, the system rewarded her endurance. Her determination against the venom granted her a powerful A-rank passive skill, adaptive poison immunity. Meanwhile, inside the monster's maw, Xiao Yu rammed the green dragon crescent blade deep into one of Cerberus's throats. The beast roared, gagging violently as he forced it to recoil. Xiao Yu burst free from the monster's grip, panting but alive, urging Zuiyu to run while Cerberus was reeling. Together they fled, sprinting through the gate of hell while the guardian beast thrashed behind them. On the other side of the gate stretched the Acheron River, a murky expanse of gloom. Xiao Yu recognized it immediately. As they approached the bank, a small wooden boat drifted toward them. The ferryman rowed toward the shore. His demeanor was calm, but his presence altered the very air around them. He demanded payment for passage, and Xiao Yu handed over a card, assuming currency from the living world would suffice. The moment the ferryman touched it, his ghostly aura shifted, becoming reverent as the surrounding souls bowed, urging them to board as honored guests. Yet beneath that moment of respect, the ferryman muttered in irritation, calling out insults under his breath. Zuiyu, uneasy, questioned why the dead gathered here did not simply cross the river themselves. In response, he instructed them to test the water. Xiao Yu extended his arm past the edge, and skeletal hands immediately erupted from beneath the surface, eager to drag him down with them. The river was filled with spirits who had failed to cross, eternally trapped in its depths, pulling down anything that entered. Just as the explanation ended, the ferryman's face twisted, his earlier composure shedding like a mask. He realized they were still alive, that the payment he accepted belonged to the living, and rage consumed him. With a roar, he lunged at Xiao Yu, swinging his long oar like a weapon, intent on sending both intruders into the cursed waters of the Acheron. Cold, dark, and rotten. That is Xiao Yu's first sensation as his hand brushes the Acheron River. Zuiyu quickly hauls him back onto the boat. The ferryman proves strong, but Xiao Yu, boosted by the corpse ancestor's ring, is faster. He slips past the strike that splinters the boat's side and counters with enough force to send the ferryman spinning through the air before crashing down. Xiao Yu, unimpressed, thinks again how weak the man is. The ferryman attempts to threaten him for entering the underworld alive and for killing a ferryman, but Xiao Yu finishes him with a single kick that launches the body straight into the Acheron. Zuiyu, stunned by the brutality, worries about consequences, but Xiao Yu dismisses it, reasoning that everything here still follows dungeon rules. As the boat drifts onward, two figures emerge on a rocky ledge, a burly, mustachioed man with an oar and a beautiful woman with dark blue hair. The man resembles the ferryman so closely that Xiao Yu is momentarily speechless. Zuiyu assumes the ferryman survived, but the man explains he is another Sharon entirely and confirms the pair truly killed the previous one. Xiao Yu explains the boatman attacked first, but the man only clicks his tongue, saying they fell into Karen's trap and will now suffer in the first hell. When Xiao Yu wonders about the boatman's nature, the man refuses to answer, claiming no reason to share information with strangers. His tone shifts when addressing Zuiyu. Claiming to feel a connection with her, he begins explaining the first hell, also known as the Netherworld Judgment Hall, where incoming souls are judged. Because Xiao Yu and Zuiyu killed a Sharon, they will be regarded as the worst dead and sent for punishment. He assures Zuiyu that staying close to him guarantees safety, bragging about having cleared the dungeon multiple times. Zuiyu questions why anyone would clear a dungeon repeatedly with no extra rewards. The man reveals his name, Wan Dufu, and explains that he works as a guide for hire, escorting clients through dangerous dungeons for profit. Xiao Yu immediately deduces that the blue-haired woman beside him must be his current client. Wang Dufu confirms it, though the woman angrily protests his friendliness towards strangers. He brushes off her frustration, stating his job is only to guide her and offering a refund if she wishes to attempt the dungeon alone. She backs down, and he warns Xiao Yu and Zui Yu not to follow. Once Wang Dufu moves ahead, Xiao Yu and Zui Yu quietly decide to trail the pair for now. They soon arrive at a towering Gothic structure, the first Hell's Judgment Hall. Wang Dufu calls it an impressive sight, and cautions them to stay silent once inside. They step through glowing doors into a vast white chamber centered around a massive figure seated on a throne, gripping a colossal mallet and a radiant book. A thunderous voice announces itself as Yin Yu, judge of the first Hell's Netherworld Judgment Hall, and declares that the judgment of their sins is about to begin. Wang Dufu stepped forward first, holding a purple, glowing orb. He presented himself confidently, claiming he had committed no crimes in life and asking Judge Yin to verify it. The judge's book lit up in the same purple hue and confirmed Wang Dufu's innocence. Delighted, Wang Dufu retrieved the orb and advised the others to simply declare themselves innocent as well. He offered the remaining charge of the orb to the blue-haired girl, though he admitted it could only be used once more. He attempted to sweeten the offer by inviting her to join him, but Zui Yu immediately declined. She stepped aside to let Xiao Yu approach the judge. Xiao Yu stated that he hadn't had a choice before but now wished to be a good person. Wang Dufu mocked him, saying even killing a ferryman alone would send him to hell. Judge Yin's book erupted with purple energy as it read Xiao Yu's soul. The judge was appalled, declaring Xiao Yu an unforgivable sinner. The hall shifted as holographic projections displayed Xiao Yu's crimes. The first was killing Sharon. The second was cruelty to small animals. Wang Dufu stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster Xiao Yu was. The judge then announced the most severe crimes, killing one of Cerberus's heads and murdering a ferryman. For such violence, he sentenced Xiao Yu to the first valley of the seventh hell, the blood pool, an endless sea of boiling blood meant for eternal torment. A red vortex opened beneath Xiao Yu, the floor melting into a churning crimson pool. His corpse ancestor's ring glowed black, straining to shield him as Judge Yin declared that his flesh and skin would be melted away to cleanse his sins. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. He dismissed the judge as just another dungeon NPC pretending to be an underworld authority, and declared that he was about to add assaulting the judge to his list. With explosive force, he rushed forward and struck Judge Yin with a powerful, glowing blow that sent the judge staggering. Zui Yu and Wang Dufu were stunned, unable to believe he had actually attacked the judge. Wang Dufu could only question why the brat had the audacity to do such a thing. Judge Yin recovered, furious but impressed by Xiao Yu's nerve. He declared that he would sentence him to eternal damnation in hell. Slamming his purple staff into the ground, he unleashed a shockwave that smashed into Xiao Yu. The impact was far worse than expected, injuring him heavily despite his 500-point defense. The mechanical empress's voice echoed in Xiao Yu's mind, warning that the judge's weapon had an armor-piercing effect, making his necromancer durability useless. Xiao Yu glanced toward her spirit form and asked if she could fight. She explained she could not, she was the boss of her own dungeon, and would be erased if she intervened here, but she could teach him a skill. The judge unleashed a torrent of purple energy, vowing to personally send Xiao Yu to hell. The force of the attack was overwhelming, and Xiao Yu immediately felt the crushing weight of its power. The blue-haired woman, panicking at the escalating battle, urged Wang Dufu to intervene, but he held back, wondering if Xiao Yu still had a hidden trump card. Enveloped in swirling purple energy, Xiao Yu drew the long rod blade and countered with a fierce strike that managed to deflect the attack, shocking Wang Dufu, who couldn't fathom how Xiao Yu's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. The mechanical empress watched with satisfaction as Xiao Yu's power spiked, asking how the new skill felt. Xiao Yu clutched his injured chest, acknowledging the immense drain but also the exhilarating boost. A system window revealed the transformation, Wrath of the Mechanical Empress, a berserk mode that increased attack, defense, and speed by 0.5% for every 1% of HP lost, though it carried mysterious side effects. A dark, manic grin spread across Xiao Yu's face as the berserk energy flooded him, perfectly amplifying his violent nature. Judge Yin Yu, an epic-level opponent with formidable stats and the coldest heart in the netherworld, lunged with his mechanical halberd. Zui watched helplessly, blaming herself for failing in her role as the team's tank. Xiao Yu met the blow head-on, his knuckles crashing against the halberd with a thunderous impact. The judge declared his sentence of death upon Xiaoyu, and the resulting clash hurled Xiaoyu backward, damaging his mechanical knuckles entirely. Zuyu's guilt deepened, convinced that her uselessness had caused the situation to spiral. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's aura darkened further as he stared at his broken equipment, furious that the judge had shattered everything. He vowed he wouldn't let the judge off unless he dropped something worthwhile. The judge dismissed the idea of backup changing anything, but Xiaoyu, now fully immersed in berserk mode, surged forward with terrifying speed, ready to strike again. Xiaoyu moved like a shadow wrapped in violent purple energy, far too fast for the heavily armored Judge Yinyu to counter. The judge could only raise his shield and block, each impact rattling through his armor. Wang Dafu watched from the side, stunned by the brutality of the assault, and secretly relieved he hadn't tried fighting Xiaoyu himself. A final blow sent the judge flying, armor splitting open under the force. As he hit the ground, the realization of defeat flickered across his thoughts before his body crumpled, leaving behind a glowing soul core. Wang Dafu immediately tried to slink closer, pretending concern for Xiaoyu's injuries. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed, and a blade flashed past Wang Dafu with enough precision to slice the cloth on his upper arm, revealing a tattooed baize tattoo. The warning was enough. Wang Dafu stumbled back, acting generous while quietly panicking. Xiaoyu might have shown no reaction outwardly, but his mind raced at the symbol's appearance. He recognized it instantly, baize. The possibility that Wang Dafu served them tightened something in his chest. If baize truly had their people everywhere, their network was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Zuyu stepped close to check on him, concerned, but Xiaoyu brushed it off and focused on the soul core. He reached for it, letting it dissolve into system particles. The materialized loot, an equipment upgrade stone, only fueled his frustration. A single B rank upgrade had value, but none of it solved his immediate need for weapons or a shield. His irritation simmered until the next system prompt appeared, signaling the completion of Quest 3 and the arrival of Quest 4. The team gathered themselves as the new objective displayed, reaching the Temple of Hades and securing the sacred cross before it was lost. They pressed onward into Gluttony Hell, a region under a crimson sky where the souls of the gluttonous suffered. Wang Dafu explained its guardian, Cerberus, insisting that the beast rarely bothered the living unless provoked. Zuyu questioned the logic of its placement, but Wang Dafu clarified that while the gate of hell was the creature's workplace, Gluttony Hell served as its resting grounds. As long as they avoided waking it, passage should have been safe. Massive chains and towering pillars lined their path. Xiaoyu's senses sharpened the moment he spotted multiple red eyes glowing in the dark. Before anyone could react, Cerberus surged out in a storm of red energy, all three heads snarling. The group scattered as the ground cracked beneath the beast's landing. Wang Dafu panicked, unable to understand why the hellhound targeted them so aggressively. Xiaoyu realized the reason immediately. He had already killed one of its heads earlier, and the creature remembered. Determined to retrieve his blade lodged in Cerberus's neck, Xiaoyu told Zuyu to fall back. He struck his chest, activating the mechanical empress's power, and charged in. His enhanced blows tore into Cerberus's hide, but the monstrous hound retaliated by spraying a blast of corrosive green liquid toward him. The burning stench filled the air as Xiaoyu barely dodged. His frustration spiked. Of all things, he couldn't believe he was struggling this much against an enraged dog. Cerberus lunged forward, the massive red chains wrapped around its body clattering as it snapped at Xiaoyu with a murderous bite. Xiaoyu narrowly dodged, deflecting the swinging chains with a burst of strength. Shock flickered across his expression for a moment before he struck the chain with a heavy blow, the impact cracking the ground beneath him. Grabbing the chain mid-swing, he yanked with all his force and hauled the giant beast toward him, slamming it aside. Even as he landed another hit using the chain as a weapon, he couldn't understand why the hellhound seemed completely unhinged. At a safe distance, Wang Dafu, Zuyu, and the blue-haired woman watched the clash from behind a line of pillars. Wang Dafu remained smugly confident that they were far enough not to be targeted, even joking that Xiaoyu was probably already being digested, and Zuyu shut him down immediately. Their attention snapped forward when Xiaoyu and Cerberus suddenly reappeared, crashing through the landscape with thunderous impacts. Cerberus overpowered Xiaoyu for a moment, slamming him into the ground with brutal force, and then kicking him straight into a deep scarlet ravine that spiraled down into the seventh hell. Zuyu cried out in alarm as Wang Dafu realized the beast was dragging the fight deeper into the underworld. Before either could panic further, Xiaoyu's voice echoed faintly from below, as casual as ever, insisting he was fine. When he came into view, he had Cerberus wrapped in its own chains and was riding the enraged hound deeper into the abyss. He eventually landed on a dimly lit platform in the seventh hell, surrounded by rattling chains and a single pulsing red glow illuminating the cavern. Cerberus immediately pursued him, releasing a beam of red energy that carved through the darkness. Xiaoyu barely avoided it, surprised that the creature had skills resembling unfair cheats. At the worst possible moment, the beast lunged and swallowed him whole. Inside the maw, Xiaoyu reached the only thought that mattered, retrieving his green dragon crescent blade. A heartbeat later, he erupted from Cerberus's throat in a spray of energy, weapon in hand, and cleaved the single head cleanly in two. The beast collapsed, seemingly defeated. His irritation rose. Being eaten once was bad enough, but twice was unforgivable. However, the severed head reformed, and the familiar three snarling faces emerged again. Xiaoyu immediately noticed the lack of a kill prompt and realized it matched what happened last time. One head died, yet the monster revived. The truth clicked into place. The creature likely wouldn't die until all three heads were severed. With that realization fueling him, he launched into a frenzied assault, drawing on every ounce of his enhanced power. His blade carved a devastating arc through the air, taking off a second head. Far above, watching from a distant ledge, Wang Dufu couldn't help but grin. The spectacle in the depths of hell confirmed his suspicions. This kid really did have a talent for defying expectations, enough for even Bei's boss to take interest. Xiaoyu unleashed a final sequence of blows as he drove his blade into the massive Cerberus. The impact triggered a violent burst of energy, and the system immediately acknowledged the victory, declaring that he had defeated the epic monster in direct combat and awarding him 10 free attribute points along with a substantial increase in experience. Golden light engulfed the green dragon crescent blade. Its form shifted, strengthened, and sharpened as the system announced its evolution into the golden dragon crescent blade, ranked at level B. New abilities surfaced, including a dragon roar slash that automatically followed any blocked attack with an increasingly powerful strike, capable of endless stacking. The blade also gained an enchantment enhancing its damage against creatures of the opposite sex. The upgrade left Xiaoyu stunned. The weapon's ability to grow stronger was far beyond anything he had expected. Zuyu approached, checking his condition, and found him unharmed. Xiaoyu brushed off the concern, treating the fallen three-headed beast as little more than a trivial obstacle. The others watched him with disbelief, especially Wang Dufu, who struggled to accept that the Cerberus had actually been slain. Xiaoyu noticed a red orb pulsing faintly. The system identified it as a soul-stealing Great Recovery Pill of rank B, an item capable of boosting all attributes by 100 points for 10 minutes, with only a slight reduction in intelligence as a side effect. The benefits far outweighed the cost, and he immediately recognized its value. He hid the excitement behind a casual expression when Wang Dufu questioned him, dismissing it as a worthless item. In truth, he was already considering giving it to Bei as a surprise, imagining her reaction when she experienced its power. Zuyu discreetly pulled him aside. She explained that, according to what she had learned from Wang Dufu earlier, only the two of them had encountered the mysterious crosses in this dungeon. Xiaoyu examined the glowing cross necklace, realizing the implications. The moment the thought formed, a radiant pillar of light descended upon them from above. The system congratulated them for completing the fourth quest and immediately issued the ultimate quest. They were to place both crosses into designated slots within the Temple of Hades, destroy the pseudo-underworld, and escape before its collapse. Wang Dufu and the blue-haired woman recoiled at the sight of the light, demanding to know what Xiaoyu and Zuyu had done. Xiaoyu pressed Wang Dufu, forcing him to admit that in previous runs, the dungeon only required entering the temple to complete it. This time, however, the quest had changed entirely. The blue-haired woman insisted that they finish the dungeon quickly, and Wang Dufu reluctantly took the lead, guiding them through the jagged terrain toward the massive dark temple. When they arrived, Wang Dufu attempted to open the entrance, only to find it sealed. Zuyu pointed out the carvings on the stone doors, two cross-shaped indentations. The shape perfectly matched their necklaces. When Xiaoyu and Zuyu inserted the crosses, and the massive doors swung inward. Inside, the chamber was unnervingly empty. As they stepped further in, a sudden vision overwhelmed Xiaoyu. He saw a blood-red hell's cape and a lone, shadowed figure standing before a colossal, nightmarish presence. Xiaoyu could not explain what he had seen. The others showed no reaction, as if the vision had targeted him alone. Wang Dufu, confused, insisted that the temple had always been empty in every past run. At the center of the chamber rested a sarcophagus. Without warning, it cracked open. An armored figure rose from within, its mask splitting apart to reveal a monstrous black visage with blazing red eyes. The judge emerged, not merely awakened but resurrected, its presence radiating an overwhelming tide of death and authority. Xiao Yu obtained the Seed of Hades, an S-rank one-time item, but it could not be used yet. As soon as he touched the crystal coffin, his body froze completely. Zuiyu shook him urgently, but he did not respond. The coffin solidified into a stone coffin B-rank, which preserved his body perfectly but robbed him of any ability to move. Red light flickered from cracks, casting ominous shadows across the jagged floor of the pseudo-underworld. Wang Dufu realized this might be the legendary coffin of Hades, rumored to be a gateway to the real underworld, a realm of near-certain death. Xiao Yu considered Hades' legacy and the connection to the Seed of Hades in his possession. Beneath the coffin were two keyholes, perfectly matching the crosses Xiao Yu and Zuiyu carried. With synchronized precision, they inserted the crosses. Brilliant energy erupted, a pillar of light that bathed the chamber, signaling the completion of the ultimate quest. A countdown appeared. The dungeon would collapse in 10 minutes. Player ratings flashed. Both earned A, along with experience points, free attribute points, and C-rank equipment. Zuiyu's reward transformed into an A-rank shield. The dungeon trembled violently. Stones crashed from the ceiling, cracks split the ground, and streams of molten fire hissed from fissures. Wang Dufu panicked, shouting futilely, furious at losing his dungeon and source of income. Xiao Yu and Zuiyu surged forward, dodging falling debris and navigating jagged obstacles. Wang Dufu revealed his true intent. He worked for Baize, confirming Xiao Yu's suspicions from the tattoo. The dungeon collapse was deliberate to erase any trail and prevent the underworld from tracking them. Wang Dufu moved with terrifying speed, striking with precision and power. Even the corpse ancestor's ring could not predict his movements. Xiao Yu's reflexes and Zuiyu's shield blocked the first flurry of blows. The air crackled as they exchanged attacks, sparks flying from the metal of the shield and the force of Xiao Yu's blade. Wang Dufu's strikes shattered stone pillars and sent chunks of rock flying in all directions. Xiao Yu countered, combining shadow energy and raw strength. Each strike sent shockwaves across the dungeon floor, creating fissures that threatened to swallow both combatants. Zuiyu stood firm, shielding Xiao Yu from mid-air strikes and redirecting massive boulders hurled by Wang Dufu. Her attacks reflected tactical precision, sending Wang Dufu stumbling against the dungeon walls. Wang Dufu launched forward with killing intent, moving so fast his form blurred. Zuiyu recognized the sudden acceleration instantly, realizing he was an assassin-class fighter. She braced herself, raising her shield, determined to protect Xiao Yu despite the overwhelming speed bearing down on them. At the same moment, Xiao Yu consumed the red orb, the soul-stealing great recovery pill. Power surged through him as all his attributes spiked and his mental energy sharpened. Wrath of the mechanical empress flared within him like a furnace. Zuiyu staggered slightly under Wang Dufu's assault, but insisted she was fine, urging Xiao Yu to stay alert as she blocked the next series of blows. Xiao Yu moved in front of her, noticing the strain in her stance. He told her to rest, deciding to take the fight from here. The Staff of Wisdom materialized beside him, radiating mental power and amplifying his skill damage. Despite being gear intended for a mage, he wielded every piece of power available to overwhelm the assassin. Wang Dufu stared in disbelief at Xiao Yu's sudden transformation. He had assumed Xiao Yu to be a fragile necromancer and expected an easy victory. Instead, the air around Xiao Yu cracked with force as Dragon Roar / activated. With each strike, his speed and strength rose sharply, contradicting everything known about necromancer physique. The constant stacking of the skill put Wang Dufu under immense pressure. The corpse ancestor's ring slowed the assassin's movements further, and every slash became harder to evade. Wang Dufu realized too late that he could no longer dodge. The strikes had become too heavy and too fast for him to counter. Xiao Yu unleashed another Dragon Roar /, cornering him completely. Wang Dufu, desperate, attempted to bargain, hinting at secrets about Bai's spies within the underworld, and the truth about Xiao Yu's own parents. But the chain momentum of the skill could not be stopped. The attack continued regardless of intentions. Before the final blow could settle the fight, a new threat emerged. Zuiyu, unconscious and restrained, was held by the blue-haired woman, a dagger pressed against her neck. She mocked Wang Dufu's failure, revealing that she too worked for Baize. She lifted a hand to her face, tearing away a concealed mask. Xiaoyu froze as the familiar features emerged. Hua Xiai stood before him, her true identity finally exposed. Hua Xiai regarded Xiaoyu with cold amusement, surprised he still remembered her. Xiaoyu remained calm, addressing her with the same familiarity as before while trying to negotiate Zuyu's release. She dismissed the idea immediately, mocking the notion that she would ever loosen her grip. She acknowledged his unexpected talent, recalling how he once escorted an entire group of students to safety, but reminded him that this time he had no escape. Xiaoyu assessed the situation in silence. His strength had grown immensely since their last encounter, and the effects of the soul-stealing Great Recovery Pill still surged through him, yet Hua Xiai deliberately revealed her higher status, making it painfully clear that he had no chance in direct combat. Even 10 more pills wouldn't bridge that difference. She urged him to surrender and follow her quietly, promising leniency if he complied. Reluctantly, he pretended to accept, questioning why Baze would go to such extremes, destroying a full D-rank dungeon, just to capture an early-stage player like him. Hua Xiai corrected him immediately, stating he was anything but ordinary. A necromancer capable of overwhelming mid-stage fighters was a rarity Baze valued deeply, and she believed that once he witnessed Baze's greater vision, he would willingly join them. Her devotion reminded Xiaoyu of the mechanical empress's followers, pushing him mentally to call out to the empress in desperation. Hua Xiai decided it was time to move, preparing to take him away. Just as she advanced, Zuyu broke free from her grasp and lunged forward, giving Xiaoyu an opening to strike. Hua Xiai retaliated instantly, warning that continued resistance would only result in broken limbs. Zuyu blocked the incoming attack with her shield, refusing to back down. Hua Xiai observed the two with mild annoyance, noting how often women seemed to throw themselves in front of danger for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu braced himself, thinking that if he could just stack Dragon Roar Slash enough times, hundreds, maybe thousands, he might somehow reach a level capable of challenging her. Hua Xiai countered with ruthless precision, targeting his limbs and driving home the difference in their power. His body couldn't withstand the impact. He couldn't even react to her movements, as she forced him back again and again. Frustrated, she questioned why he insisted on making things difficult, when obedience would have been far simpler. A powerful kick sent him crashing toward the stone coffin. As he hit the surface, an invisible force wrapped around him, draining his strength and dulling his senses. Sleepiness swept over him like a tide, leaving him barely able to stay conscious. Hua Xiai approached with satisfaction, certain he would soon pass out in her grasp. She planned to transport him while he slept, confident nothing could interfere now. But Zuyu refused to yield. She stepped forward, shield raised, ordering Hua Xiai to let him go. Flames erupted from the surface of her shield, burning with unmistakable underworld power. Hua Xiai recoiled in shock, unable to believe the origin of the fire or how Zuyu wielded it so naturally. Zuyu advanced, her voice unwavering, as she repeated her demand. Amid the storm of destruction, a shield wrapped in ethereal blue fire stood as the lone barrier against the devouring void. Zuyu held her ground, shaking from exhaustion. The flames she commanded weren't mere magic, these were the flames of the underworld, barely controllable even by high-tier powerhouses, yet she used them to shelter the unconscious man behind her. Hua Xiai stared at the shield in disbelief, recognizing power far beyond any A-rank equipment. The revelation only deepened her shock. Behind Zuyu, Xiaoyu fought to remain awake. His limbs were heavy, his mind drowning in darkness. He called out weakly, and Zuyu turned, tears slipping down a face marked with glowing, corrupting patterns. There was sadness in her expression, and a quiet resolve. She apologized, saying she wouldn't be able to leave with him. The dungeon ceiling shattered, debris rained down, only to be incinerated instantly by the swirling blue flames that formed a protective cocoon around him. There was no time left. She prepared a final surge of energy, explaining that she would send him out while she remained behind. She confessed she had been quietly watching over him far longer than he ever knew, though there were things she would never get the chance to say. The surge burst outward, lifting Xiaoyu from the collapsing floor. He reached toward her, shouting for her to stop, but her only answer was a command for him to live on. The cocoon flashed, tearing through space and hurling him out of the pseudo-underworld. Zuyu's silhouette disappeared behind him as darkness consumed the dungeon. Ma Fei protested that keeping the truth from Xiaoyu wasn't fair, while Xiandi insisted the doctor had warned that Xiaoyu couldn't handle any more emotional shocks. With the dungeon destroyed and Zuyu gone, there was nothing else they could do. Xiao Yu awoke. The hospital ceiling hovered above him, sunlight pouring through the window. His head throbbed as he tried to piece events together. Xiangdi brushed it off with a casual story about drinking too much and running into a lamppost. Xiao Yu doubted it, sensing something deeply wrong, but Ma Fei backed the story without hesitation. The uneasy feeling lingered, an instinct telling him he had forgotten something precious. Elsewhere, in the void between life and death, Hua Xiai knelt before a towering, shadow-filled deity. She begged for another chance, blaming her failure on the woman who had somehow ignited the underworld flames. The entity remained unmoved, stating she had already been given a second opportunity, and had squandered it. Hua Xiai pleaded again as the darkness closed in. A semi-transparent blue system window shimmered before Xiao Yu's eyes. His stats had risen sharply, and even the green dragon crescent blade had evolved into a golden dragon crescent blade, yet a nagging emptiness lingered. It felt as if a crucial memory, perhaps a person, had been torn from his mind. Long Xiang entered with a bag of fruit, checking on his condition and mentioning the upcoming global underworld combat tournament set for 9 months later. He explained that he hadn't come to recruit Xiao Yu for the tournament but to invite him on a dungeon run, adding that there was no pressure since Xiao Yu was injured. As Long Xiang left, Xiao Yu sensed an ulterior motive. For a first-year student like him to receive such an invitation felt suspicious. Xiangdi and Ma Fei rushed in after. Xiangdi confessed that the lamppost story was a lie. The truth was that Xiao Yu had entered a dungeon, and no one knew what happened inside. They had found him unconscious on the roadside afterward. When Xiao Yu asked for the dungeon's name, the answer, pseudo-underworld, sent a chill down his spine. The system window flickered again, confirming his missing memories. Xiangdi explained that he and Ma Fei had tried to investigate, learning that the Hunters Guild was also involved. One of their dungeon guides, Wang Dafu, had vanished in the same dungeon. The guild leader confronted them and demanded answers, leading to a brawl where the entire 100-member guild beat them down, Ma Fei suffering the worst of it. Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately insisted on confronting the guild, unwilling to let the humiliation they suffered on his behalf go unanswered. Xiangdi panicked, warning him that the guild housed mid and high stage players, but Xiao Yu remained confident they could at least handle the lower stage ones. Ma Fei, still bitter from the beating, agreed without hesitation. Outside the Hunters Guild headquarters, a group of elite hunters gathered under their arrogant young master, Huang, a man with messy purple hair and a superiority complex. His subordinates reported the earlier scuffle with Xiangdi and Ma Fei, though Huang was more interested in locating the missing Wang Dafu. When he noticed Xiao Yu's arrival, he dismissed him with disdain, boasting about the guild's status and sneering at the idea of revenge. Xiao Yu stepped forward, silent and unshaken, his black coat stirring in the wind as his patience thinned. Huang attempted to intimidate him, but Xiao Yu's expression didn't shift. The young master erupted in anger, unleashing a red-glowing hammer attack meant to crush him. Xiao Yu didn't back away. He answered the strike head-on with his own weapon, a golden staff radiating dense magical energy, meeting the blow in a burst of force and light. Xiao Yu clashed with Huang, immediately sensing the young master's strength. For someone so arrogant, his power wasn't shallow. Huang felt the same shock. Xiao Yu was supposed to be a freshman, yet he was forcing him back blow for blow. Ma Fei cut across the fight and slashed Huang's chest, drawing blood. The sight of his own injury ignited something twisted in Huang. He spoke of a past ambush when he was 18, describing how he had captured his attacker afterward, carving him apart piece by piece and roasting the flesh until the man went insane. Since then, no one had ever dared to injure him. Now, bleeding and humiliated, he swore they would pay for it. Xiao Yu stepped closer, unfazed, making it clear Huang should worry more about escaping than threatening them. Huang retaliated with a violent hammer technique, dismissing the idea that the three of them could keep him contained. Xiao Yu didn't back down, meeting raw force with raw force, even mocking Huang's technique as he countered. Realizing he was being pushed into a corner, Huang tried signaling for backup. The street exploded in response, concrete chunks tore upward, blocking Huang's blood-filled assault. Through the dust, Xiao Yu rushed forward, mana-packed fists smashing into Huang's face and bending his features. He followed with a rapid series of punches and kicks, dropping the young master to the ground. Huang, half-conscious, tried to threaten them with his father's wrath. Xiao Yu and his friends stood over him, debating their next move. Xiao Yu chose the simplest path, grab Huang and run. With the noise they caused, the Hunters Guild would arrive any moment. He hoisted Huang over his shoulder and sprinted away. Far across town, the guild's butler caught the scent of blood and quickly reported to the Hunters Guild president, Huang Xiuqiang. Hearing that his son had vanished, the president roared for answers, vowing brutal revenge once the culprit was found. Meanwhile, Huang regained consciousness on Xiao Yu's shoulder, trying to regain control of the situation by promising endless retaliation if he wasn't released. Xiao Yu dropped him on the ground, reminding him he was a prisoner now and should behave if he wanted to keep breathing. Huang barked empty threats, but Ma Fei and Xiangdi only grew more eager to pay him back for the beating they once suffered. Cornered and helpless, Huang begged them to spare his face as they prepared to rough him up. Just as Xiangdi moved in, the air snapped with electricity. A tall, slender man stepped into view, dressed in a pristine butler's uniform, holding a silver spear that crackled with deadly energy. The ground around him hummed as he surveyed the scene. The Hunters Guild had arrived. Butler Charles appeared like a ghost, his silver spear crackling with divine electricity, as he announced that he had searched everywhere for the young master. With composed fury, he vowed none of them would escape. Xiangdi reacted first, unleashing an earth explosion technique that tore open the street, but the old butler stepped out of the smoke without a single wrinkle disturbed. Xiao Yu immediately judged his strength, maybe not high tier, but dangerously close. The butler made his move, calling on holy light and firing a burst of radiant force that crashed into all three of them at once. The pressure was overwhelming, pinning their bodies and stealing the air from their lungs. Xiao Yu felt the full weight of it and realized the truth. The butler's power was monstrous, enough to suppress all of them in a single strike. Yet the old man noted with interest that they had managed to withstand his skill at all. To him, they were still ants, barely worth the effort, and he demanded their surrender. Xiangdi refused, firing back with insults, though he didn't direct them at the butler, but at Ma Fei. He ruthlessly compared Ma Fei's weakness to Xiao Yu's resilience, openly declaring that Ma Fei's strength lagged so far behind he wasn't even worthy to tie Xiao Yu's shoes. The words struck Ma Fei's pride like a blade. Something inside him cracked and then ignited with fury. Sword intent surged around Ma Fei like a rising storm. Even Butler Charles sensed the shift. Ma Fei's ego shattered entirely, unleashing a 10,000% increase in raw damage output. He roared back at Xiangdi's provocations and summoned his sword, declaring he would kill the old man himself. His technique, sword slash across eras, split the air with a force that broke the sound barrier. The butler quickly erected a holy shield, but the slash cracked it, forcing him backward for the first time. Xiangdi tried the earth explosion technique again to assist, while Ma Fei advanced with another blow. The two attacks combined and sent the old butler skidding across the ruined street. Dust rose. For a moment, neither Xiangdi nor Ma Fei could tell if he was dead. Before they could step closer, Xiao Yu sensed something bright cutting through the debris. He shouted for them to watch out as the butler reemerged, eyes burning with murderous intent. His aura surged wildly, unstable and violent, as if he were about to detonate from fury alone. Xiao Yu braced himself, then a sharp pain stabbed into his skull. He grabbed his head with both hands as fragmented images flickered across his mind, collapsing stone halls, blue underworld flames, and Zhuiyu's fading silhouette. The world around him blurred, and he fought to stay conscious. Through the disorientation, one realization struck him with chilling clarity. Throughout the battle, something, or someone, had been shielding them, protecting them from what should have been fatal blows. But he couldn't remember who. The harder he tried, the more the pain intensified. Something important had been erased from his memories, and it was fighting to break free. Xiao Yu staggered, clutching his head as the flashes of memory stabbed deeper. He still couldn't recall the missing pieces, and the frustration tore through him. Xiangdi rushed to his side, asking if he was all right, but Xiao Yu forced himself upright, insisting that if they couldn't hold out anymore, they needed to run. The butler's power was simply too overwhelming. Ma Fei refused to back down, muttering curses at the old man and insisting that if he were the same age, defeating him would be no harder than killing a stray dog. But even he could tell the situation was spiraling. When Xiao Yu and Xiangdi bolted, Ma Fei panicked and sprinted after them, snatching Huang up like luggage as he ran. Huang shrieked in terror as they fled, begging for Butler Charles to save him. Charles erupted in fury, chasing them relentlessly through the streets. Xiangdi yelled in disbelief as the old man pursued them all the way to Jingdi University's entrance. Students gathered instantly, murmuring in shock after recognizing Huang Ying, wondering if someone had actually kidnapped him and dragged him onto campus. Charles pushed through, shouting at them to stop, but the students snapped back, telling him to get lost. Even the crowd agreed the butler seemed completely unhinged. Xiao Yu and Xiangdi collided with teacher Wan Lihao at the gate. Before they could explain properly, Charles stormed forward. Wan Lihao turned, instantly enraged that someone dared chase Jingdi University students onto school grounds. Without hesitation, he charged. Charles attempted to defend himself with holy light, but Wan Lihao's punch shattered the shield and sent him flying into a wall, breaking the stone on impact. The butler stared in disbelief, realizing this was the true strength of Jingdi University. Wan Lihao demanded answers, who he was and why he had caused chaos on campus. When Charles refused to speak, Wan Lihao prepared to end him right there. Before the final blow landed, space rippled. Several guild members materialized behind Wan Lihao. At their center stood the Hunters Guild president, Huang Xiuqiang, who ordered the teacher to release Charles immediately. Wan Lihao refused, daring him to try and enforce it. Huang Xiuqiang responded with a cold threat, either release Charles or join him in death. Wan Lihao grinned unbothered. He struck Charles again, his fist coated in blazing orange energy, knocking the butler senseless. Huang Xiuqiang shouted his butler's name in shock. Wan Lihao, energized by the long-awaited thrill of real combat, declared that being a teacher had starved him of proper battles, and thanked the president for causing trouble. Crowds whispered urgently. They recognized Wan Lihao, the battle king, the battle maniac. They recounted the legends. At the peak of the intermediate level, he had once crossed tiers to defeat a high-tier sword master alone. He was a genuine monster of combat whose reputation went far beyond fame. Huang Xiuqiang stared in disbelief, calling him by name and confirming he was still alive. Wan Lihao laughed and stepped forward, delighted to finally fight again. Huang Xiuqiang called him arrogant and summoned his massive hammer, prepared to clash. Wan Lihao lunged, his battle fist igniting. A spectral tiger roared into existence beside him as he struck, its phantom form leaping forward to attack Huang Xiuqiang with savage force. Huang Xiuqiang advanced with his hammer, convinced that Wan Lihao was practically begging for death. But Wan Lihao only grew more excited. His fighting spirit surged, and with every heartbeat, heavy, rhythmic, and echoing through the courtyard, his strength rose. The thundering pulse made even the spectators uneasy, and whispers spread that the Hunters Guild president had finally been pushed to unleash lethal intent. Wan Lihao, unfazed, mocked the idea of being finished with a single strike. The clash was moments away when an overwhelming aura suddenly swept across the area. It felt sharp enough to sever a head with the slightest movement. Wan Lihao paused, disappointed that the fight was cut short, while Huang Xiuqiang stiffened in alarm. Eyes shifted to the newcomer, the wielder of the Kunwa sword, S-rank equipment known to have only one master in the entire world. Recognition spread instantly. It was Ji Pingyang, the legendary #1 swordsman and the former principal of Jingdi University. Ji Pingyang demanded an explanation, threatening the annihilation of the entire Hunters Guild if none was given. One reckless guild member argued back, mocking him and relying on the immortal breaking whip that bound him. But with a single tap of his finger, Ji Pingyang shattered the whip's energy and freed himself. Before anyone could react, he ended the guild member with one effortless strike, without even drawing his sword. The courtyard froze. Even the high-level players watching felt a chill as they realized just how overwhelming the old principal's strength truly was. When questioned, Huang Xiuqiang claimed he was forced to come because Jingdi University students had kidnapped his son. He promised to leave peacefully as long as his son was returned. Ji Pingyang dismissed the excuse and presented only two options: leave or die. Ma Fei, watching from the side, was in complete awe, convinced that this was the pinnacle of true swordsmanship. Huang Xiuqiang argued that the principal should at least acknowledge that his students were in the wrong, but Ji Pingyang's stance did not budge. To him, the Hunters Guild caused trouble first and injured Jingdi University students, which meant the matter was already settled. Xiangdi openly refuted Huang Xiuqiang's version, pointing out that the guild attacked first. Ji Pingyang declared that he would naturally side with his students and told the guild to leave, beginning a merciless countdown. Before the final number fell, Huang Xiuqiang ordered a retreat. But just as he turned away, Xiao Yu stepped forward and stopped him, suggesting that instead of leaving outright, they could discuss a deal. President Huang Xiuqiang turned back, suppressing his rage as he demanded to know what Xiao Yu wanted in exchange for releasing his son. He suspected extortion, and he wasn't wrong. Xiao Yu only smiled and demanded the giant hammer in his possession. Huang instantly rejected the idea. An A-grade weapon reinforced to +7 was not something he would hand over. Xiao Yu adjusted the demand, asking for a full set of C-grade or higher equipment. This time the elder agreed, though reluctantly, and after the equipment was delivered, Xiao Yu finally released the trembling Huang. The transaction finished, Principal Ji stepped forward and criticized Xiao Yu's recklessness. With strength far below that of the Hunters Guild, provoking a group that specialized in dungeon ambushes meant future dungeon runs could become extremely dangerous. Ma Fei immediately tried to defend the group, saying the Hunters Guild started the fight, but Ji Pingyang dismissed the moral argument entirely. In his eyes, being right or wrong meant nothing, only strength mattered. When Xiao Yu questioned if they had done something wrong, the principal clarified that their only mistake was not eliminating all traces and allowing themselves to be tracked back to campus. In his youth, he said, if he had executed an operation like theirs, Huang Xiuqiang would never have known who had robbed him, not even in death. Back at the dormitory, Xiangdi praised the wealth of the Hunters Guild. Xiao Yu instructed everyone to pick 2 pieces of equipment each from the loot. Among the haul were Gale boots, which allowed the wearer to instantly slip behind enemies within a 1-meter distance, but only once every 30 seconds, and a silver lion helmet, which increased head defense and blocked a single head-targeted attack every 24 hours. Xiao Yu considered the helmet unimpressive due to its long cooldown, but still worth keeping. Xiangdi, still excited from the extortion, asked Xiao Yu about his next plan. Xiao Yu simply intended to return to class and continue trying to restore the memories he had lost. The next day, training resumed under the watch of teacher Wan Lihao, the battle maniac. With the defense phase over, he announced that Stage 2 would focus on agility. He emphasized that body refiners who relied solely on strength and defense would eventually be outrun and outmaneuvered. Without agility, even a powerful fighter would become nothing more than a slow-moving target. This difficulty in balancing attributes explained why so few body refiners reached top ranks. Xiao Yu welcomed the focus on agility, knowing his own was insufficient and that he couldn't always depend on the corpse ancestor ring. The students were teleported to the training site, the sea-level dungeon abyss of the deep sea. Countless stone pillars rose from endless ocean waters, slick and corroded from constant exposure. Wan Lihao explained the test, crossed the pillars and reached the opposite mountain peak within 5 minutes. A muscular student volunteered to go first. At first, he made smooth progress, leaping from pillar to pillar, until a massive gray swordfish burst from the sea, stabbing him through mid-air and knocking him into the water. Wan Lihao called the unfortunate student back to the starting point. 15 minutes later, with everyone thoroughly shaken, Wan Lihao explained that the gray swordfish were the dungeon's main threat. Any attempt to approach the opposite mountain would trigger their attacks. A student asked how many swordfish were below. Wan Lihao grinned excitedly and estimated around 100,000. The dungeon was their breeding ground. A student asked Wan Lihao how many gray swordfish lived beneath the sea. Wan Lihao stepped out from the shadows with his scarred face and unsettling smile, announcing that the place was the gray swordfish's lair and that roughly 100,000 of the beasts hid below. He added that the first student to complete the task would receive one of his famously generous rewards. Terror instantly mixed with greed. The students hurled themselves toward the sea, leaping across floating stone pillars and shoving one another in a desperate race. Xiao Yu stayed behind, watching their chaos before finally deciding to make his move. A red magic circle ignited behind Wan Lihao as Xiao Yu launched forward in a blur. He appeared behind a student and knocked him into the sea with a single strike. The other students panicked as Xiao Yu weaved effortlessly between their flailing attacks, his movements far smoother than theirs. His gale boots activated repeatedly, allowing him to slide behind targets with speed sharp enough to leave afterimages. A massive gray swordfish surged upward, aiming its deadly bill at him. Xiao Yu met it head-on with a punch that shattered the creature mid-air. He kept moving without hesitation, eyes focused on a lone mountain rising from the sea. Something on that peak pulled at him more strongly than the competition. He crossed the pillars and reached the summit, ignoring the ocean boiling with thousands of glowing swordfish below. Standing at the top, he called upon the Empress within his inner world, asking for the truth behind the collapse of the pseudo-underworld dungeon. The Empress appeared in her flowing dress, her expression filled with regret. She admitted that the dungeon's destruction had erased its main will, leaving her blind to its final moments. Yet she revealed something far more painful. Xiao Yu's missing memory had not disappeared on its own. It had been sealed intentionally. The girl named Wu Yu had done it herself, determined that he would not remember her. The revelation hit him like a blade. He knelt, clutching his head as images and pain flickered through his mind. The Empress then told him there was something he needed to obtain before confronting the truth. The term, Ghost Eye, surfaced in his mind, wrapped in dark runes and unbearable pressure, though he had no idea what it meant. A final vision pierced through the haze, a girl with long blonde hair sinking deeper and deeper into blue, fading light. He jolted awake on a crisp white hospital bed. Xiaorong greeted him warmly as she poured tea beside him, explaining that Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi had carried him here. Before he could respond, a wild-haired instructor burst through the door, furious and jealous at finding Xiaorong by Xiao Yu's bedside. The conflict began the moment the muscular man stormed in and sized Xiao Yu up with open hostility. Rong immediately tried to drive him out, her voice sharp with anger, but he ignored her and mocked Xiao Yu's physique. Her irritation rose, yet he continued until Xiao Yu finally intervened, calmly questioning the identity of this loud intruder. The question inflated the man's ego, and he introduced himself as Lu Yanhang, the strongest male genius of Jingdu Azure Dragon Normal University. Xiao Yu's remark about the school's overwhelmingly female student ratio clearly hit a nerve. Rong placed a hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder to warn him that despite his issues, Lu Yanheng's strength was real. Xiao Yu understood and moved toward the door, clarifying that he had never pursued teacher Xiaorong. Lu Yanheng interpreted it as submission, and when he declared himself the only one worthy of Rong, she finally snapped. Xiao Yu paused, turned back with a knowing smile, and stepped closer to Lu Yanheng. He explained that teacher Xiaorong had cared for him constantly, and even compared their looks in his favor, mentioning Lu Yanheng's shorter height. The revelation shocked Rong, who realized Xiao Yu somehow knew her thoughts. Fury overtook Lu Yanheng. Crystalline blue aura flared around his hand as he launched a warrior-class attack. Rong reacted instantly, forming a giant ice shield that absorbed the blow with a crack and declared the outburst over. Xiao Yu then reached for security, further provoking the enraged warrior, who challenged him to fight at the duel grounds. Xiao Yu accepted, stating he would settle it for Rong, just as guards arrived to drag Lu Yanheng away. The scene shifted to the duel grounds, a metallic arena where players resolved disputes without risking item loss. A large crowd gathered, buzzing with excitement and betting fever. Word spread quickly about Lu Yanheng's reputation, and the odds immediately skewed against Xiao Yu. Lu Yanheng stood confidently in the arena, promising to humiliate Xiao Yu before announcing himself as a level 26 intermediate heavy armor warrior. Xiao Yu entered in a long dark coat, appearing slim and unthreatening, and revealed only that he was a level 17 beginner necromancer. The arena erupted in ridicule. Many spectators demanded refunds, insisting the battle was pointless, while Lu Yanheng suspected Xiao Yu was trying to scam prize money. When the match began, Xiao Yu sprinted forward instead of casting spells or summoning undead, shocking the audience with the sheer audacity of charging a heavy armor warrior barehanded. Above them, Rong watched intently, believing the crowd underestimated him. Lu Yanheng struck first with full strength, but Xiao Yu met the attack head-on with his fist. A shockwave of purple energy exploded from the collision, hurling Lu Yanheng across the arena. The arena fell silent before erupting into disbelief, outrage, and frantic demands for refunds. Lu Yanheng slowly rose, blood on his lip and fury in his eyes, declaring he would now reveal his true strength. Xiao Yu landed a heavy strike to Lu Yanheng's chest. The warrior roared and activated his signature transformation, manifesting multiple spectral limbs in preparation for a devastating attack. He delivered another explosive punch to Lu Yanheng's face, launching him into the air like a broken puppet and ending the duel instantly. The arena erupted in frustration as bettors demanded compensation, unable to accept what they had witnessed. Xiao Yu stood calm and composed, coat lightly disturbed, having proven that his supposed beginner necromancer status meant nothing compared to the force he truly wielded. Xiao Yu reeled internally as Lu Yanheng towered over him, veins bulging with renewed fury after being bested in their first exchange. The warrior lunged again, his forearms striking with brutal force. Xiao Yu narrowly evaded a blow that shattered the ground, only to face Lu Yanheng's massive, glowing golden axe as it fell toward him. Instinct drove Xiao Yu to block, but the axe lodged unnaturally in place, unable to follow through. A burst of silver light flared from Xiao Yu's head, revealing the triggered protection of the silver lion helmet, its hidden effect granting immunity to the fatal strike. Lu Yanhang tore the weapon free, ripping open Xiao Yu's coat. Despite the damage, Xiao Yu remained relatively uninjured, forcing Lu Yanhang to reassess him. The warrior, sweating and shaken by the resilience of a supposed low-level necromancer, began dissecting the disparity between their strengths. The spectating students were stunned as Lu Yanhang announced his estimate of Xiao Yu's raw power and revealed the concept of conversion ratio, the gap between stat points and actual combat output. In his eyes, Xiao Yu's tremendous stats were crippled by a low conversion rate, rendering his potential largely unrealized. Xiao Yu, considering the explanation, quietly recognized the missing piece in his own growth. Once he had the information he wanted, Xiao Yu dropped all restraint. A violent red aura erupted from him as he entered berserk state through the wrath of the mechanical empress. The self-inflicted punch that triggered the transformation shattered the air around him with blood-red force, alarming the onlookers. His aura deepened into a menacing purple as the corpse ancestor ring revealed its glow on his finger. Empowered by the combined effects, he shot forward with overwhelming speed and hammered Lu Yanhang with a barrage of purple-black fists, each blow carrying the force of an intermediate warrior. The spectators could only stare as the heavy-armored warrior was beaten back by a necromancer's bare hands. Coughing and unwilling to accept defeat, Lu Yanhang unleashed his true power. Blue energy exploded around him as his 3 heads and 6 arms transformation fully activated. He charged with all 6 arms, striking Xiao Yu repeatedly and forcing out damage numbers that flickered above the necromancer's head. Xiao Yu endured the assault, expression steady even under the punishing blows, until berserk state pushed to its limit. With his eyes burning red, he seized 2 of Lu Yanhong's empowered limbs and snapped them with effortless brutality. Panic overtook the warrior as he thrashed with the remaining arms, but Xiao Yu, shrouded in dark violet energy, moved faster than the eye could track. His attacks rained down with such precision and force that Lu Yanhong's body whiplashed through the air like a rag doll. The spectators could scarcely believe a necromancer could exhibit such terrifying physical might. Xiao Yu eventually pinpointed the core of the transformation skill and unleashed a final, concentrated strike. A crimson vortex spiraled around the collapsing warrior as the finishing blow landed, ending the fight decisively. Lu Yanhang, an intermediate heavy armor warrior preparing for the global tournament, fell unconscious, completely defeated by raw strength. The duel grounds fell silent. Lu Yanhang, once arrogant, lay sprawled in a cloud of dust, reduced to HP 1. Spectators were frozen in astonishment at the freshman necromancer defeating a mid-rank heavy-armored warrior. Xiao Yu stood amidst the wreckage, his coat torn and purple-black aura fading. His body ached from pushing the wrath of the mechanical empress skill to its limit. Suddenly, a system message flashed, berserk state deactivated, and a mysterious immobilization effect triggered for 1 hour. Blood trickled from his lip as his body froze and collapsed from the platform. A familiar, dangerous floral scent approached. A white-haired girl with green eyes emerged from the shadows, kneeling over him with a triumphant smile. The next time Xiao Yu opened his eyes, he was in a lavish bedroom, shirtless and confused, surrounded by luxury and teddy bears. 2 maids rushed to his side, calling him, "Young master." He scrambled to leave, but they blocked him, muttering about a young miss, and his apparent memory lapse. Catching his reflection, Xiao Yu confirmed his muscular build. A chilling presence entered, the white-haired girl, now in a revealing purple outfit, Tang Lan. Recognition and fury flared in him. She held a delicate white flower, her intent dangerous. Tang Lan revealed she was the eldest daughter of the Tang family, claiming Xiao Yu as her husband and declaring him the new young master. He recoiled in anger, recalling their last encounter and the beating he had given her. She explained that he had ruined her ritual at the Lake of Purification, forcing her hand, and now he bore the brunt of her family's potential wrath. Xiao Yu realized the scope of her plan. Confidently, he moved toward the door, but Tang Lan blocked him, announcing that the entire Tang family now recognized him as young master and that she had told her father she was pregnant with his child. Xiao Yu froze, stunned by her ruthlessness. Tang Lan offered a deceptive softening, taking his hand. Xiao Yu, frustrated but calculating, proposed a deal. He would help her resolve the arranged marriage issue, then they would part as strangers. Tang Lan countered, demanding he pass a test from the Tang family. Xiao Yu understood he had been outmaneuvered. Her goal all along had been to escape the arranged marriage, and he had walked straight into her trap. Xiao Yu realized he had fallen into Tang Lan's trap. Her goal had always been to escape the arranged marriage. Tang Lan maintained a serene, calculating smile as the terms were finalized. Xiao Yu offered to help her solve the arranged marriage issue, then leave as strangers. Tang Lan nodded firmly. If he passed her Tang family test and removed her arranged partner, she would be free. She directed him toward a massive wooden door, telling him to shower and prepare for the Tang family banquet. As she turned, Xiao Yu blocked her exit, slamming his hand against the doorframe. Leaning in, he reminded her he was now her husband. Tang Lan panicked, shouting that it was her room, and tried to push him away. Still under the effects of the wrath of the mechanical empress, Xiao Yu's strength surged, sending her flying across the room. She landed hard, furious and shocked, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Yu ran a hand through his dark hair, sighing at the trouble he had gotten himself into. By evening, Xiao Yu emerged from the bathroom in a dark suit, white shirt, and black tie, his appearance starkly different from the battered fighter of the afternoon. Tang Lan, now recovered in a striking purple outfit, led him down the grand staircase. Servants bowed deeply. "Greetings, young master!" Tang Lan warned him to do and say as little as possible. Xiao Yu smirked, confident. In the banquet hall, Xiao Yu impressed Tang Lan's mother, Kong Yun, with flattery. Tang Dingshan intervened angrily, but Xiao Yu smoothed over the gaffe with apologies. Tang Lan gripped his hand, warning him silently, while he smiled darkly, promising a future counterplay. The family patriarch, Tang Wumo, entered, and Xiao Yu felt an unsettling aura. Tang Lan whispered his introduction. He was the head of the Tang family. The patriarch greeted Xiao Yu warmly, complimenting his skill and old Tang style, dismissing the need for formality. During the meal, Xiao Yu's hunger, still fueled by his berserk state, derailed the refined atmosphere. He devoured skewers and dishes at shocking speed, leaving a mountain of plates. Tang Wumo observed with slight amusement, his eyes hiding an intent to test the young man. Afterward, Tang Wumo dismissed the rest of the family and spoke privately. He revealed the Tang family's lack of talented younger members and requested that Xiao Yu represent them in the annual gathering to determine the new 4 great families. Xiao Yu refused, but Tang Wumo reminded him he was their son-in-law and fully qualified, pointing to the immense benefits of the Tang family's ancestral grounds. Ambition ignited within Xiao Yu. Though cornered, the opportunity was irresistible. Xiao Yu stood before Tang Wumo, the patriarch of the Tang family, absorbing the weight of his words. The mention of the Tang family's ancestral grounds sparked a surge of ambition within him. The opportunity was too valuable to ignore. Tang Wumo sipped his tea slowly, locking his ancient eyes on Xiao Yu. He explained that the Tang family, one of the 4 great families of the capital, faced potential decline if they failed at the upcoming family gathering, and he could not watch their legacy crumble in his lifetime. Leaning forward, his voice low, he admitted the family had investigated Xiao Yu since Tang Lan had chosen him, and his achievements spoke for themselves. Sensing the sincerity and responsibility, Xiao Yu finally agreed, curtly nodding as Tang Wumo's relieved smile brightened the room. Outside the hall, Tang Lan's anxiety flared. She demanded to know what had been said in private. Xiao Yu turned, a mischievous smirk on his face, teasing that her grandfather had been cut off, and he was now her grandfather. Tang Lan's eyes flashed white with electricity, fury and disbelief mixing within her. Xiao Yu chuckled, hinting that it was best her grandfather remain ignorant. Tang Lan's rage melted into a sickly sweet coyness, and she clung to him, begging for the secret. Xiao Yu informed her that he was asked to represent the Tang family in the New Year's gathering, maintained his cold composure, walking away with the cryptic words, "Don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with you." Tang Lan's anger slowly returned as he disappeared from sight. A few days later, the Tang family arrived at the grand, walled arena for the family gathering. The platform was vast, surrounded by throngs of spectators and the other 3 great families of the capital. Shao, Qin, and Ji family heads stood waiting. The Tang contingent arrived last, led by Tang Wumo, Tang Lan, and Xiao Yu. The Shao family head scoffed at their late arrival, but Tang Wumo responded with cold disdain. Xiao Yu drew the attention of Qin Qianxue, a dark-haired beauty from the Qin family, who felt a strange familiarity about him. As representatives stepped forward, the crowd murmured in confusion over Xiao Yu's presence with the Tang family. A heated dispute arose as the Shao family head and Qin Qianxue questioned Xiao Yu's legitimacy. Tang Wumo intervened, officially declaring Xiao Yu as Tang Lan's husband and Tang family's son-in-law, fully eligible to represent the family. The Shao family head scoffed, mocking the Tang family's desperation, and activated a detection device, confirming Xiao Yu as only an early-stage necromancer. Laughter and disbelief erupted among the crowd. Judge Jin Ishio silenced the commotion, instructing everyone except the participants to leave the teleportation platform. He explained the rules. 4 ghost eyes awaited on Ghost Mountain, and the family with the most acquired would claim victory. The other families fielded teams with at least 3 middle-stage cultivators, while the Tang family had only 1. Xiao Yu's mind raced as he processed the information. The fate of the Tang family now rested entirely on him, and his ability to secure the elusive ghost eyes. Xiao Yu stood with the Tang family team, stunned as the judge announced ghost eyes. The term alone brought to mind dark sorcery and vengeful spirits. Outnumbered in strength, the Tang family already felt at a disadvantage. The judge activated a golden mirror, and light pulled everyone into the Ghost Mountain instance. Xiao Yu landed among jagged cliffs drowned in dark blue fog that swallowed sound. The ghost fog radiated lethal danger. A scream from another family confirmed it as someone plunged into the mist and vanished. The judge's distant warning echoed that anyone entering the fog before it cleared would die. Outside, Tang Wumo sipped tea confidently until Tang Lan burst in, furious after slipping away from the banquet. Inside, a muscular man with flaming red hair and a dark red battle suit approached Xiao Yu with disdain. He introduced himself as Tang Outyan, blaming Xiao Yu for misleading Lan'er and the Patriarch. In the instance, he declared himself the Tang family's strongest fighter, the one who would give orders. A blonde woman supported him, calling him the family's top genius and mocking Xiao Yu as a freeloading son-in-law. Xiao Yu simply agreed to hide behind them, earning more contempt. Outside, Tang Wumo nearly crushed his cup as he watched them ignore his instruction to follow Xiao Yu. Tang Outyan rushed forward, fixated on reaching a ghost eye first. Xiao Yu silently weighed his own need for one to restore his memories against the Tang family's need. With only 4 in existence, the situation was tight. A decrepit sedan chair appeared ahead, carrying an ancient woman in a ragged hood. The Tang group assumed she was an NPC, but Xiao Yu instantly felt an old, chilling aura. She warned that Ghost Mountain Hell rejected the living and promised death to intruders. When questioned, she only cackled that real ghosts roamed the mountain. Xiao Yu struck her staff with a burst of necromantic energy, sparks flaring. The Tang group froze in disbelief. Her eyes lit with demonic green as she tried to retaliate, but Xiao Yu crushed her attack and sent her flying with a single dark energy punch. Terrified, she begged him to stop and agreed to speak. He stood over her calmly while she revealed that Ghost Mountain was the boundary between the underworld and the living, filled with vengeful spirits hiding in the fog. As she spoke, twisted green specters rose from the mist, red eyes burning, wailing over their unjust deaths. Their voices clawed at Xiao Yu's mind, making him press her harder for information. He demanded the location of the ghost eyes. Broken, she admitted she knew only one. Forced by his stare, she revealed that the ghost eye she knew of belonged to the ghost monk, a massive, bald specter with glowing red eyes and tattered robes. Xiao Yu understood he would eventually face it himself. A vision unfolded of the monk's past, once an enlightened cultivator who vowed to deliver the vengeful spirits crowding Ghost Mountain. For a brief moment, golden Buddha light shone across the mountain, a colossal Buddha manifesting as if descending in person, before the ghost fog swallowed the radiance whole. When the monk was next seen, he had already transformed into the ghost monk, a red-eyed specter clutching a sinister staff. The vision faded. On the ridge, the cloaked old woman pointing toward the mountain's ruined temple, explaining that the ghost monk stayed there. To counter him, she urged Xiao Yu to sharpen his weapon with deathly energy. Xiao Yu turned to leave, agreeing to investigate the temple, unaware that the old woman's eyes glowed green with malice as she watched him walk away. She lunged at him from behind, her body flaring with green light, but he dodged easily, exposing her treachery. One golden flash from the golden dragon crescent blade sent her flying, her form scattering into motes. A message appeared announcing that he had defeated an NPC with physical combat and earned 1 point of deathly energy. His weapon darkened slightly as the blade's meter, 1 out of 100, rose, hinting at the eventual Ghost Slayer enchantment. Xiao Yu examined the glow, recognizing how deathly energy was accumulated. Soon after, Tang Outyan approached. He warned him sharply, but Xiao Yu asked why, since they were teammates. The men overheard the talk of turning him into deathly energy, leaving them startled. As they entered deeper into Ghost Mountain, eerie wailing surrounded them. He told them to ignore the sounds and keep walking. Their figures appeared ghost-like on a projected screen observed by a middle-aged couple. They commented on Tang Aotian's arrogance, the difficulty of dealing with the lesser ghosts at the mountain's base, and the danger of provoking them, until both recoiled in shock at Xiao Yu's actions. Down in the instance, Xiao Yu, glowing blue, deliberately called the lesser ghosts out, intent on gathering more deathly energy. Tang Aotian panicked, urging him to stop before they were overwhelmed. A vengeful female ghost attacked, but Xiao Yu cut her down instantly, earning another point. With frightening calm, he launched into a ruthless massacre, the golden blade carving through ghost after ghost. Tang Aotian and the blonde woman backed away in horror as the deathly energy meter surged. Xiao Yu's eyes gleamed gold as he swept the weapon in a wide arc, shredding the last of the spirits. The meter hit its limit, 100 out of 100, triggering the Ghost Slayer enchantment. Cloaked in black and gold aura, his eyes burning red, he looked more demonic than the ghosts themselves. His teammates stared in disbelief, wondering why the ghosts suddenly looked afraid of him. A Taoist elder appeared then, accompanied by disciples. He recognized the rare next stage of deathly energy as Xiao Yu charged after the fleeing spirits. With a composed mudra and a resonant incantation, he summoned Tread Fire, a blazing pillar that swept across the ground, cleansing everything and burning away all of Xiao Yu's accumulated deathly energy. Xiao Yu roared in fury, demanding to know who had destroyed it. The Taoist, stern with hair tied up, addressed the players and introduced himself as Zhang of the Zhang family. The blonde woman realized he was a crucial Ghost Mountain NPC whose help drastically lowered the difficulty. A mustached disciple speculated that the Tang family might maintain its position among the four great families again. Tang Aotian bowed gratefully. Zhang warned them that Ghost Mountain was extremely dangerous and advised retreat, but Tang Aotian explained that they had to continue upward. After considering this, the Taoist agreed to guide them but warned that they would still need to protect themselves at critical moments. Tang Aotian, encouraged, believed the challenge was now secure and no longer worried about Xiao Yu causing trouble. The group pushed through the eerie mountain trail, the air thick with the cries of circling black crows. Their claws scraped against loose stones as they climbed the steep slope. Tang Xiaoxiao grew increasingly nervous, complaining that there was no path and questioning whether they should be on the mountain at all. Ao Tian puffed up proudly. Xiao Yu walked slightly apart, silent and detached, his golden dragon crescent blade in hand. With one effortless sweep, the blade carved through the dense brush, golden light flashing as it flattened the vegetation. The faint aura of deathly energy lingered in the air. Taoist Zhang paused to study him, curiosity sharpening his gaze. Xiao Yu answered him in a bored tone, calling himself a butcher. Ao Tian, spotting the cleared trail, convinced someone had reached Ghost Mountain before them. Taoist Zhang halted him with a raised hand, directing their attention to a grim sight nearby, bodies scattered across the slope, dressed in dark clothing, faces twisted in terror. Tang Xiaoxiao gasped at the corpses, wondering aloud how they had died and what horrors waited on the mountain. The Taoist offered a brief prayer and urged the group to move on. A towering shadow emerged behind them, red eyes burning in the darkness. Only Xiao Yu noticed at first. Tang Xiaoxiao's sudden shriek alerted the others, and Ao Tian panicked, unsure whether the figure was a person or a ghost. Taoist Zhang ordered everyone to clear the way. Xiao Yu stepped forward without hesitation, declaring he would cleave it regardless of what it was. The blade splitting the ghoul cleanly in half. A notification rose, deathly energy +1. As they continued, Tang Xiaoxiao began to crack under the tension, wanting to retreat, but Ao Tian insisted they needed to find a ghost eye. A sorrowful opera voice drifted through the air, each line more tragic than the last. Confusion spread among the group as the mournful singing echoed around them. The ground shifted suddenly, dissolving into a glowing green pool that swallowed them waist deep. Tang Xiaoxiao screamed, splashing in panic. Tang Ao Tian tried to calm her, but her wide, frozen eyes stared over his shoulder. A pale female ghost in a blood-stained white dress rose silently from the glowing water behind him, her mouth stretched impossibly wide. Tang Xiaoxiao, unable to see the entity, insisted she was imagining things. Desperate, the girl begged Taoist Zhang to confirm the ghost's presence. The Taoist focused his energy, opening his heavenly eye. A surge of blue light exposed the ghost, and he immediately struck with spiritual force, only to reel back as the backlash injured him. Even seeing the ghost's face had harmed him. Alarmed, he prepared a talisman and recited ancient incantations, summoning the 7 kills ghost god order. A golden tornado erupted from the talisman, ripping through the ghost and hurling her upward in a shriek of agony. The ghost returned almost instantly, frenzied and glowing green, lunging at him. Taoist Zhang met her at close range. He summoned heavenly lightning with his most powerful technique, a roaring pillar that crashed down and drove the ghost back. Tang Xiaoxiao watched in awe, amazed at his ability to call lightning itself. As the light faded, Xiaoyu noticed a faint ripple of darkness leaking from the ghost's form. He shouted a warning, realizing she had not been destroyed. The ghost had only been driven back. Ghost Mountain still waited ahead, its dangers growing heavier with every step. A haunting opera drifted through the mountain slope, the unseen female voice carrying a tragic lament that rippled across the glowing green water. Taoist Zhang, sensing the immense spiritual power behind it, urged the group to run. The team splashed frantically through the eerie liquid, which seemed to follow every step. Tang Aotian panicked, shouting that the water was moving with them, and claiming Taoist Zhang had no way to escape. The ghost, still invisible to Tang Aotian, pursued relentlessly. Determined to fight, he planted his spear and lunged, only for the spirit to slip easily beneath the water. Mistaking her retreat for fear, he scoffed and unleashed a heavy overhead attack that cleaved the water but struck nothing. A chilling presence materialized behind him, freezing his limbs as cold seeped into his bones. His gaze slid to Xiaoyu, who moved through the chaos with cold indifference. The Taoist pleaded with him to flee, insisting the ghost was too powerful and that ordinary spells were useless. Xiaoyu only stepped forward with a dark, self-assured smirk, declaring that force alone would shatter all laws. He surged through the fluorescent water, the golden dragon crescent blade carving a path of brilliant gold. The oppressive spiritual environment shattered beneath his momentum, leaving Taoist Zhang stunned by the sheer force on display. Xiaoyu reached the spot where the ghost had vanished, only for her to reappear at Tang Aotian's back. His gaze narrowed, remarking on the ghost's unnaturally pale face. The spirit turned, eyes blazing with hatred. Xiaoyu activated the effects of his silver lion helmet and wind boots, the blade in his hand blazing with golden light. He launched forward with blinding speed, unleashing dragon roar continuous slash. Golden arcs tore through the ghost's form again and again. She tried to flee, shrieking in panic, but Xiaoyu chased her with predatory delight, demanding she stop running and let him chop her down. Players watching the battle were horrified, unable to comprehend how anyone could hunt a vengeful spirit with such savage enthusiasm. Some questioned whether they were imagining Xiaoyu's ferocity, while others admitted they instinctively wanted to punch him for being this monstrous. The ghost's speed faltered. Xiaoyu brought his polearm down with crushing force, the impact overwhelming the last of her resistance. She dissipated into a trail of dark smoke, and a notification appeared, evil spirit value plus 100. Taoist Zhang praised him for supposedly helping defeat the ghost. Tang Aotian, regaining his shaky composure, offered gratitude laced with private resentment. Beyond the mountain copy, powerful figures gathered. Among them, an old man with green glowing eyes mocked Tang Wumo for choosing such a weak grandson-in-law. Tang Wumo brushed aside the doubts with a smug dismissal. A man in a red cloak confronted him, hinting at the old patriarch's frightening level, then advised his own clan to put all conflict with the Tang family on hold, noting the elder's strength but also his nearing death. Inside the instance, Xiaoyu walked ahead alone. Tang Xiaoxiao approached him with trembling sweetness, pretending to be scared and asking him to protect her. Xiaoyu stopped, turned toward her with empty eyes, and warned her to stay away or be punched. The girl recoiled in shock, her attempted seduction collapsing instantly. The clash with the vengeful female ghost faded, leaving Tang Xiaoxiao trembling in its aftermath. Tang Aotian immediately stepped in, comforting her with forced confidence as she leaned against him, blaming her earlier behavior on being bewitched and praising him to cover her shaken nerves. He brushed the incident aside with shallow pride, while Taoist Zhang cut through their exchange, sensing dense yin energy ahead and the unmistakable sound of battle. Before anyone could decide their next move, a blur shot past. Xiaoyu had already broken from the group. Purple and red streaks trailed behind him as he surged toward the fighting, his expression sharpened with grim purpose. Announcing himself as an expert exorcist, he dove straight into the fray, triggering a surge of deathly chi as he collided with a massive, shadowy ghost. The force of the impact hurled the creature into the swirling water, which pulsed with raw energy. A blonde player with a bandaged nose recognized the monstrous figure they had been struggling against, the painted-skin ghost, a spirit notorious for peeling off faces and wearing them to assume new identities. Knowing they were outmatched, he introduced himself as Xiao Sun of the Xiao family and begged Xiao Yu for aid. Xiao Yu dismissed him instantly, turning away with disdain the moment he heard the family name. Xiao Sun's teammate, a stern man with a mustache, bristled at the insult, but Xiao Sun quickly offered payment. That stopped Xiao Yu long enough for him to demand 5 million, which Xiao Sun accepted without hesitation. Suspicion flickered through Xiao Yu's mind, but the promise of profit kept him in place. Mimicking Taoist Zhang's earlier incantation with mocking confidence, he charged again, the golden dragon crescent blade erupting with golden light. His 7 kills ghost god order slammed into the painted-skinned ghost, subduing it with brute, overwhelming force. Xiao Sun stared in disbelief. The enemy that 5 of them failed to dent was now pinned down by one man. Fear crept into him, wondering whether Xiao Yu was controlled by an even stronger spirit. Xiao Yu snapped at them to stop gawking and help, and Xiao Sun finally rallied his team. As they struck the immobilized ghost, a monstrous presence loomed overhead, an enormous, ghastly eye hovering among clusters of red eyes, visible only to a few. Recognition struck Xiao Sun instantly. The painted-skinned ghost housed a ghost eye. Xiao Yu laughed sharply, exulting that the ghost eye had appeared so soon, proclaiming it fortune for his Xiao family, which Xiao Sun eagerly misunderstood as his own. Greed flooded him as he ordered his teammates to rip open the painted-skinned ghost's spectral flesh to confirm the truth. Their attacks revealed a pulsing dark orb, the ghost eye, beating like a living organ inside the spirit. The sight made Xiao Sun reckless. He shouted for Xiao Yu's help, promising 10 times the original payment. Xiao Yu gave him a cold, amused smile as he prepared to accept the inflated offer, but Xiao Sun moved first. Light blazed around him as he revealed his true ability, a beast mastery transformation. Muscles swelled, bones reshaped, and in an instant he became a towering black wolf with blazing red eyes, the Wolf King. The creature roared and plunged back into the fight, the ghost eye floating ominously above the chaos. Xiao Yu watched the transformation with dark anticipation, his gaze locked on both the painted-skinned ghost and the coveted eye that pulsed like a living prize. The ghost eye pulsed once, then erupted into a massive black vortex streaked with blue energy. Xiao Yu and the Xiao family members had no time to resist, they were dragged into the spiraling abyss. Far away, in the observation hall, the monitors filled with the image of the roaring vortex. The elders watching stiffened. The Xiao family's forces and the Tang family's infamous live-in son-in-law had been swallowed by the Ghost Eye space, a realm saturated with violent ghost energy, and the only path toward the Ghost Eye's recognition. When Xiao Yu regained consciousness, he found himself in the Ghost Eye world, a blood-red forest beneath a cracked, shadowed sky. The trees oozed the color of fresh wounds. Before he could regain his bearings, a soft voice drifted through the undergrowth. A fragile-looking woman in a white gown emerged, trembling and lost, begging him to escort her somewhere safe. He agreed with cold indifference, and asked how she planned to repay him. Her eyes lowered, her voice turning honey-sweet, and she pressed her body to him in a calculated embrace. Xiao Yu responded by seizing her face and punching her upward into the air, sending her white robes billowing against the red sky. She drifted back with a pout, switching tactics. Light tore through her form as she transformed into a mature beauty in a provocative purple dress, posing seductively on the blood-soaked ground. When that also failed to stir him, her voice deepened with irritation, her gloved hand reaching for his chest, determined to uncover whatever he was hiding in his heart. He warned her once. She ignored it. Her hand plunged into his chest, ghostly power invading his spirit. In an instant, her form warped again, becoming a young girl with white hair and green eyes, the buried memories she had forced out of him. She mocked him, delighted with her discovery, while Xiao Yu's face cracked with fury and searing flames rose around him. She taunted him further, insisting he was powerless to harm her. Xiao Yu only smiled. Behind her, a terrifying figure materialized from the darkness, the mechanical empress, her red eyes glowing, skeletal arms coiling around the spirit's stolen form. Realizing her fatal mistake too late, the woman screamed as the empress restrained her completely. Xiao Yu struck without hesitation. The golden dragon crescent blade swept down, obliterating the intruder. A pulse of deathly chi surged through him as the specter dissolved, leaving behind a single reward, a pulsing red ghost eye. He lifted it toward the mechanical empress, asking if it could unlock the sealed memories buried within him. She confirmed it could, though the ghost eye space was beginning to collapse. Without waiting for its stability to hold, she pressed the orb into his left eye socket. The pain ripped through him instantly, flooding his mind with broken, corrupted fragments of forgotten scenes before fading into nothing. The Empress observed his reaction with a heavy conclusion. The seal was far stronger than expected. One ghost eye alone could not break it. But with 4, the path was possible. Even so, he had gained enhanced vision and newfound resistance to the surrounding ghost mist. The red world shattered like glass. Xiao Yu found himself again on Ghost Mountain's misty soil, shadows curling around him as reality reformed. Shao Sun stumbled forward, relieved and pale from fear, demanding only one thing, the ghost eye. Shao Sun's composure shattered the moment he realized Xiao Yu still held the ghost eye. Greed twisted across his face as he demanded it outright, insisting the Shao disciples who accompanied him had died in the ghost eye space and that Xiao Yu should honor their deal. The false politeness collapsed quickly. Impatience brought out the threat beneath his words. Xiao Yu only responded with an amused, icy smile that pushed Shao Sun further into frustration. Dropping all pretense, Shao Sun accused him of hoarding the ghost eye and called for his Wolf King. The massive Wolf King lunged with exposed fangs, but Xiao Yu cut it down in a single, ruthless strike, his blade flashing green as a notification marked the beast's death. Shao Sun could only stare at the fallen fiend before deciding to flee, the panic clear even in his thoughts. Left alone in the mist, Xiao Yu briefly wondered about the missing Tang family members. Outside, the political observers erupted into confrontation, Xiao Tian's accusing Tang Wumo of harming the Xiao family's forces, Tang Wumo deflecting responsibility with the old rule that once someone entered Ghost Mountain, destiny would decide their end. Another elder watched the scene with suspicion, noting Xiao Yu's increasingly uncontrollable direction. Back in the ghost mist, Xiao Yu searched for his scattered allies. A desperate cry drew him toward Tang Xiaoxiao, but by the time he reached her, she was already gone. Though she had been opportunistic, her death still struck him as wrong, sharpening his resolve as he scanned the surroundings for the killer lurking within the fog. A blast of yellow spiritual light tore through the mist, Taoist Zhang's signature incantation. He appeared moments later with Tang Aotian, relieved to find Xiao Yu unharmed. Questions about Tang Xiaoxiao broke Tang Aotian's composure entirely. Guilt overwhelmed him as he admitted she had vanished in the thick fog he feared to enter. Taoist Zhang quickly redirected the blame toward the true threat, the painted-skin ghost, one of the most terrifying vengeful spirits. He explained its gruesome obsession with beautiful victims, its method of peeling their skin, and the horrific lanterns it created from those stolen remains. The disciple accompanying them grew pale as a cluster of glowing yellow human skin lanterns drifted into view, confirming the worst. Taoist Zhang immediately raised a powerful defensive spell, blue light exploding outward and breaking apart the floating horrors. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu charged in, determined to extract every bit of deathly qi he could from the dissolving remnants, notifications rising repeatedly with each strike. Even amid the destruction, Taoist Zhang warned him that the lanterns were only minor tricks. The true painted-skin ghost was still hiding somewhere ahead, waiting for its next victim. Xiao Yu, having harvested deathly qi from the remnants, stayed sharp. From the deepest fog, the real painted-skin ghost appeared, a bulging, naked specter with burning red eyes. It screamed in frustration, its warped compliments quickly turning into demands for Xiao Yu's skin. It lunged, attempting to tear him apart. Xiao Yu blocked the charge, forcing it to recoil, but the creature retaliated with bone-white talons, cursing humans and threatening to peel his skin, devour his flesh, and swallow his soul. Xiao Yu deflected the strike, realizing the ghost was far tougher than expected and that defeating it without rampage mode would be difficult. Before he could transform, a glacial barrier of blue ice erupted between them, cast by an unseen newcomer. A new group of players entered, Qin Hao, the Qin family little sword god, leading them. Xiao Yu immediately noted the high attack power of the main combatant. The painted-skin ghost was knocked back again as a second glacial barrier landed from a female player, followed by another teammate dispelling lingering effects. Their flawless timing made Xiao Yu suspect they had fought the ghost before, and the realization settled instantly. Taoist Zhang hurried back, worried about Tang Long's disappearance, and suggested they leave while others were handling the situation. Xiao Yu allowed him to go ahead, and Zhang reluctantly agreed. Watching the ongoing fight, Xiao Yu acknowledged the newcomer's strength, which explained why the painted-skin ghost had tried to flee earlier. The Qin family unleashed a devastating technique invoking heaven, earth, and human, delivering a sword strike that made the ghost scream in agony. One of the Qin family members shouted for everyone to attack together before the ghost could reopen its ghost eye space. The battlefield erupted into light. When the smoke cleared, the tied-hair player held the third ghost eye and immediately ordered the team to chase the ghost's fleeing shadow. As they sprinted off, Xiao Yu watched with a predatory grin. He already possessed the second ghost eye, only 2 remained. Ghost Mountain was a competition, and since others had plotted against him first, he felt no need to show mercy. Moving swiftly, he snatched the sword dropped by the Qin family player during the chaos. The moment the player noticed, he rushed back in fury, now weaponless, trying in desperation to stall Xiao Yu long enough for Qin Hao to arrive. But exhaustion slowed him, and Xiao Yu vanished into the darkness. Far behind, 2 hooded figures with glowing red eyes emerged, their silhouettes signaling yet another faction entering the deadly hunt. A Qin family player froze as cloaked figures surrounded them, recognizing that the newcomers were all mid-stage threats who could wipe them out if they attacked together. Outside the instance, an observing elder noted with disapproval that someone had been lying in ambush inside Ghost Mountain, a provocation against all families of the capital. One hooded figure answered with casual arrogance, claiming to have simply heard of the Qin family's little sword god and wanting to spar with him. The Qin player scoffed at the idea of a one-on-one match but accepted, preparing himself as the challenge was issued. One hooded figure taunted a player, questioning whether they feared the Qin family's revenge. A purple-haired Qin player charged in, unleashing the Qin king's tyrannical fist in rapid succession, demanding to see how long the hooded figure could keep dodging. The cloaked opponent avoided every strike with ease and countered with a burst of red-white force, dismissing the attacker as trash. Xiao Yu, sensing the inhuman strength, found the figure strangely familiar. The second hooded figure approached the wounded purple-haired player with a mace. The first reminded him of their main objective and then addressed Xiao Yu, asking if he intended to surrender peacefully. Xiao Yu noticed the scaled arm beneath the sleeve and stepped forward. Recognition hit him as he saw the scales, but before he could speak, the hooded figure suddenly stabbed a nearby injured player. The victim gasped the attacker's name, Lin Lang. Shocked, Xiao Yu demanded to know how he had become like this. Lin Lang removed part of his mask, revealing light scales around his eyes, and spoke with cold detachment, acknowledging their past as classmates and claiming he wouldn't make things difficult. He explained that multiple black-robed figures inside the instance were targeting Xiao Yu, then warned that the next time they met, they would be enemies. He vanished into the darkness, leaving Xiao Yu to grapple with the revelation that he was the target. The Qin family group, led by Qin Hao, arrived just in time to see Xiao Yu standing beside the slain Qin player. Horror spread across their faces. Xiao Yu immediately understood how impossible it would be to clear his name. Outside, observers watched, including the Qin family patriarch, Qin Sengtian, while a woman beside him refused to believe what she was seeing. Qin Hao confronted Xiao Yu, blade drawn. Xiao Yu tried to ask if they would believe him if he denied the killing, but knowing the answer, he activated a ring-shaped artifact, steel, and escaped. The Qin players chased him furiously, demanding he stop if he was innocent, but he fled deeper into the forest. Hidden behind a tree at last, he cursed Lin Lang for leaving him with such a disaster and reminded himself of his actual goal, recovering the ghost eye and restoring his memories, with Taoist Zhang still waiting ahead. Meanwhile, Taoist Zhang reached a moonlit ruin, a grand yet dilapidated building. Entering quietly, he located a statue of a Buddhist monk holding an artifact and recognized it as the lost Dharma artifact of his Taoist sect. A surge of purple spiritual energy swept over him as he wondered how many years had passed since a Taoist had managed to reach this place. The chapter opened with Taoist Zhang standing inside the ruined sanctuary, purple spiritual energy swirling around him as he finally located his sect's missing relic. The ancient statue of a monk held the stellar disk, and the weight of the lingering power left Zhang awestruck. A commanding presence suddenly filled the chamber. An old monk descended with a radiant golden staff, serene yet imposing. Master Yuan Kong, long presumed a legendary figure, stood before him, declaring lofty vows and ideals. Zhang, shaken, announced his mission to retrieve the stellar disk and affirmed his lifelong dedication to Taoism. Yuan Kong's gentle demeanor cracked, revealing a forceful intent to convert him. A crushing spiritual pressure struck, forcing Zhang to his knees as the monk's golden-red aura blazed around him. Just as Zhang was about to succumb, Xiao Yu stormed into the hall. His dark aura cut through the oppression as he yanked the Taoist free. Yuan Kong shifted his attention to him, attempting the same spiritual coercion, yet Xiao Yu remained unaffected, observing with a mocking calm. The monk's confusion deepened. Anyone with even slight spiritual aptitude should have reacted. Zhang, regaining clarity, realized the truth behind the strange behavior. This was no true Buddhist master, but an entity using a corrupted technique to bewitch minds. His talisman struck the monk, burning away the illusion. Xiaoyu confirmed it. The figure before them was a ghost monk. Purpling energy erupted as the monk's disguise peeled away, revealing blue-black skin and glowing red eyes. Zhang warned Xiaoyu of the spirit's terrifying origins. Master Yuan Kong had wielded immense Buddhist power in life, and his lingering obsession after death made him far more dangerous than any ordinary vengeful ghost. Accepting his identity, the ghost monk unleashed his domain, proclaiming himself the sole bringer of salvation. The surge of twisted spiritual force blasted Zhang and Xiaoyu across the hall. They rose, bracing for the inevitable battle. Zhang felt the crushing weight of the monk's strength. Xiaoyu, calm in the rising storm, invoked the 7 Killings Ghost God decree, purple aura surging as the clash for control of Ghost Mountain began. Taoist Zhang launched his assault, channeling the power of the heavens. Blue lightning swallowed the demonic monk, yet Yuan Kong's shadowy form absorbed it without resistance. Xiao Yu's warning from within the sea of blood went unheard as the Taoist pushed forward. When the attack faded, Zhang was already struggling under the corrosion of the monk's demonic domain, his spiritual essence wearing thin. Behind him, Xiao Yu's aura darkened as rage mode activated. Determined to hold on, Taoist Zhang steadied himself and recited a powerful incantation, summoning tranquility from the 9 heavens and calling for the curse to break. Heavenly force erupted from his hands and clashed against the domain in a blinding collision. The backlash hurled him across the chamber, but the disruption broke the monk's stillness. Yuan Kong rose again with pale blue demonic skin and a glowing magenta sigil, unfazed and amused by the resistance. His golden hooked staff smashed into Zhang, sending him into the rafters. His red eyes shifted toward Xiaoyu, analyzing the suffocating deathly qi swirling around him. A system interface flickered before Xiaoyu, revealing the threat, an epic NPC, level 79 out of 80, one step from high stage. Xiaoyu recognized how lucky he was to have strengthened himself with the deathly qi of the ghost lanterns. Even injured, Taoist Zhang prepared to stake his life. He handed Xiaoyu the burden of his body and the stellar disc should he die, but the young necromancer refused the idea and stepped forward with certainty. Xiaoyu shot into the air, clashing with the monk at blistering speed. Yuan Kong tightened his grip on his weapon, noting the necromancer's terrifying potential and silently condemning such dense death qi to the Avicii hell. Xiaoyu saw the truth. Yuan Kong carried 2 ghost eyes. Killing him would complete the set. The monk sensed that intent and answered with an ancient mantra, but Xiaoyu's strike pierced into his essence, forcing him back for the first time. Taoist Zhang seized the opening. Summoning everything he had left, he lifted his spiritual sword. His blood ignited the blade, flooding the hall with golden light. Even weakened, Yuan Kong hurled his defiance as the final strike crashed over him. The golden wave swallowed the monk, and Taoist Zhang collapsed instantly. Xiaoyu caught him, shaken but unharmed thanks only to the silver lion helm's passive protection. As the dust settled, he searched for confirmation of their victory. Zhang admitted he could not be certain. Against an ordinary spirit, the strike would have ended everything, but Yuan Kong's fall from Buddha to ghost complicated his fate. Unwilling to gamble, Xiaoyu stepped forward with the golden dragon crescent blade to finish the job, only to find the monk's spiritual core gone. His body had already vanished, leaving behind nothing but the golden staff on the cold floor. The Taoist's radiance faded, and silence reclaimed the ruins of Ghost Mountain. A massive vortex of magenta energy swallowed the temple hall, bathing everything in blinding light. The dark-robed Yuan Kong, an overwhelming presence of corrupt power. The ghost eye space pressed in from all sides, its distortions twisting every corner of reality. Inside Xiaoyu's mind, the Empress spoke with icy clarity. The ghost eye space formed by 2 ghost eyes was far beyond what he could withstand. The only path left was to match Yuan Kong's sight with another ghost eye of his own. The risk was enormous, but the alternative was death. Xiaoyu lifted his trembling hand to his left eye. A crimson orb, one of the ghost eyes, formed in his palm, blazing with power. Forcing it into his socket felt like tearing his soul apart. A raw cry ripped out of him as the magenta haze shattered violently, the light in his new eye stabilizing into a terrifying crimson glow. Yuan Kong's composure cracked as he recognized the awakened ghost eye. His pale, tattooed face and beady black eyes hardened, purple beads clattering around his shoulders. A massive, grotesque hand rose, manifesting a colossal fist of magenta force that shattered the surrounding space like glass. Reality splintered into golden shards. In the midst of the fractured world, Xiaoyu opened his new sight. Every particle in the air, every current of energy, every hidden shift, nothing escaped him. Two ghost eyes had brought him a clarity that bordered on omniscience. Even Yuan Kong felt the difference, unnerved by the power now staring back at him. Realizing that Xiaoyu carried two other ghost eyes as well, Yuan Kong lunged in frenzy, his Vajra demon subduing pestle forming mid-charge. Greed and fury twisted his expression as he vowed to seize all four. But Xiaoyu remained perfectly calm. His vision had expanded to the point where he could read every intention before it formed. The golden pestle spun toward him, its rings shrieking through the air. He moved faster than the world could register. A system surge tore through him, the Dragon Roar combo activated. His staff clashed against the pestle, each strike faster and heavier than the last. Yuan Kong's arm trembled violently as the pressure escalated. 5 stacks formed, then 20, the attacks becoming a relentless storm that drove the monk backward. The final strike erupted in a golden dragon's roar, engulfing Yuan Kong entirely. His body shriveled into a charred husk. A shower of golden light marked Xiaoyu's victory. His deathly chi surged, and he acquired the 2 ghost eyes that had belonged to Yuan Kong. His total now reached 4, an intoxicating power. Rewards appeared beside him, a golden card and a weapon. The card's art mocked him with its absurd depiction and forced paternal bond, a one-time use item capable of compelling someone to acknowledge him as their father. Disgusted, he tossed it aside, only to realize its synergy with the weapon that followed. The crescent halberd materialized with a gleaming golden dragon motif. Its rule-type effect allowed him to unleash fatal, defense-ignoring attacks specifically against an adopted father. The combination shifted from ridiculous to ingenious. The last 2 ghost eyes floated gently into his hand. Absorbing them filled him with immense pressure and clarity. His crimson gaze gradually transitioned into a cool, serene blue. The complete set of 4 ghost eyes broke every illusion around him, dissolving the temple hall into a pure, white expanse. Before him stood a woman, radiating familiarity. Zuiyu? Xiaoyu stood among the ruins of the battle, his eyes now burning with the full crimson intensity of the 4 merged ghost eyes. A final system prompt confirmed the awakening of an S-rank hidden skill, Ghost Eye, Way of 1,000 Arms, a deadly ability allowing him to expend his own HP to replicate any melee skill he witnessed. As the power settled, the white dimension around him cracked apart, spilling memories like broken film. At the center was Zouyu, her innocent smile marred by a creeping dark tattoo across her face. Pain surged through Xiaoyu as the sealed memories clawed their way back, and 2 names tore out of him with desperate force, Baizhe and Huaxi. The illusion shattered. Outside the ruined hall, Daoist Zhang hurried toward him, finding Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu steadied himself, blue-eyed and composed, confirming that the ghost monk had been eliminated. His attention shifted to several cloaked figures in the distance, and a scaled-faced mercenary briefing his team. The mercenaries' movements and attire made their affiliation obvious. Baizhe operatives, and Lin Lang had likely been another of their altered test subjects. Orders rippled through the group as 5 masked fighters rushed toward Xiaoyu, a swordsman, a shield-bearing tanker, a rogue with yellow hair, a healer, and a mage. Xiaoyu watched them with calm confidence, inviting their attack. The swordsman struck first, only to have his wrist seized mid-swing and his attack reversed by a devastating counter that sent him stumbling, shocked by Xiaoyu's overwhelming strength. The tanker followed, raising a blazing shield, but Xiaoyu's assault blasted straight through, hurling him backward. The yellow-haired rogue darted in with flashing daggers, only to be swept aside by a powerful kick. Individually, none could measure up. Xiaoyu decided to end the skirmish in one decisive move. With a system-assisted switch, he drew out the golden "Acknowledge a villain as your father" card and directed it at the tanker. The card's effect forced a sudden emotional bond between them, leaving the tanker bewildered and furious. Conflicted between hostility and the unnatural affection imposed on him, he prepared to retaliate, only for Xiaoyu to bring down the crescent halberd in a single, rule-type strike that bypassed all defenses. The tanker fell instantly, a mid-stage defensive cultivator killed in one blow. The healer scrambled to assist, and the mage hurled a massive fireball, but Xiaoyu evaded and countered with lethal precision, collecting another surge of deathly chi. The rogue, in desperation, unleashed his strongest assassination technique, Heaven's End Shadow Kill, vanishing into high-speed afterimages. But the ghost eyes perceived every movement. The Way of 1,000 Arms activated, consuming Xiao Yu's HP as he perfectly mirrored the rogue's technique, countering it before the attack could land. Shock froze the rogue mid-motion. Xiao Yu struck without hesitation, driving the crescent halberd through his torso in a final, brutal finish. The remaining enemies recoiled in horror as Xiao Yu straightened. He surveyed the battlefield. 2 enemies remained. The swordsman and healer froze in terror as Xiao Yu stood over their fallen comrades, his once calm blue eyes now a deep, burning crimson. The crescent halberd in his grasp radiated cold, lethal power. One survivor shouted in panic, calling him a demon, urging the other to run and wait for reinforcements. They vanished into the forest while Xiao Yu watched, knowing he'd reached his limit. Taoist Zhang, who had witnessed the fight from afar, approached cautiously. Xiao Yu regained his composure, thanked him, and disappeared, leaving the Taoist stunned by the overwhelming display of strength. The scene shifted to a large courtyard of blue stone. Zuyu appeared, still bound by glowing chains. Xiao Yu re-emerged, immediately surrounded by armed cultivators. On a high platform stood Qin Patriarch Qin Sangtian, along with a mustached nobleman and a young woman in ornate attire. The mustached man accused Xiao Yu of killing Qin family juniors. Xiao Yu denied it and revealed the truth about the 2 men in black, one named Lin Lang from Kyoto University, now part of Bai Zhe, the true killers. His explanation was dismissed as fabrication. Xiao Yu turned to Qin Shenxue, seeking even a hint of trust. She answered coldly, unable to believe him. When she stepped forward and struck, the ice-blue blade pierced his chest. Shock filled her eyes when he made no attempt to dodge. He told her the wound repaid her earlier help. From now on, their ties were severed. As he bled, Qin family members rushed in. Another group arrived, with Hao reporting that he had also encountered men in black and hadn't seen Xiao Yu kill anyone. Even so, Patriarch Qin Sangtian declared Xiao Yu the prime suspect and insisted he could not leave alive. Xiao Yu challenged him. The Patriarch responded that Xiao Yu must die and surrender the 4 ghost eyes. Xiao Yu laughed despite the blood on his lips, repeating his innocence as necromantic blue flames erupted around him. His defiance stunned the crowd. Qin Sangtian sensed danger but, unwilling to retreat, ordered his cultivators to attack. As Xiao Yu raised the crescent halberd, power flaring into gold and crimson, he drew out the "Acknowledge a villain as your father" card once more. Before the Qin cultivators could act, a new figure descended, Tang Wumo, his long gray hair flowing, his presence sharp and commanding. He warned that touching Xiao Yu meant war with the Tang family. The courtyard erupted in disbelief. Qin Sangtian shouted Tang Wumo's name in fury. Tang Wumo replied coldly that he could tear off several pieces of the Qin family before dying, and when that happened, the surrounding forces would seize the chance to rip the weakened clan apart. The Qin Patriarch found himself cornered, his plans overturned by the unexpected intervention. Tension gripped the courtyard. Tang Wumo's sudden arrival stopped the Qin family's execution attempt and shifted the entire balance of power. His commanding presence silenced the crowd as he reminded them that in the Ghost Mountain instance, life and death were determined by fate. A furious Qin cultivator snapped back, accusing the Qin family of demanding revenge only when their own died, calling them hypocrites. Qin Sangtian trembled with restrained rage, vowing that the Tang family would pay for this day. As the hostility eased, Xiao Yu, still bleeding from Qin Qianshue's earlier strike, moved toward the Tang Patriarch. Hao watched him pass in silence, uncertainty in his eyes. Xiao Yu thanked Tang Wumo, who responded coolly, reminding him that as someone working for the Tang family, protection was only natural and any opportunity ahead would depend on his own fortune. Somewhere else, a man later berated 20 mid-stage cultivators kneeling in shame for failing to capture a single initial stage opponent. The scene shifted again as Tang Wumo led Xiao Yu into a deeper chamber, explaining that the family's ancestral land lay below. They descended into a vast underground altar marked by weathered stone and colossal pillars. Xiao Yu felt a disturbing familiarity. The structure resembled the one beneath the soul-cleansing lake. Tang Wumo halted, his solemn expression twisting into a sinister grin. A blazing golden light burst from him, flooding the cavern. He mocked Xiao Yu, promising that he would soon feel nothing at all. Xiao Yu sensed the betrayal the moment the flames erupted, a roaring surge of orange fire shooting from the altar and hurling him across the stone floor. He tried to pull out his final trump card but was struck again, the impact knocking him unconscious. He awoke strapped to an advanced operating table, blue restraints locking him in place while wires fed into his body. A man in a lab coat examined him. DONGHUA watched without emotion, ordering the man to stop playing around. He approached Xiaoyu with greedy satisfaction, admitting that he was nearing death and planned to erase Xiaoyu's memories, upload his own into the brain chip, and resurrect himself in Xiaoyu's body. Horror struck Xiaoyu as Mechanical Empress's spirit flickered into his mind, explaining that they had injected him with a powerful paralytic she was helping him resist. DONGHUA continued explaining that his original choice had been Tang Lan, whose compatibility was higher, but Xiaoyu's perfect body, having cleared the soul-cleansing lake, was an even better vessel. The lab-coated man activated a console, flooding the table with blue energy. Xiaoyu writhed as the memory-erasing process began, screaming in fury. With sheer willpower and Empress's aid, he shattered the restraints, unleashing a violent red necromancer aura. The crescent halberd materialized in his grip. He declared that only one of them would leave alive. DONGHUA scoffed, revealing he was far beyond the high stage and dismissing any chance of Xiaoyu resisting. Xiaoyu ignored him and raised the golden A-rank card, his final resort, invoking its power as he pledged himself as an adopted son. DONGHUA recoiled in confusion as the rule-binding force took effect. Xiaoyu, filled with ruthless triumph, lifted the crescent halberd. With the card's defense-ignoring rule active, he prepared to strike down his newly bound father, ending DONGHUA's betrayal once and for all. DONGHUA froze in shock, forced to use the A-rank card's power against his will. A flicker of fear crossed his mind. An initial stage cultivator should not make him feel danger. He activated the invincible golden body, boasting that even Ji Pingyang couldn't break it in one hit, let alone someone of Xiaoyu's level. The halberd crashed into the golden barrier. Dark energy clashed against blinding light. The barrier cracked like thin ice but held. A system notice flashed, S-rank item, Sage's Protection, negates one fatal attack. DONGHUA stared at the fractured shield, shaken. He could not understand why a low-rank weapon carried power strong enough to threaten him. Xiaoyu was equally stunned. The old man's massive HP had not been HP at all, it was an S-rank shield. DONGHUA, enraged and wary after nearly dying, demanded answers, then abruptly fled, turning into a streak of white light. Xiaoyu watched him disappear, glancing at the now inert card in his hand, the first of its 3 rule-type attacks spent. For someone supposedly on the verge of death, DONGHUA ran with surprising decisiveness. The system updated, another fatal attack would be allowed. Xiaoyu pocketed the card with a smirk and vowed that their next encounter would be the old man's last. He checked his status panel, reviewing his stats, equipment, skills, and items. Even with his current power, the path ahead still seemed daunting. Something tugged at his memory, but he couldn't place it, deciding to return to school first. With a single leap, he shattered the laboratory roof and landed in the school courtyard. On campus, the white-haired Principal Ji confronted him, demanding answers about the Qin family member who died in Ghost Mountain. Xiaoyu denied killing him, but before he could explain, the principal struck without warning. Crimson energy tore into him, draining thousands of HP. Xiaoyu endured through sheer will, ghost eyes glimmering. Principal Ji withdrew the attack, asking for proof. Xiaoyu had none. Since he claimed Lin Lang was responsible, Ji offered him 4 months to produce Lin Lang, or evidence. During that time, the Qin family would not be allowed to touch him. Xiaoyu accepted and left. At the dorm, Ma Fei and Xiangdi were waiting. They showed him a blue orb projecting a vivid image of Azhuyu defending herself in a war-torn ancient courtyard. The two explained that the background belonged to an instance set in an ancient royal court where another powerful nation invaded, forcing all players into the conflict. Leveling there was extremely fast. Both had nearly reached mid-stage before being wiped out by a monstrous final boss. The image of Azhuyu appeared, dressed in white, smiling gently despite the dark tattoo crawling across her cheek. Xiangdi wondered why, if she was alive, she had not returned. Xiaoyu offered no answer, only that she might have her reasons. Xiaoyu made his decision. They would enter the instance and search for clues. Something in those memories, and in Azhuyu's disappearance, was waiting for him. A swirling cyan vortex marked the portal to the Ghost Mountain instance. Xiaoyu, Ma Fei, and Xiangdi found it and stepped through before the Hunter Guild could arrive. Light engulfed them, and they emerged inside an opulent chamber lined with crimson lacquer and gold. Two attendants whispered anxiously about the crown prince who had fallen into the empress's bath half a month ago, now declared dead by imperial decree. Disoriented, Xiao Yu took in the palace surroundings. A system prompt clarified his identity. He was the fourth prince of the Red Identity Kingdom, and he needed to behave accordingly. The mission background flowed into his mind. The crown prince had recently ascended to the position, then gotten drunk at a banquet and ended up disgraced, most likely framed by his brothers. Xiao Yu immediately slipped into his role and demanded the locations of the other princes, startling the trembling attendants. A court official soon arrived with an announcement, and the emperor, Kang Shanqing, entered, dressed in imposing royal robes. Xiao Yu regarded him with instant irritation, briefly wondering if the crescent halberd could finish him in one strike. Before he could act on the thought, the emperor's concubine and Xiao Yu's mother, Yang Guifei, rushed forward and embraced him. Her warmth hit him unexpectedly hard. He hadn't felt such affection since childhood. The emperor shattered the moment with furious accusations about Xiao Yu's recent conduct. Yang Guifei dropped to her knees, begging for forgiveness, but Xiao Yu helped her up and faced his father. He insisted he didn't know how he ended up drunk in the bath but requested 3 days to uncover the truth. The emperor agreed, though his cold stare was unforgiving. If Xiao Yu failed, he would be exiled and disowned. In addition, no one was allowed to leave without imperial permission. Suppressing his frustration, Xiao Yu reassured his mother and prepared to investigate. Under house arrest but free to move within the palace, he went first to the eldest prince's residence. He kicked open the door and found the plump eldest prince lounging on a throne-like chair, devouring 2 chicken legs. Xiangdi recognized him immediately, revealing that he too was a prince in this instance. Xiao Yu, annoyed, realized the mission wanted him to assist the fourth prince, who was himself. Xiangdi hinted that Ma Fei must also hold a noble identity. A shift in scene confirmed it. Ma Fei emerged from the second prince's chambers, clothed elegantly in royal robes. Xiao Yu was stunned. If 3 of them were princes, there was only one left who could have framed him, the third prince. Their investigative work suddenly became much simpler. The 3 princes stormed toward the third prince's palace. Inside, the sleek, nervous-looking third prince paled at their synchronized arrival. Xiao Yu struck him immediately, unleashing pent-up anger. Xiangdi joined in with enthusiasm, while Ma Fei watched with cool detachment, urging them to continue. Under the combined assault, the third prince stubbornly refused to talk, but after a final round of pressure, he broke. He agreed to confess everything the next day when the emperor went out hunting, promising to expose the plot before the officials. Satisfied, Xiao Yu prepared for the coming confrontation. The truth would come out, his name would be cleared, and the mission could continue. The battered third prince lay groaning on the floor, thoroughly punished by the first prince, second prince, and the fourth prince. He desperately promised to confess and even restore Xiao Yu's position as crown prince, but Xiao Yu watched him with deep suspicion. Xiao Yu brushed off the concern, insisting that since the 3 of them were now united, there was nothing to fear. Killing their brother here would only complicate Xiao Yu's own hopes of reclaiming the crown prince title, so the third prince was spared, for now. At the first prince, Xiangdi's residence, he explained that the great shaman kingdom possessed shamans capable of summoning storms, lightning, and elemental phenomena similar to elementalists. Ma Fei informed that from his and Xiangdi's previous run, an assassination attempt was expected. The great shaman kingdom would attack during the emperor's hunt the next day. Xiangdi was instantly thrilled, already fantasizing about ascending the throne and promising to make Xiao Yu and Ma Fei crown princes in turn. His exaggerated ambition earned him 2 red bumps from his long-suffering brothers. The next day, a grand procession set out for the hunting grounds. Yang Guifei rushed to Xiao Yu with anxious warmth, relieved to see him recovered. The Red Flame Kingdom's empress, third prince's mother, seized the moment to stir trouble, criticizing Xiao Yu for greeting Yang Guifei first. Xiao Yu ignored her entirely, focusing only on the emperor, provoking outrage but holding firm until Kang Shanqing silenced the court with a roar. 2 days remained of Xiao Yu's deadline. Failure meant exile and disownment. Once the hunt began, the emperor rode with his officials, speaking gravely about the great shaman kingdom's prodigies, siblings capable of summoning invulnerable beasts or freezing vast landscapes. He lamented that the fourth prince had once been the ideal successor before becoming reckless enough to endanger the kingdom. Xiangdi and Ma Fei quietly confirmed that the assassination plot was indeed imminent. The Emperor soon felled a deer with a clean shot and turned to Qiaoyu, demanding he shoot another that had already sprinted hundreds of meters away. Failure meant 50 lashes, success meant any reward he wanted. Qiaoyu accepted the challenge with calculated boldness and named his price. Yang Guifei would be made empress. The Emperor agreed, amused by the impossible distance, only for Qiaoyu's bowstring to snap at the crucial moment. The surrounding nobles broke into laughter, especially the Red Flame Kingdom's Prime Minister, Empress's father, who mocked Qiaoyu's incompetence. Ignoring them, Qiaoyu drew the broken bow anyway, relying purely on physical strength and his ghost eye. The guards moved to restrain him, but he waved them off, declaring that even a broken string could kill. The Prime Minister ridiculed him again, but Qiaoyu loosed the arrow. It shot forward with unnatural force, arcing through the air in a brilliant streak of golden energy. Far ahead, the deer stopped in its tracks as if recognizing its doom. A flash of power engulfed it, and the arrow pierced straight through its body. Gasps rippled across the hunting grounds. Even seasoned officials stared in disbelief. Qiaoyu rode up to the Emperor, composed and confident, reminding him of their agreement. The hunting party was still reeling from Qiaoyu's impossible shot. The Emperor now had to honor his promise to elevate Yang Guifei to Empress. A senior official stared at Qiaoyu in disbelief, calling the demand outrageous and insisting the Empress's position could not be changed by a few words. The nobles whispered over the absurdity of using a bow by smashing it into someone. Ma Fei and Xiandi watched calmly, noting that the others still didn't understand Qiaoyu's unusual close combat style as a necromancer. Kang Shunqing regained composure and declared that an emperor never jokes, since he had promised Yang Guifei would be conferred empress when they returned. The hunting party rode back toward the palace. At the gate, Yang Guifei and the empress encountered each other. The empress immediately lashed out, accusing her of raising an unfilial son and blaming her for Qiaoyu's behavior. Yang Guifei knelt without hesitation, taking responsibility and begging that any punishment fall on her instead. The empress slapped her across the face, reminding her who ruled the harem. Yang Guifei held back tears, insisting only that the fourth prince be spared. Qiaoyu, freshly returned from the hunt, arriving in time to witness the scene. Yang Guifei rushed to him in worry, while he dismounted in shame, apologizing for bringing her suffering. She tried to comfort him, claiming the fault was hers and that she was old and useless now. The empress, enjoying the moment, warned them not to ruin the emperor's mood on the hunting day, otherwise either of them would survive. She ridiculed the idea of apologizing to a concubine and asserted her dominance as the harem's master. Qiaoyu struck her without hesitation, driven purely by instinct and fury. The empress fell hard across the courtyard. He declared the slap repayment for her mistreatment of his mother. Screaming with rage, she vowed revenge. The hunting party arrived just as she demanded justice, shouting that Qiaoyu had no respect for the empress or the emperor. Nobles murmured in shock, calling him reckless and mad. Kang Shunqing's anger grew, declaring that such behavior deserved execution. The empress smirked, confident the situation was now in her favor. Yang Guifei, in tears, insisted her son was innocent. The emperor demanded the truth. Qiaoyu admitted striking the empress solely because she had bullied his mother, arguing that failing to intervene would make him unfilial. At that moment, the third prince, who had earlier promised to confess, stepped forward with an arrow in hand, claiming he could prove the empress's account. He dramatically tore open his robes, revealing fake bruises and holding the arrow from Qiaoyu's miraculous shot. He performed the role of injured brother flawlessly, insisting he had endured his beating for the sake of brotherhood only to watch Qiaoyu become even more outrageous. He asked his father to punish him for being too lenient. Qiaoyu stared at him, stunned by the blatant betrayal and actor-level performance. He realized everyone in the court seemed to have layers of schemes hidden away. Enraged and convinced by the fabricated testimony, Kang Shunqing ordered the fourth prince seized. Yang Guifei clung to her son, begging the emperor to investigate, but Qiaoyu gently pushed her behind him. He looked at his hand, preparing to call upon his necromancer powers. Based on Ma Fei and Xiandi's earlier warning, the assassins from the Great Shaman Kingdom were due to appear at any moment. Seeing Qiaoyu readying himself, the emperor mistook the action for open rebellion and shouted for guards to seize both Qiaoyu and Yang Guifei, even authorizing execution if they resisted. As blades were drawn and guards advanced, a blinding explosion of purple lightning and shadows split the courtyard. 3 cloaked figures materialized in the heart of the palace, their weapons charged with dark shamanic energy. The ambush had begun. Purple lightning and shadow tore through the courtyard, halting the tense standoff. 3 cloaked assassins from the Great Shaman Kingdom materialized and launched a coordinated barrage. A court official's warning rang out as massive spells of ice and fire aimed straight for Emperor Kang Shunqing. Already furious with Xiao Yu, the emperor refused to retreat, clinging to his pride even as the palace erupted into chaos. A system warning flashed before Xiao Yu: if the emperor died, his path to becoming crown prince would vanish. He grabbed a guard's spear and hurled it with Necromancer enhanced force, shattering the converging spells in an explosion of debris and light. The assassin staggered, then retaliated. One unleashed a huge shamanic fireball that engulfed the emperor, sending him into panic as flames consumed him. The third prince and the empress shrieked, while the assassins pushed forward, declaring the palace would fall with them. One activated a dark magic bomb, but Xiao Yu's gale boots propelled him forward. He killed the bomber before the blast could fully deploy and sprinted toward the burning emperor. The remaining assassins split their targets. Ma Fei, still acting as the second prince, intercepted one with a strike of icy force. Xiao Yu engaged the others, ghost eyes reading their movements as he hammered them back with golden halberd strikes, throwing one into a stone outcropping. The emperor, singed and furious, could barely stand. Xiao Yu yelled for reinforcements, but another assassin lunged, not for the emperor, but for the empress and princes. Terrified, they begged for Xiao Yu's help. The third prince immediately abandoned his earlier lies, pleading for forgiveness. The empress did the same, desperate to survive. Xiao Yu dismissed them and met the assassin's rock-based spell with a golden counter, cutting him down. A system prompt confirmed the kill. He returned to the emperor, who was recovering from the flames. For the first time, Kang Shunqing faced the son who had saved his life. Acknowledging he had been wrong, he admitted hearing the empress and third prince's final confessions. Grateful and shaken, he offered Xiao Yu any reward he desired. The path to the crown prince seat lay open. Xiao Yu stood before Emperor Kang Shunqing after saving him from the shaman assassins. When granted any reward, he asked only for the title of crown prince. The emperor, bewildered by the simplicity of the request, restored his position. A system notification confirmed it, and assigned him the duty of safeguarding the Red Flame Kingdom. Xiao Yu was already looking north toward the Great Shaman Kingdom. He intended to strike first, end the threat entirely, and return to see his mother crowned empress. Shocked yet compelled, the emperor ordered the national army to mobilize. As crown prince, Xiao Yu rode ahead with the eldest Prince Xiangdi and the second Prince Ma Fei. Xiangdi filled the ride with loud boasts about powerful enemies and past embarrassments, while Ma Fei countered with bluster of his own. Xiao Yu ignored them both, focused on the troubling memory of Zio and the fire that once burned on her shield. His horse abruptly halted when he saw a familiar blue flame flickering in the ruins of an abandoned house. The instance should have reset everything, yet the flame remained. Either Zio was present, or this mysterious fire could defy the system's rules. When he touched it, agony surged through him as the flame latched onto his hand, burning through his HP. He warned his brothers back and demanded Ma Fei's sword. Terrified but determined to prove himself, Ma Fei unleashed his strongest attack, the leveling sun slash. The blazing strike hit the flame, and it was instantly drawn into a red orb that soared into the sky. A system alert confirmed the artifact used was the S-rank seed of the underworld, which absorbed the flame completely. Xiao Yu checked his hand, relieved, while Ma Fei stared in confusion, trying to understand how Xiao Yu knew his A-rank sword art. Xiao Yu answered by activating Ghost Eye, Way of 1,000 Arms, replicating the technique perfectly, and releasing a golden blast identical to Ma Fei's. Ma Fei could only ramble excuses about differing physiques while Xiao Yu laughed, reminding him that with enough HP, he could copy any sword art he witnessed. They resumed their infiltration until they intercepted a masked shaman scout. The scout recognized the 3 princes and tried to placate them with NPC flattery, but Xiao Yu incinerated him mid-sentence, dismissing him as another villain who talked too long. The 3 pressed on until the radiant capital of the Great Shaman Kingdom came into view. At its gates, a vast formation of soldiers knelt before a regal woman with long purple hair, Princess Shi Xiaorong. She observed the approaching forces with sharp suspicion, puzzled that the Red Flame Kingdom had come ahead of schedule when her own system mission was to lead an invasion. A confident young man in white and turquoise robes arrived beside her, Gu Su, the crown prince of the Great Shaman Kingdom. His guards declared him unmatched by anyone except the national preceptor, and assured that the Red Flame Kingdom had merely arrived to meet their end. The final confrontation was about to begin. Princess Shi Xiaorong dismissed Gu Su's boast outright, implying that such confidence would only be believable if it came from Xiao Yu. Gu Su responded with contempt. Having broken through to the intermediate level, he believed that defeating Xiao Yu within 3 moves was inevitable. In his mind, Xiao Yu was merely a stepping stone. His true ambition lay beyond him. With that conviction, he ordered the shamans to demonstrate their power against the Red Flame Kingdom. The scene shifted to the front lines. On the snow-covered battlefield known as the front lines, 2 figures stood atop a high cliff, the apparent crown prince and crown princess of the great shaman kingdom, while the masses below bowed. On the ground, the Red Flame Army's general gave the order to attack. Gu Su raised his hand, and a massive beast-shaped shadow condensed from dark purple energy. Alarm spread through the Red Flame soldiers as they recognized the great shaman prince's summoned monsters. Shi Xiaorong stepped forward, ice-blue magic gathering in her palm, and the shaman army charged downhill. Ice shards and dark energy tore through the battlefield as Red Flame soldiers raised their shields and struggled to hold formation. Their general urged them to stand firm, confusion growing as the promised crown prince failed to appear. Amid the chaos, something went wrong within the shaman ranks. A shaman in standard robes suddenly struck down one of his own with a blinding white slash. The fallen shaman exploded into light, a system message flashing overhead. Beneath the disguise, Xiao Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. He had reached level 20, only 1 step from the mid-stage, proving the success of his infiltration. Another shaman fell moments later. Gu Su sensed the disruption and turned in time to see a massive blue flame sword of energy ripping through his forces from the rear. Realizing there was a traitor, he ordered masks removed. After a moment's hesitation, 1 shaman complied. The blue mask beneath revealed everything. Xiao Yu stepped forward and discarded the disguise. He felt mild regret. He had intended to remain hidden longer. Recognition struck Gu Su instantly, fury igniting. Xiao Yu advanced with deceptive ease. Gu Su counterattacked immediately, only to strike a decoy. Damage numbers flashed as the substitute shattered. Gu Su revealed his preparation. He had long ago sacrificed a servant and activated shadow assimilation. Above the battlefield, Shi Xiaorong rose into the air, water magic surging around her as she recognized Xiao Yu. Fate had placed them in the same instance, on opposing sides. Xiao Yu quickly divided the battlefield, sending Yang Xiandi to intercept Shi Xiaorong and directing Ma Fei to support the Red Flame Army. Angered, Shi Xiaorong raised a massive earthen wall that split the battlefield. Xiandi appeared on the opposite side, calmly accepting her challenge. Ma Fei rushed toward the front lines instead, wielding his massive white-bladed greatsword. He cut through the shaman army with ease, stabilizing the Red Flame forces. With the battlefield divided, Gu Su turned fully toward Xiao Yu. Old hatred and humiliation surged as he unleashed his ultimate technique. A vast black void formed beneath him, crushing the surrounding space. Shadow Devourer was meant to erase Xiao Yu completely. Xiao Yu's dark eyes narrowed. Compared even to Lu Yanbang, Gu Su's current state exerted terrifying pressure. Without hesitation, he activated his ghost eyes, initiating the way of the ghostly eyes soldier. The decisive clash was moments away. Xiao Yu and Gu Su clashed in a fierce exchange. Xiao Yu unleashed a burst of light and fire, his ghost eyes fully active as everything before him became clear. He intercepted Gu Su's attack with a precise sword thrust, forcing him back. Gu Su rebounded instantly, rage fueling his movements, accusing Xiao Yu of lacking martial ethics. Xiao Yu dismissed the accusation, reasoning that as a mage, laws mattered more than outdated codes. Gu Su struck again, a heavy punch narrowly evaded. Xiao Yu quickly realized that in Gu Su's transformed state, conventional weapons were ineffective, and that only a weakness could turn the tide. Gu Su's body erupted in brilliant blue light as he completed his transformation, confident this time would be different. He charged, but Xiao Yu was faster, countering with an even sharper sword strike that landed cleanly. Gu Su staggered, disbelief overtaking him as he realized every move was being read in advance. Xiao Yu remained calm, explaining that talent and physique were not things effort alone could bridge. The word genius visibly shook Gu Su. Before he could recover, Xiao Yu struck again in a flash of golden light. Nearby, Yang Xiandi had bound Shi Xiaorong with overwhelming elemental power. With Gu Su effectively defeated, Xiao Yu stepped forward, intent on removing both Gu Su and Shi Xiaorong from the instance. Before he could act, a tranquil yet crushing aura descended. A white-robed old man with a long beard floated down, his presence instantly commanding the battlefield. Xiangdi warned Xiaoyu immediately, recognizing the newcomer as the Great Shaman Kingdom's national preceptor, the same boss who had once overwhelmed them. At that moment, Ma Fei returned at full speed, his level now revealed as 23, wielding his golden sword with explosive confidence. His sudden growth stunned everyone, especially Gu Su. Xiangdi was shocked by how much experience Ma Fei had gained, while Ma Fei proudly claimed that geniuses advanced quickly. The national preceptor radiated a deep blue aura as a system description revealed his mastery of the 5 elements, capable of shaking mountains and seas. Xiaoyu felt uneasy, realizing the old man's stats were the complete opposite of his own. Sure, Xiaorong attempted to assist, but the national preceptor dismissed her effortlessly, declaring himself sufficient to deal with the invaders. He launched the first attack, forming deadly water spears. Ma Fei charged head-on, eager for revenge, unleashing the first form of the leveling sun sword art. His golden slash collided with the water spears, detonating in a violent explosion of elemental forces. He pressed the assault relentlessly, but the national preceptor calmly deflected every strike. Xiangdi attempted to restrain him with sand binding, flooding the ground with golden light, only for the national preceptor to shatter it instantly using earth-based techniques. A devastating counterattack forced Xiangdi back in shock. Xiaoyu intervened, releasing Void Blaze in a surge of orange-red fire, but the attack lagged behind the old man's speed. Too late, Xiaoyu realized the fatal flaw: the national preceptor's agility was overwhelming and impossible to copy. A massive explosion followed, white smoke swallowing the battlefield as a red alert flashed across the screen. With the national preceptor's arrival, the balance of power had shifted completely, and the battle had entered its most dangerous phase. Xiaoyu emerged from the smoke, his body wrapped in a shadowy aura streaked with gold, his eyes blazing yellow. Though he had taken Wu Yao King's attack head-on, he appeared unharmed as he faced the white-robed old man, whose calm felt untouchable. Xiaoyu quickly assessed the situation. Only 1,000 HP left on a boss like this. One clean strike should be enough. Wu Yao King was visibly shaken by Xiaoyu's survival, momentarily losing his composure. Xiaoyu advanced without hesitation as the old man began weaving complex elemental spells. A golden aura surged around Xiaoyu's spear as he activated both an item and a skill at once. With Ghost Eye fully engaged, every movement of the boss was locked in place. This strike should have been unavoidable. At the last moment, Wu Yao King calmly raised his hand and summoned a flawless metal element barrier. The spear slammed into it and rebounded violently, sending Xiaoyu flying backward. Before he could recover, a storm of golden energy bullets rained down, forcing him into a desperate retreat as he searched for any chance to close the distance. Xiaoyu quickly realized the problem. To use his decisive card, he needed close combat, but Wu Yao King's control of the battlefield left no opening at all. In desperation, Xiaoyu was defended by Xiangdi's jagged wall of stone that barely blocked the metal barrage. The counter came instantly, thick vines erupted from the earth, tearing through the defense with ease. Xiaoyu finally grasped the core issue. Wood completely suppressed earth, leaving him countered both offensively and defensively. Worse, the old man's spells never seemed to slow, while Xiaoyu's mana was nearly depleted. Then realization struck. Skills always had a cost. Even Ghost Eye consumed HP, infinite MP was impossible. Something else had to be sustaining him. Gu Su pointed out Wu Yao King's overwhelming mastery despite his level. Xiaoyu ignored him, focusing instead on the battlefield. That was when he noticed it: the old man had not moved from his position since arriving. The answer was beneath his feet. Xiaoyu issued rapid commands. Yang Xiangdi was ordered to attack the ground directly beneath Wu Yao King while Ma Fei provided cover, even if it meant taking damage. Wu Yao King responded with overwhelming force, simultaneously conjuring a raging column of fire and a massive spear of ice. Ma Fei surged forward, cleaving through both attacks with a single overwhelming slash, tearing open a narrow window. Xiaoyu seized it immediately. Yang Xiangdi committed fully, channeling all his earth power. A massive stone projectile erupted from the ground directly beneath Wu Yao King. Forced to respond, the old man erected an enormous stone wall, but the impact shattered the ground under him. Xiaoyu charged forward through the chaos, his clothes tearing apart under the violent surge of elemental forces. The truth was now clear. The source of Wu Yao King's endless mana lay in the ground itself. If they forced him to leave it, the balance would break. Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi pressed the attack relentlessly, combining sword and earth without pause. For the first time, Liao King showed signs of disruption, but only briefly. Regaining control, he unleashed his ultimate defense. The 5 elements fused together as a colossal Tai Chi, like formation appeared in the sky, flooding the battlefield with blinding golden light. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth rotated in perfect harmony, forming a divine barrier that sealed the space itself. The battlefield fell under absolute suppression once more. Liao King's ultimate ability, the 5 Directions Heavenly Gate, pulsed with chaotic immensity, forming a blinding wall of light that felt utterly impossible to breach. Absolute suppression descended on the battlefield as the old man declared the fight over, confident that nothing Xiao Yu's side could do would break his seal. Ma Fei refused to retreat. Gathering the last of his strength, he unleashed a desperate strike, pouring everything into the leveling sun sword art's first form. The golden slash slammed into the heavenly gate, making it shudder violently, but it did not break. Liao King's attention, however, was fully drawn to this direct, frontal assault. Only then did realization strike him. Their previous attacks had never been meant to shatter the 5 Directions Heavenly Gate. They were merely a cover. By the time Liao King understood, it was already too late. Using the opening Ma Fei created, Xiao Yu had closed the distance. Panic flashed through the old man's eyes as he hastily tried to summon a last-second defense, but Xiao Yu was already upon him. He seized Liao King's wrist, forcibly dragging him into close combat, the one domain where Xiao Yu held absolute advantage. Nearby, Gu Su observed the sudden reversal, while Shi Xiaorong stepped forward with visible urgency. If Liao King fell, their instant's mission would fail. The rival warned against reckless interference, but the situation was already spiraling beyond control. Cornered, Liao King declared if he was going to die, he would drag Xiao Yu down with him. The 5 elements clashed violently within his body as he initiated self-destruction. Red, green, yellow, white, and blue energies erupted simultaneously, tearing his form apart from the inside. He offered one last chance: release him now, or perish together under the collapse of the 5 elements. Xiao Yu activated the item he had been holding all along, forcibly consuming Liao King's power. A massive explosion of rainbow light and elemental chaos engulfed the battlefield. When the dust finally settled, Liao King lay defeated at Xiao Yu's feet. A system message confirmed the kill. A spectral helm shimmered around Xiao Yu's head, the silver lion helm cracked under the strain. A new system prompt appeared. Power surged violently through Xiao Yu's body as he broke through at last, stepping into the mid-stage. He checked his status in disbelief. The skills he had awakened had completely reshaped his build, granting absurd levels of attack, defense, agility, and an overwhelmingly thick HP pool, far beyond what a necromancer should possess. His key A-rank skills included Miracles Through Strength, which converted strength directly into attack power, and Mighty Superman, which transformed strength into defense and agility as well. Turning his attention to the battlefield loot, Xiao Yu examined a floating sphere of blue energy. From it emerged a golden object embedded with 5 differently colored gems. As he studied it, understanding dawned. The reason Liao King possessed an endless supply of mana was likely tied to this artifact, one that fed on the willing sacrifice of the great shaman kingdom's people. If used, it could grant control over the 5 elements themselves, but it would likely replace the heart of the mechanical empress. Xiao Yu approached Yang Xiangdi and handed him the heart. Before he could do so, Shi Xiaorong suddenly stepped forward, her expression urgent and grave. Ignoring Ma Fei and Gu Su, she addressed him directly, bringing up Bai Zhe, the mysterious organization that had kidnapped them after the college entrance examination. Xiao Yu asked Shi Xiaorong about Bai Zhe. She revealed shocking news: Kyoto University had already been infiltrated, and not by just one person. There were several members hiding inside. Xiao Yu was visibly surprised and asked how she knew. Shi Xiaorong explained that during other instances, people claiming to be from Kyoto University had approached them and tried to recruit them into Bai Zhe. One of them was terrifyingly strong. Even when she and Gu Su fought together, they barely managed to draw. Xiao Yu realized it was the same person he had been worrying about. He had expected to struggle to find clues, yet that individual had already set his sights on Shi Xiaorong. Shi Xiaorong continued, saying that Lin Lang had many powerful subordinates. Last time, if she had been even slightly slower, she would have been captured again by Bai Zhe. Knowing the value of this information, Xiao Yu offered her a C-rank piece of equipment as a reward. Her tense expression instantly turned playful as she agreed and promised to inform him of the exact timing. After thanking him cheerfully, she and Gu Su were sent out of the instance. Xiao Yu watched them leave, deep in thought. Although he still had no news about Zhou Yu, this trip had not been without gains. Ma Fei, and Xiangdi, still excited from the battle, came over and reminded him that the boss had been defeated and the instance was complete. They could leave at any time. Xiao Yu said he wanted to see someone one last time. They arrived at the imperial court just as a lavish decree was being announced, proclaiming Yang Guifei as the newly appointed empress, claiming that she had only risen through her son's glory. Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Yu felt an unexpected pang in his chest. Ma Fei urged him to leave, pointing out that everything would reset once the instance ended and that NPCs were still NPCs. Xiao Yu looked at the empress. He wondered whether NPCs with self-awareness were truly different from real people, and whether this strange reality had any connection to what his parents had left behind or by Zay's hidden goals. In the end, he shook his head and forced those thoughts aside. He told himself he was overthinking and that NPCs were still NPCs. Taking one last look at the palace, he finally left the instance. The moment they exited, they walked straight into an ambush. A group of cultivators dressed in black coats blocked their path, led by a purple-haired man wearing a cold, confident smirk. The leader identified himself as Huang Ying of the Hunter Guild, declaring that they had finally been caught. Xiangdi tried to ease the tension with a relaxed smile, claiming it was all a misunderstanding and calling them brothers. Huang Ying exploded in anger, revealing that this encounter was no coincidence. He had deliberately brought people to block their escape. Because of Xiao Yu and his companions, the Hunter Guild had lost all face, and 2 high-stage experts. Death, he claimed, would not be enough to repay that debt. He gestured toward a massive, monstrous man covered in dragon tattoos, wearing only a pair of black briefs labeled "perverted," and ordered him to cripple them and make them beg. Xiao Yu's gaze locked onto the giant, instantly confirming his strength. He was unquestionably high-stage. With no further patience, Huang Ying screamed for the attack to begin. The giant Haij let out a thunderous roar and charged forward, overwhelming strength radiating from every step. Haij launched a fast, brutal strike at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu met it head-on, his body reinforced by the terrifying strength derived from his Necromancer transformation. The impact landed cleanly, yet he barely staggered. Haij was momentarily surprised, amused by Xiao Yu's toughness, and immediately followed up. Xiao Yu responded by activating his close combat trump card, Ghost Eye, Way of 1,000 Arms. A flurry of attacks slammed into Haij's massive body, and a system damage value of -2,400 flashed overhead. Instead of collapsing, Haij's aura surged violently as he entered a boosted state. Xiangdi shouted anxiously from the side, but Xiao Yu waved him off, frustration creeping onto his face as he was forced backward. His stats had skyrocketed after advancing, yet he was still being completely suppressed. Something was clearly wrong. If it came down to it, he was already considering using the Acknowledge a Villain as Your Father card. Haij's hulking frame pulsed with red berserk energy as he advanced again, delighted that Xiao Yu was durable enough to endure his full strength. At that moment, the mechanical empress issued a sharp reminder. Xiao Yu instantly shifted targets and slashed at the giant's wrist. A damage value of -999 appeared, and Haij stumbled, his balance briefly broken. That single opening made everything clear. Xiao Yu realized the giant's weakness lay in his joints. Using the speed boost from the Gale Boots, he launched a relentless series of precision strikes, hammering knees, elbows, and wrists, forcing the massive tank into an awkward retreat. Haij roared and triggered another surge of berserk power, his aura flaring dangerously. Seeing the signs of a transformation, Xiao Yu preemptively struck to interrupt it. The blow landed, but Haij still managed to catch him mid-motion, slamming a colossal fist down and pinning him to the ground. A damage value of -1599 flashed as Xiao Yu absorbed the crushing force. From the sidelines, Ma Fei prepared to intervene. The Hunter Guild members mocked him openly, ridiculing the idea that a mid-stage cultivator could threaten a high-stage powerhouse. Before the situation could worsen, a new presence descended upon the battlefield. A tall figure clad in black and red approached, his aura deep, heavy, and unsettling. His gaze swept over the scene with detached curiosity. Raising his hand, he summoned a massive ethereal black sword from the heavens, which plunged into the ground beside Xiao Yu and Heiji, shattering the earth with its arrival. The Hunter Guild members were struck dumb. The overwhelming sword aura alone made it difficult to breathe. Huang Ying's face drained of all color. He immediately recognized the man and screamed for a retreat. Ji Pingyang had arrived. Ji Pingyang scolded Ma Fei for wasting a sword pellet meant for survival and criticized his unstable, scattered aura, pointing out that his strength lacked true consolidation. He then questioned Xiao Yu about his progress on investigating Lin Lang. Relief surged through him as he understood that the principal had already seen through his flaws and situation. He silently affirmed that he already had a lead on Lin Lang and would soon deliver concrete information. Desperate and cornered, Huang Ying attempted one final threat. The principal merely glanced in his direction, his indifference colder than any killing intent. With that single look, the ambush was effectively over. The Hunter Guild's advantage vanished completely, and the battlefield fell into an uneasy silence. Ji Pingyang's arrival shattered the Hunter Guild's remaining composure, and Huang Ying immediately ordered a retreat in panic, his voice cracking as he shouted the name again and again. A towering figure strode forward, wrapped in a roaring aura of flame, a massive war hammer resting on his shoulder. Huang Huayu, the former Hunter Guild leader, had revealed himself. The Hammer King, one of the 8 kings, was still alive. The Hunter Guild members were swept into a mix of fear and excitement. With the former guild leader present, many believed the tide had finally turned. Huang Ying, emboldened, pointed furiously toward Ji Pingyang and his group, demanding their execution. Huang Huayu raised his hammer, flames exploding outward as he brought it down in a devastating arc. The strike tore through the ground, earth and stone erupting skyward as the battlefield was torn apart. When the dust settled, Ji Pingyang stood exactly where he had been. The destructive energy had dispersed harmlessly around him. Huang Huayu froze in disbelief. That strike had carried his full strength, yet it had failed to injure even the slightest. Ji Pingyang looked down at him with casual indifference. One of the 8 kings had been reduced to an object of contempt. Huang Huayu laughed wildly, humiliation twisting into rage. The sound echoed harshly across the ruined ground. At that moment, the principal stepped forward. His calm correction cut through the tension like a blade. Huang Huayu's expression hardened as he prepared to continue the fight. Before striking, the principal paused and addressed Ma Fei, turning the battlefield into a lesson. He explained that hammer and axe users relied on overwhelming power, making them difficult opponents for sword cultivators. However, the sword's true strength lay in change and adaptability. When facing greater brute force, one must avoid direct clashes, seize weaknesses, and only then strike. Ma Fei listened in awe, realizing he was witnessing a lesson no wealth could ever buy. Enraged by the humiliation, Huang Huayu charged again. The principal turned fully toward him and calmly began explaining the 6 major realms of the sword Dao. As he spoke, golden afterimages of his sword layered through the air, each movement precise and terrifying. Sword Howl emerged from extreme speed. Sword Chi followed, extending lethal force beyond the blade. Sword Radiance allowed controlled attachment of Chi to the sword. Sword Chi manifestation solidified it into tangible stellar force. As it thickened and merged with will, it became Sword Force. When Sword Force was condensed to its absolute extreme, it formed Sword Intent. The principal launched his strike. In a single instant, the land was flattened. The ground shredded apart, and a nearby forest was reduced to broken stumps as if swept clean by an invisible godly hand. When the dust cleared, Huang Huayu lay collapsed, his body broken, his spirit shattered. His massive hammer lay in pieces beside him. The Hunter Guild members stared in horror as the former guild leader fell without resistance. Ji Pingyang remained unfazed, turning back toward the students, only to pause. The principal calmly noted that something was wrong. The ground suddenly erupted. Enormous wooden vines burst upward, wrapping tightly around the principal and restraining him mid-motion. From within the surrounding forest stepped another figure clad in green, wood-like armor. The Wood King, one of the 8 kings, revealed himself, having concealed his aura perfectly among the endless trees. Xiao Yu, Ma Fei, and Yang Xiangdi stared in horror as the principal was momentarily bound. Roots surged toward Principal Ji and wrapped around him, but a single sword flash severed them. More vines redirected toward Xiao Yu and the others. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu shoved Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei aside and was caught instead, lifted into the air as the roots coiled tightly around him. Swinging helplessly, He shouted that he was fine and urged the principal to ignore him and pursue the Wood King. The vines immediately tightened, squeezing the air from his lungs, and his plea turned into a desperate cry for help. Principal G merely smiled, praising Xiao Yu for acting decisively and saving his companions. Guilt washed over Xiao Yu as he apologized for slowing them down and letting the Wood King escape. Turning away, the principal casually addressed the retreating Wood King, expressing his hope that it would grow strong enough to destroy the Hunter Guild and one day kill Huang Huayu, framed not as mercy, but motivation. Nearby, the defeated Huanging lay on the ground, hatred burning in his eyes as he silently swore revenge. Later, in the dormitory, Yang Xiangdi rested briefly before thrusting his phone forward. Breaking news showed a blazing mansion reduced to ruins. Xiao Yu recognized it instantly. The Tang family had been annihilated. Shock turned to unease as he reasoned through the implications. After Ghost Mountain, the Tang family's position among the four great families had been stable. His thoughts went to Tang Wumo and the chilling possibility that he had destroyed his own clan. Yang Xiangdi silently agreed. Remembering Principal Ji's words, Xiao Yu decided to seek answers about his condition from Teacher Wan. At the university, Wan Lihao greeted him with thinly veiled amusement. Using a friend as an excuse, Xiao Yu described someone at mid-stage, level 21, with over 2,000 attribute points, yet whose combat power failed to match those numbers. Wan Lihao was visibly shocked. Such stats were abnormal. When Xiao Yu hurriedly denied it was himself, Wan Lihao laughed and released his aura, revealing he had already broken through to King Stage. Wan Lihao explained the issue. Despite being more than twice that friend's level, his own total attributes barely exceeded 3,000. The problem was conversion ratio. Attributes did not translate directly into combat power. It was like giving a child an assault rifle, immense power, poorly used. Xiao Yu immediately understood. His Heart of Mage Warrior talent was powerful, but stacking attributes without leveling was fundamentally backward. Wan Lihao offered another path. If leveling couldn't be rushed, then overwhelm the flaw. If 2,000 attributes weren't enough, then double them. Quantitative change would eventually produce qualitative change. The idea resonated deeply. As long as the weapon was strong enough, even imperfect use could still crush opponents. Wan Lihao warned that no mid-stage cultivator in history had ever exceeded 2,000 attributes, not even Principal Ji in his prime. Xiao Yu's ambition ignited. He swore to become the first. Wan Lihao placed a hand on his shoulder and gave one final condition. Since Xiao Yu had already crossed 2,000 attributes, he would participate in this year's Global University Otherworld competition. It would count as contributing to the school, and his truancy would be overlooked. Xiao Yu accepted without hesitation. Xiao Yu stood before Teacher Wan, still processing the revelation of his King Stage strength when the challenge was laid out. Because his total attributes had exceeded 2,000, he was required to participate in this year's Global University Otherworld competition. It would count as contributing to the school, and his repeated truancy would be overlooked. Xiao Yu hesitated, confused. Combat competitions were usually reserved for third and fourth year students. Wan Lihao clarified that exceptional first and second years were also allowed. The competition was divided into team and individual battles. The official school team had already been finalized, but Xiao Yu could form his own team to gain experience. As for rankings, any strong performance would naturally bring rewards. Wan Lihao then presented him with two choices. Xiao Yu chose immediately, and was promptly told that the second option was effectively suicide. Wan Lihao's smile confirmed it. Cornered, Xiao Yu didn't argue. Both Principal Ji and Teacher Wan had supported him repeatedly. Without them, he wouldn't have reached this point. He accepted the challenge, asking only for one more matter to be settled first. Xiao Yu later met Shi Xiaorong deep within the forest. He questioned the reliability of her intelligence directly. She answered without hesitation, confirming that Lin Lang would appear that night at 8 o'clock in the endless forest. Xiao Yu acknowledged the risk she had taken and thanked her. At 8 o'clock, she met with Lin Lang, acknowledging the joining of Bai Zhe. Shi Xiaorong abruptly turned hostile. A massive wall of jagged blue ice erupted from the ground, sealing the man inside. Xiao Yu watched in silence. Shi Xiaorong stood above the trapped figure, staff in hand, stating that mercy had already been shown. The man shattered the ice with brute force. Recognition flashed across his face. It was Xiao Yu. His anger immediately locked onto Xiao Yu. He accused him of betrayal, reminding him of Ghost Mountain, where he had helped him escape capture. He insisted that the Qin family's deaths had nothing to do with him, and that Xiaoyu himself had declared they would be enemies the next time they met. Xiaoyu raised his weapon as a golden aura surged around him. Green, reptilian energy flooded Lin Lang's body as his scales spread further. Xiaoyu called the transformation monstrous. Lin Lang said, coming from nothing, with no background or talent, power was the only path left to him. No one else could understand that desperation. Xiaoyu leveled his spear, concluding that Lin Lang was beyond saving. Lin Lang attacked first, his scaled arm tearing through the air. Xiaoyu answered head-on, triggering his Dragon Roar combo. The collision sent Lin Lang flying, his disbelief obvious as he slammed into the ground. The scene mirrored his encounter with Sun Dong in the 10,000 Poison Cave. An NPC fused with the boss. The implication was chilling. Lin Lang might be the same. As the realization sank in, Lin Lang's body convulsed violently. Green dragon scales overtook him completely as a terrifying system notification flashed. Rage and pain twisted his voice as he unleashed a massive, glowing green energy sphere toward Xiaoyu. The forest trembled as the attack descended. Xiaoyu dodged the incoming projectile and watched as Lin Lang, now fully transformed into a bipedal, scale-covered monster, charged straight at him. Lin Lang's rage erupted as he screamed about the unfairness of it all, how a normal human could grow this strong so suddenly, while he had endured endless agony to fuse with the flood dragon, only to find that his hard-won power was still fragile in comparison. Xiaoyu remained composed. He recalled Teacher Wan's words clearly. His current combat power might still struggle against high-stage opponents, but crushing mid-stage enemies was well within reach. Perhaps this was what it meant to break countless techniques with sheer force. Realizing the gap was insurmountable, Lin Lang turned and fled, his massive scaled body tearing through the forest like an enormous lizard. Xiaoyu chased immediately, mocking the idea of calling such a creature a flood dragon at all. The distance closed quickly. Xiaoyu stepped into a clearing, only for his pursuit to halt abruptly. Dark figures emerged from every direction, men in black cloaks and masks, surrounding him in silence. The leader revealed himself with mocking confidence, claiming Xiaoyu had walked straight into their trap. Xiaoyu showed no panic, calmly recognizing them as the same group from the Ghost Mountain instance. At the leader's signal, the assassins attacked. Golden light exploded outward as Xiaoyu struck first, his sweeping attack tearing through the front line in an instant. The ground shook as bodies were sent flying. Ma Fei, who had followed behind, froze in shock and shouted for the others to intervene. Yan Xiangdi reacted immediately, slamming his staff into the ground. Earth magic surged forward, forming a sinking swamp that trapped one assassin in hardened stone. The battlefield descended into chaos. Xiaoyu pressed forward relentlessly, smashing through shield-bearing assassins with brute force. Panic spread among them as they realized he was far beyond their expectations. One by one, they fell, unable to withstand his overwhelming power. The remaining assassins retreated, fear replacing their earlier arrogance. Xiaoyu stepped forward, curiosity flickering as he questioned the leader's identity within Bai Zhe. The leader removed his hood, revealing glowing red eyes beneath his mask. He introduced himself only by his code name, and, instead of attacking, extended an offer. Bai Zhe, he claimed, could answer all of Xiaoyu's questions, especially those concerning his parents. The words hit harder than any blade. Shock rippled through Xiaoyu as the implications sank in. His parents were connected to Bai Zhe. The leader promised that all truths would be revealed if Xiaoyu returned with him. Xiaoyu's grip tightened around his weapon as his expression darkened. If Bai Zhe truly stood opposed to his parents, then stepping into their territory now would be no different from suicide. With his current strength, he wouldn't survive it. As the leader spoke, Xiaoyu sensed an opening. The tension sharpened, the battle unresolved, with the truth about his parents, and Bai Zhe itself, hanging dangerously in the balance. The assassins launched a coordinated attack on Xiaoyu. Flames condensed into a blazing spear, holy light formed an aurora-like sword, and violent wind pressure crashed down simultaneously. The Fury State was triggered, and massive damage numbers flashed as the battlefield shook. Xiaoyu moved without hesitation. His ghostly eyes locked onto his targets as he unleashed the first move of the Pingyang sword technique. One sword strike cut through everything in its path, overwhelming the assassins completely. The remaining enemies stared in disbelief at his strength before panic set in and they fled in all directions. When the last assassin disappeared, Xiangdi let out a breath of relief and confirmed that everything was settled. Xiao Yu nodded calmly. Bai Zhe would be dealt with sooner or later. For now, Lin Lang had to be taken back. At Kyoto University's principal office, Xiao Yu dragged Lin Lang inside and slammed him onto the table. Principal Ji immediately noticed Lin Lang's distorted state and demanded an explanation. Xiao Yu explained everything: the corruption, the transformation, and Bai Zhe's true nature. The organization specialized in fusing humans with boss entities, using temptation and power to lure people like Lin Lang onto a twisted path. Bai Zhe was the real cancer behind it all. Principal Ji fell silent after hearing the full account. With Beijing University overwhelmed by affairs, he admitted he couldn't protect Xiao Yu personally at all times. Instead, he handed over a sword pill. As long as Xiao Yu carried it, Principal Ji could sense his location by crushing the pill. If Bai Zhe moved against him again, help would come. Xiao Yu thanked him sincerely. With the principal's support, dealing with Bai Zhe would become far easier. Principal Ji then took out another item, the Cheongqi pendant. It was an A-level accessory, enhanced to +6, boosting spirit, skill power, and casting speed, with no restrictions. He handed it directly to Xiao Yu as a reward for handling the incident well. The pendant had accompanied him since his intermediate stage days, and with one more successful enhancement, it might even awaken a weapon spirit. Xiao Yu was stunned and questioned whether giving it away would weaken the principal. Principal Ji dismissed the concern casually, assuring him it wouldn't affect his combat effectiveness. At that moment, a system announcement echoed: Ji Pingyan had successfully bound a brand new S-level equipment, and was rewarded with 50 free attribute points. Far away, Bai Zhe's inner circle reacted. Boss Bai was fishing. The Sword King was becoming troublesome. The Hammer King had survived thanks to the Wood King, but had lost half his body in the process. That alone proved it: Ji Pingyan couldn't be defeated in a one-on-one fight. To kill him, timing, location, and manpower would all be required. Cooperation was the only option. Ji Pingyan was now a serious nuisance and had to be eliminated. The battlefield was decided: Suching, the hometown of Qiao Anqing's son. With that settled, preparations began. Before withdrawing, one final question was raised. If Ji Pingyan was to be surrounded and killed, were the 8 kings truly ready to move together? Lin Lang knocked on Teacher Wan's door. Wan Liho informed that Principal Ji had already explained everything. Teacher Wan teleported them to an unfamiliar place and calmly informed Lin Lang that this was the second stage of training, a harsh zone used to practice dodging gray swordfish. If a student went astray, the teacher could not escape responsibility. Lin Lang was handed a drink, coughed violently after swallowing it, and felt its burning strength spread through his body. Teacher Wan spoke casually about his own past. He had a terrible temper, was addicted to fighting, and became restless if he went a day without battle. People once called him a battle maniac. When he was young, he caused endless trouble and was hunted by many. No one, least of all himself, would have imagined that someone like him would eventually become a teacher at Kyoto University. Lin Lang was stunned. Teacher Wan continued, saying that if anyone had once told him he would become a teacher, he would have slapped them for such nonsense. He then turned serious. Young people would always stumble. What mattered was admitting mistakes and starting over. True strength was not about never failing, but about having the courage to face one's failures. He admitted he was not good at lecturing, but hoped Lin Lang understood. Lin Lang bowed deeply. He admitted his wrongdoing, accepted the school's punishment, and vowed to start over. He then asked whether he could ever reach Xiao Yu's level. Teacher Wan laughed outright. Xiao Yu was a monster. Lin Lang shouldn't even think about comparing himself. Later, Xiangdi noticed Xiao Yu wearing a mask and questioned it. Xiao Yu explained that he was preparing for the university combat tournament and didn't want unnecessary trouble when entering or leaving exclusive instances. Ma Fei immediately declared his participation, insisting such a grand competition couldn't happen without him. Xiangdi reminded everyone that the team competition required 5 people. Zhao Ziyue hesitated, worried she would drag them down, but Ma Fei confidently brushed it off, claiming victory was guaranteed with him around. The team gathered before the portal. Zhao Ziyue pointed out again that they were still missing one member and suggested calling someone else, but Xiangdi cut the discussion short. The exclusive instance was already identified as Silent Town, and it was time to enter. A notification appeared. Silent Town, difficulty 0. Ruins of an ancient civilization. a twisted underground supernatural power born from countless inhuman events. Before entering, they were stopped by a tall, straightforward fourth-year student named Wang Taizhu from Sangchung University. He asked if they were heading into Silent Town, and explained that his team was also there to qualify for the combat tournament. Seeing the coincidence, he suggested entering together for mutual support. A brief argument broke out among Wang Taizhu's group, but Xiaoyu waved it off, saying there was no need to apologize. Wang Taizhu thanked him sincerely, and both teams entered the instance together. A sound was heard as he entered the instance. Did he believe in the power of blessings? Birthday wishes, prayers for safety, casual words of hope. Perhaps they were nothing more than thoughts or reminders. But did things truly change because of will alone? Xiaoyu frowned, sensing something wrong. He wondered whose voice it was. In the next instant, he found himself bound tightly by chains. Silent Town's mission activated, tasking them to uncover the source of its corrupted supernatural power under D-rank conditions, with rewards determined by performance, and a single reminder: believe in your own will. The shadowy, dilapidated room was saturated with the stench of death. Xiaoyu, wearing his distinctive red demon mask, stood amid lingering combat heat as he recovered from a swift and brutal encounter. The adrenaline had yet to fade, and the gilded halberd in his grasp still smoked with residual energy. At his feet, the remains of a faceless female ghost dissolved into drifting wisps of black smoke, confirming its destruction and adding to his growing deathly chi. The darkness around him deepened. A sudden chill crawled up his spine as grotesque specters emerged across the ceiling, clusters of pale, fleshy shapes riddled with countless glowing red eyes, all fixated on him. Deathly energy pressed down like a suffocating weight. Unfazed, Xiaoyu released a surge of golden yellow chi. Sweeping his halberd in a wide arc, energized slashes tore through the descending specters, erasing them one after another as deathlier chi flowed into his body. When the room finally fell silent, clarity returned, and his thoughts shifted to his teammates, especially Zhao Ziyue, who would struggle alone against such monsters. He moved toward a dark wooden door just as it creaked open on its own. Footsteps echoed from beyond, putting him instantly on guard. Wang Taizhu appeared, clearly startled to encounter another masked player. Before any understanding could settle, a terrified scream cut through the tension. A massive spider-like monster erupted into view, its grotesque body running after Ma Fei, Xiangdi, and Zhao Ziyue. Xiaoyu reacted instantly, leaping forward and striking the creature with overwhelming force, only to realize moments later that it had not been slain. The spider regenerated before their eyes, revealing itself as an epic wild monster with countless resurrection attempts fueled by devoured souls. Horror spread through the group as they grasped the implications. Understanding the danger, Xiaoyu ordered the others to retreat while he covered their escape. A colossal vertical slash of golden energy tore through the structure, buying precious seconds as everyone fled into the open. They emerged beneath an oppressive purple sky, standing within a desolate urban landscape. More teammates soon regrouped, and it became clear that Wang Taizhu had already moved ahead into Silent Town. Nearby, faint writing etched into a wall caught Xiaoyu's attention. The message warned that beyond a stone door lay the true Silent Town, an entry into real hell, and mentioned an incomplete incantation meant to protect those who entered. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the message, Xiaoyu made a decisive call. Channeling purple energy through his halberd, he smashed open the stone door, tearing apart reality itself and revealing a violent, swirling vortex. Without hesitation, the four masked players charged inside. They reappeared on a crack highway within a vast gray city. The buildings were cold, sterile, and eerily lifeless. An unnatural chill settled into the air. Ahead, Zhao Ziyue picked up a picture showing two ordinary-looking civilians stood back to back. Zhao Ziyue suddenly shrieked and pointed toward the civilians. She had noticed something wrong in the photograph Xiaoyu was holding. Beneath the red demon mask, Xiaoyu glanced down at the image, a frozen moment of a handsome civilian twisting into a grotesque monster. A cold blue glow rippled across its surface. A faint smile formed as golden chi surged around him. He raised his halberd and struck the photograph. It shattered in a flash of light, releasing a fading scream. The system immediately recorded an increase of 50 evil spirit value. Xiaoyu frowned slightly at the low gain and lifted his gaze, clearly expecting more. Zhao Ziyue watched him uneasily. It had not been long since they last met, yet Xiaoyu felt far more intense than before. Before she could think further, a desperate cry echoed through the ruined street. A little girl ran toward them through the debris, terror written across her face. She wore a green cardigan and dark skirt, her hands stretched forward as she begged for help. The group instinctively tensed. Xiangdi warned everyone, while Ma Fei grew cautious and pulled his companion closer. Anything appearing in such a dungeon could not be trusted. Xiao Yu ignored the warning, his attention fixed on the girl with clear interest. He stepped forward and knelt, feigning gentleness. The girl sobbed as she spoke of her injured mother trapped at home. Xiao Yu agreed without hesitation. The team followed her through empty streets to a crumbling apartment building. She stopped at a broken doorway and claimed it was her home. Inside, chaos reigned. Papers and debris littered the floor, and the shadows felt heavy. In the corner, purple-black energy began to swirl, forming a grotesque vortex with jagged teeth and blood-red eyes, the so-called mother. The monster lunged forward. Xiao Yu barely reacted. Golden chi flared along his halberd as he released a concentrated beam. The ghost shrieked once before dissolving, granting 100 evil spirit value. Xiao Yu turned back to the little girl, clearly satisfied, declaring the matter resolved. The girl praised him excitedly, then suddenly asked about his own mother. Xiao Yu froze. In the next instant, the girl's body twisted grotesquely. Her innocent form vanished as a sharpened black limb lashed out at him. Xiao Yu blocked the strike with his halberd, sparks flying. The child-shaped ghost recoiled and dissipated, adding another 50 evil spirit value. Xiao Yu remained calm, his suspicion confirmed. Xiangdi asked how he had known. Xiao Yu gestured toward the blood-stained wall. This was a common trap. One ghost lured victims in, the other killed them. They always worked together. Ma Fei's expression darkened. The number of ghosts here far exceeded expectations. Before anything else could be said, Zhao Ziyue cried out again. A dark figure had flashed past behind Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu recognized it instantly. Another evil spirit value. He leapt from the building in pursuit, ignoring Xiangdi's calls. His figure cut through the purple sky as he chased the fleeing spirit. Suddenly, an elderly man in blue robes appeared ahead. A yin-yang symbol rested on his chest, righteous energy radiating from his body. Lightning gathered in his raised hand. A thunder strike crashed down, obliterating the fleeing spirit instantly. The system registered its disappearance. Xiao Yu skidded to a stop, staring at the empty space. He slowly lowered his halberd, fury radiating from his body as he glared at the elder. His expression beneath the mask was unmistakable, like someone who had just watched his reward vanish right before his eyes. The elderly Taoist assessed himself, satisfied that his Yang Wu Lei had not weakened much. Xiao Yu eyed him impatiently until the man calmly introduced himself as Zhang Xunyu, the current Taoist heir. Recognition flickered in Xiao Yu's mind. This was the same NPC from Ghost Mountain, and in Quiet Town, such a figure mattered. Taoist Zhang suddenly stiffened, sensing danger ahead. Dark energy gathered in the street as another ghost formed. Xiao Yu surged forward at once. His golden dragon crescent blade was nearly full, and he refused to lose another kill. Taoist Zhang summoned a massive golden sword and pursued, warning that mortal weapons could not harm ghosts. Xiao Yu ignored him, accelerating past and cleaving the spirit apart in a single golden arc. Taoist Zhang froze in disbelief. Xiao Yu's ground speed surpassed Taoist sword flight. Xiao Yu vanished across the rooftops and dropped into a nearby street where Wang Tieju's team was being overwhelmed by blood-fang zombies. The group shouted the incantation from the wall. Golden light burst outward, forcing the undead to retreat. Xiao Yu arrived as the light faded, Taoist Zhang just behind him, still stunned. Confusion spread as the ghost aura vanished. A man in a white suit quietly warned Taiju that Taoist Zhang was a key NPC tied to the main storyline. Taiju immediately stepped forward, crediting the Taoist and suggesting they travel together. A sharp golden aura flared as Xiao Yu approached, reminding Taiju of being left behind earlier. A system flash confirmed 1500 evil spirit value gained, easing Xiao Yu slightly. He had secured the kill in time. Taiju apologized and explained the incantation's protection, questioning Xiao Yu's late arrival. Xiao Yu dismissed the spell outright, hiding that his group lacked it. To him, a ward that repelled ghosts was useless. He wanted them all to come. Tension rose when Tieju's cadet teammate mocked Xiao Yu's group as clinging to stronger academies. Xiangdi bristled, but Taiju quickly intervened, proposing they move together and leave trouble to him. Xiao Yu waited briefly and agreed internally. With his strength, none of them could cause problems. Growing impatient, Taoist Zhang announced his departure. The group followed as the two teams merged loosely and moved deeper into the city. Quiet Town should have been deserted, yet strangers filled the streets. Hovering on his golden sword, Taoist Zhang muttered about not awakening something dangerous. Pressed for answers, he spoke of the Ghost King, born when rampant evil spirit forced ghosts to devour one another until only the strongest remained, recalling his father once survived a Ghost King with another master's help. He mentioned the Ghost King had been a Taoist monk who fell into the ghost world. The words struck Xiao Yu like ice. An image of a fallen monk burned in his mind. He lunged forward and seized Taoist Zhang, demanding the father's name. The cat-eared woman rushed to intervene, accusing him of losing control. Behind the red demon mask, Xiao Yu's eyes flared crimson as his restraint finally broke. Taoist Zhang revealed his father's name, Zhang Er. Xiao Yu released him immediately. The name struck with impossible weight. Zhang Er should have existed only within the Ghost Mountain dungeon. The contradiction left only two possibilities: distorted time between instances, or a truth far beyond instances themselves. Taoist Zhang continued confirming his identity as Zhang Er's son and recounting the battle where they had slain a Ghost King together. His father had been dead for over 50 years, yet Xiao Yu stood unchanged. That alone proved his father's final conjecture correct. A memory surfaced. Decades earlier, Zhang Er lay dying after the Ghost Mountain battle. He had searched the world for Xiao Yu and failed, because Xiao Yu did not belong to that world at all. He came from the main world. The heavens responded with violet lightning, divine punishment for exposing forbidden truth. Zhang Er laughed at death and left a final prophecy. One day his son would meet Xiao Yu and pass on a message. Both worlds were real, yet one had been deceived. The memory shattered. Xiao Yu absorbed the truth in silence. These were not awakened NPCs. If Taoist Zhang spoke true, then they had never been NPCs at all. And Xiao Yu was still far too weak to pursue that truth. The air suddenly thickened. Dark energy surged. Skeletal arms tore out of the street as something far heavier descended. Xiao Yu moved at once. His weapon still lacked evil spirit value, and the coming presence would not wait. Golden arcs flashed. Spirits fell in quick succession, their power pouring into the golden dragon crescent blade. The final strike filled it completely. The weapon reached maximum evil spirit capacity, its soul damage enchantment surging beyond previous limits. A warning followed: the blade could no longer safely contain the power. Xiao Yu smiled beneath the mask. It was finally complete. The ground exploded. Black smoke erupted as the Ghost King manifested, a dark-skinned woman of impossible beauty, red eyes burning, skeletal armor wrapping her arm. She was the core of Silent Town's corruption. A system prompt declared the instance complete and urged evacuation. Taoist Zhang refused. He invoked an ancient killing decree, slamming a talisman into the ground as divine authority descended. The Ghost King laughed. The mission changed. A hidden objective replaced escape. Players were now required to destroy the source of the supernatural power and restore Silent Town. Panic broke out among Wang Tieju's team. They chanted desperately, golden Buddhist light rising around them. It was useless. The Ghost King spoke. Their bodies collapsed instantly, paralyzed by her authority. With each word, curses manifested directly, sight failed, limbs twisted, pain followed intent. Her power ignored all spells. Only Xiao Yu's group remained standing. The Ghost King turned toward him, recognizing the ward left upon the stone door earlier. She dismissed the others as already defeated. Xiao Yu stepped forward. Golden chi erupted as he launched himself straight at the Ghost King, halberd tearing through the darkness. Xiao Yu activated his ability, unleashing a sweeping arc of golden energy that tore through the street like a roaring dragon. The strike hit the Ghost King mid-curse, blinding slashes cutting through her shadowy form. With a violent crackle, her body shattered into dark smoke and dispersed. Wan Taizhu, still kneeling, stared in disbelief at the empty space left behind. Xiao Yu landed steadily, the glow of his halberd dimming slightly. The mission was far from over. Where the Ghost King had vanished, a pool of thick, blood-red liquid spread across the asphalt, pulsing with sinister power. Black smoke swirled back into it, sucked into the crimson tide. Xiao Yu yanked his halberd free just in time, narrowly avoiding the encroaching blood lake. Bao Ziyue began chanting. A pale green aura enveloped her team, glowing crosses appearing on Xiao Yu and the others, reinforcing them against the oppressive spiritual pressure. The blood lake boiled violently. From its depths, the Ghost King reformed, this time more solid, more terrifying. Red and black flames wrapped her reborn body, and a title appeared above her head, Epic Boss, Witch of Wrath, a vengeful, immortal spirit bound to the Blood Lake. Xiao Yu understood immediately. Her immortality was tied to the lake itself. He signaled Yang Xiangdi to deal with it. Yang Xiangdi acknowledged and stomped forward, golden chi erupting as the ground split beneath him. Xiao Yu engaged the Witch of Wrath head-on, dodging her skeletal arm and countering with a powerful slash that sent her flying. She crashed down, dragging the Blood Lake with her, forming a dark swamp that surged outward. Yan Xiangdi was caught in the mire but pressed on, channeling his power. The silver-masked man struck from the side, forcing the witch back briefly. She recovered instantly, declaring her immortality as the Blood Lake burned around her. Yan Xiangdi shouted for the others to focus on the boss while he handled the Blood Lake. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed a devastating elemental strike, detonating the swamp in a massive explosion of earth and fire. Wan Taizhu could only watch as elemental forces collided. The Witch of Wrath emerged unharmed, her fury boiling over. Xiao Yu stepped forward calmly, halberd blazing with blinding yellow light. The Witch of Wrath finally noticed the terrifying evil spirit condensed around him. He launched into the air, spinning as he drove the halberd through her heart. Without pause, he followed up with another strike, crushing her core completely. The witch let out a final shriek before exploding into red and black spiritual particles, which scattered and dissolved along with the Blood Lake. A system notification appeared: hidden mission completed rewards, level up, attribute points, and weapon enhancement materials. Xiao Yu glanced at the rewards, satisfied. He immediately applied both stones to his halberd. Golden yellow light engulfed the weapon as it transformed, blade shifting into dark fiery orange. Xiao Yu studied the evolved weapon, its oppressive aura radiating outward. The broadsword form suited a necromancer perfectly. Nearby, Wang Taizhu and his team recovered, their earlier arrogance replaced with respect. Gratitude showed on Wang Taizhu's face, though competitive fire lingered. Ma Fei warned Xiao Yu to be careful of Qiu Xin, noting the gloomy way she had looked at him. Xiao Yu dismissed the concern, unimpressed by a spoiled young lady. Yan Xiangdi, brimming with excitement, said he would report to the magic teacher assigned by the principal, thrilled at the prospect of being taught by Principal Ji himself. Xiao Yu paused, contemplating the next step in his training and the secrets revealed by Taoist Zhang. He wondered which teacher Principal Ji would assign for his special training, perhaps Wan Lihao, and whether his current strength would impress or intimidate the master. A holographic status window appeared, showing his accumulated power: Xiao Yu, Necromancer, Intermediate Level 22, Immense Strength, High Defense, Fast Agility, Overwhelming Spirit, Full HP, and Full Mana. As he passed through the familiar academy archway, the surroundings suddenly dissolved. A massive, bone-white skeletal hand erupted from a dark spiritual void and slammed down, pinning him with earth-shattering force. The academy's peaceful facade vanished, replaced by an oppressive, cave-like darkness. Xiao Yu struggled beneath the hand, realizing that this being's power was far beyond that of an ordinary student. He roared, channeling his own energy, demanding the attacker reveal themselves. The hand released him with a tremendous crack, and he rose, surveying the unfamiliar cavern. Nearby, a dust-covered wooden desk held old newspapers. One headline revealed a hidden family conspiracy. The founder of Baizhe Company, Xiao Yu's father Qiao Anqing, had disappeared years ago alongside Bai Shiyan after the company went bankrupt. His mother's connection to Bai Shiyan and the company's secrets left Xiao Yu reeling. In a grand office, likely the principal's, an older man with long black and white hair and a white and red Taoist robe sat behind an opulent desk. Xiao Wan entered to report that Xiao Yu was in danger and that a sword pill he had given Xiao Yu had activated. The principal's spiritual energy flared, projecting an image of Xiao Yu trapped under the skeletal hand. He recognized the immense strength of the attacker and demanded to know their identity. A young man cloaked in blue light emerged, introducing himself as one of the 8 kings, the king of painting. He sneered at the principal, taunting him about worrying for Xiao Yu. A second figure, a massive man wielding a colossal war hammer, materialized with a thunderous impact, the Hammer King. A third, a stunning woman in a high-slit green dress, appeared atop the principal's desk, her horns and lethal presence marking her as another of the 8 kings. She teased the principal about breaking through the academy's defenses. The principal remained unshaken, dismissing their threats as inconsequential. The Hammer King unleashed a fiery attack, aiming to crush the principal's office, but the principal drew his sword of pure white light, countering with unmatched speed and precision. The academy's fate, and the safety of its students, now hung in the balance against the combined might of the 8 kings. The Poison King, one of the 8 kings, had already secretly poisoned Principal G despite the failed sneak attack. Even if he had wings, the poison would prevent escape, slowly eroding his power. The Shadow King readied his assault, while the Gambling King, Fire King, and Sword King joined the fray. Together, they unleashed their combined technique, Divine Phoenix World Destruction, directly targeting Principal G. The principal defended with unwavering precision, suppressing the poison's effects, though he knew he could only hold it temporarily. The Sword King was shocked that the principal could fight 7 opponents simultaneously while poisoned. The Fire King noted that without Boss Bai, defeating him would be difficult, and their only hope was to stall until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu found himself trapped in a strange subterranean chamber, surrounded by jagged, dark rock formations. His attention was drawn to an old desk covered in dust and newspapers, the headlines hinting at his family's hidden past. From the shadows, a man with striking white hair and a sharp black suit emerged. Recognition hit Xiao Yu immediately. The man in the photograph vanished 13 years ago with his father. Bai Shiyan's pale eyes glowed with a cold, sinister aura. Xiao Yu's mind raced as the truth unfolded. Bai Shiyan was his maternal uncle. The revelation shook him to the core. His father and maternal uncle had been the founders of Baizhe Company, and the organization's motives had led to Xiao Yu being targeted. Suspicion gnawed at him, but Bai Shiyan's calm, chilling presence left no room for hesitation. He explained that capturing Xiao Yu had been intended to lure his father into confrontation, but now, he had changed his mind. Claiming a twisted form of familial courtesy, he unleashed a surge of dark, purple energy, slamming Xiao Yu into the ground with crushing force. Xiao Yu's face bore a streak of blood, but his resolve hardened. He summoned his spiritual energy, a pillar of golden yellow qi erupting around him, and counterattacked with his newly upgraded halberd, Shuolong Yanueta. Golden light clashed violently with Bai Shiyan's shield of red spiritual energy, sending Xiao Yu reeling. Bai Shiyan remained composed amidst the receding flames, his calm warning unmistakable. Hesitation could mean death. He observed Xiao Yu's weapon and eyes, recognizing both an awakened A-rank weapon spirit and the secrets hidden in his immense spiritual power. Stepping closer, Bai Shiyan challenged Xiao Yu to unleash his full strength. The battle had only just begun. Bai Shiyan tested his nephew with a mixture of menace and curiosity, his true motives still shrouded in mystery. The impact was brutal. Xiao Yu's head snapped back, blood spraying from his lips as he hit the rocky floor. Bai Shiyan had clearly not expected Ji Pingyang to value Xiao Yu enough to give him the life-saving sword pellet, yet even that failed to neutralize the full force of the blow. Despite the pain, Xiao Yu's focus remained sharp. His immense spiritual power flared, barely holding the damage at bay. If his defense had been any lower, a single strike could have taken half his life. Even the sword pellet, the rare gift from the principal, was useless against Bai Shiyan's overwhelming strength. Above the academy, Ji Pingyang's eyes narrowing at the faint purple aura around him, the sword pellet activating at the last moment. Concern deepened as he saw Xiao Yu barely withstand the attack. The strike seemed deliberately aimed, and the thought that it targeted his student sent a ripple of unease through him. In the cavern, Bai Shiyan's gaze swept over Xiao Yu, analyzing the residual energy. His expression was cold, calculating, measuring the nephew's potential against his own. Bruised but unbowed, Xiao Yu summoned his spiritual energy, manifesting multiple phantom fists in the air. The golden yellow strikes descended in a relentless fist of ghost god barrage, illuminating the dark cavern with blinding light. Even with Ghost Eye active, Xiao Yu could barely track Bai Shiyan's movements. The pressure was suffocating, as if a monstrous tidal wave threatened to crush him entirely. Desperation flashed in his mind, and he drew a golden card, a last-ditch survival trick. Bai Shiyan, untouched by the golden fists, responded with lightning speed, delivering a crushing kick that sent Xiao Yu sprawling across the jagged floor. He judged Xiao Yu's strength and mocked him, offering a deal: abandon his surname and take the Bai name, and he would teach him the lethal fist technique. Blood and dirt smeared across Xiao Yu's face, but his audacity remained unbroken. He spat on the offer, mocking Bai Shiyan instead. The man's composure cracked, anger flashing in his eyes as he compared Xiao Yu's mouth to that of his father, Xiao Anqing. Before the confrontation escalated further, A distant voice echoed through the cavern, calling for Boss Bai. Red spiritual energy surged, forming a black cloak as he gave Xiaoyu one final warning. He vanished, leaving the cavern collapsing around his nephew. Back at the academy, Ji Pingyang fought desperately against the 8 kings. He dodged the Hammer King's fiery strike as dark energy exploded around him, a storm of power colliding with precision. The Hammer King begged Bai Shiyan for guidance, but the man's calm presence instantly crushed their confidence. The principal's skill far surpassed the combined might of the 8 attackers. Bai Shiyan revealed the horrifying truth: Ji Pingyang had long surpassed the saint stage, leaving the kings in panic. Levels 60 to 70 were already elite, yet all professions were capped at 70. Their collective power was meaningless against him. Ji Pingyang's eyes blazed with fury as he realized the scope of the conspiracy. Bai Shiyan was the controller of the Bai Zhe organization, the mastermind behind his students' suffering. The green-clad king stepped forward, veins purpling as her poison coursed through the principal, intent on removing him entirely. Bai Shiyan observed the scene with cold detachment. The kings were powerless, and Ji Pingyang's fate had already been sealed. Xiaoyu was trapped in darkness and shouted for Bai Shiyan to let him out. Sudden slashes tore through the area, forcing him to rush forward. Dark mana quickly surrounded him and thickened the air. His eyes glowed as the darkness fully enveloped his body.